Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So, evidently, Republican lawmakers are freaking out. They're freaking out about the midterms. Take a look at this article. It says Republicans absolutely apoplectic as Trump put them in an impossible situation. So, a reporter was on CNN. She confirmed this. She said that they're quote unquote tearing their hair out. And she said that basically, they can't keep Trump on message. They've tried. He just is, sucks at this point. And then even Trump minion Larry Kudlow was recently, he was doing this interview and he admitted on air that it was really bad. So he said in this interview that the Republicans are doing nothing. He said the polls are lousy. Here's why they're panicking. They're right to panic. Fox News just published their latest polls for two different Senate races. And what they revealed is that Donald Trump is underwater in two very crucial states that he just won. He just won these states in 2024, including the very red state of Ohio, which who knows how much longer it's going to be red. But first, before I get into all of that, I want you guys to take a look at where things stand in those Senate races. So here's the first one. Like I said, this is Ohio. You can see Sherrod Brown is ahead by quite a bit, by 8 points. Now, here's the thing. Sherrod Brown used to be the senator there, and then he got voted out. So he's coming back. So the voters already know him. Ohioans already know him. I think that's why he's doing so well. They know that he is, a good guy, and he is not going to do something radical in their state, but he is definitely a populist, and they like that. And then here's the thing. Here's what else this Fox News poll said. Sherrod Brown's lead expands from 8 to 10 points among people who say they are certain to vote. So he definitely has the edge. And then here's one of the reasons. Here's another one of the reasons why he's doing so great. Take a look. Even in ruby red Ohio, take a look down at the fourth or fifth line down. Donald Trump's approval rating is only 43%. His disapproval is 56%. Again, he just won this state. And Republicans have been winning the state for quite a while. I don't think anyone has won. I don't think a Democrat has won Ohio since in the presidential race. Since Obama. Anyway, Michigan is a little bit different, but not much. So take a look at this. Obviously, Abdul El-Sayed is down a little bit, but not by that much. He's down by 4 points, just outside of the margin of error. But even here, Donald Trump is very unpopular. So it's probably what's helping him quite a bit. So you can see here, he is even less popular, Donald Trump is, than El-Sayed. So Abdul El-Sayed has a 42% approval rating. Donald Trump is at only 40%. And then he's more like the disfavorable or unfavorable is, even worse. So El-Sayed has 55% unfavorable. Donald Trump is 59. So 4 points higher. And then if you look all the way down at the bottom, look at how unpopular the MAGA movement has become in the state of Michigan. Again, this is a state that Trump just won. Actually, Trump won Ohio in all 3 presidential elections, and he won Michigan in 2 elections. He won in both of the years that he won. So 2016 and 2024. And now his MAGA movement has only a 40% popularity rating, and he's at the same 40%. So this is a major shift away from him and the MAGA movement. And the longer this war drags on, the worse it's getting. This is absolutely why he's underwater. So check this out. So this was the latest Economist YouGov poll. 33% approval rating Donald Trump has. His disapproval, they said, was 62%. And then look at the demographic breakdown. This just every single time I share this with you guys, it gets worse. So, just to give you an example, if you guys are kind of new to this and new to my channel, just a few months ago, all of the red dots that you see there at the top, male, 65 plus, white, high school or less education, those were all at or above the 0 line, which means he was in positive territory with all of those groups. This is how far he's fallen in such a short period of time, just several months. He is now underwater with every single demographic group. And of course, like I said, the number one reason is like twofold, but they're related: the Iran war and the economy. I mean, the economy wouldn't be as bad if the Iran war wasn't going on, but there still would be issues. And then check this out. Listen to this. So this is a a polling organization called Focal Data. They just conducted a survey. Here's what they found. It says 53% of registered voters felt worse off under Trump, including nearly 57% of independents and almost 1/4 of Republicans. Nearly 2/3 said the U.S. economy was moving in the wrong direction, while just 25% said it was heading in the right direction. Yeah, you cannot win elections with things like this. And then most people are feeling the economy at the gas stations, like how bad it is. Case in point, why don't you guys check this out? So this is a CNN clip, and this is how voters are rating Donald Trump on gas prices specifically. Very, very telling.
It's disapprovals on gas prices by president. Look where President Trump is in 2026. We're talking about, on average, a disapproval rating of 79%. You can't reach 79% just by Democrats disliking the job that you're doing, or dare I say, hating it. Look at this. It crosses party lines. 85% of independents disapprove of the job that President Trump is doing on gas prices. And then, of course, that tried and true Republican base that is stuck with Donald Trump through thick and thin. Even they, a majority of them, 52%, disapprove of the job that President Trump is doing on gas prices. Look at this. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices among those making under $50,000 per year. Among them all, look at this number, 86%.
Yep. So doing worse than any other president in regard to gas prices. And the reason he brought up people making $50,000 or below is because that was Donald Trump's base. That was a huge part of what put him into office in 2016, a huge part of the people who swept him into office this past year, or 2024. So he's losing all of those people. He's, setting records all over the place that you don't want to set. And this is definitely affecting down ballot Republicans, especially if they're already crappy candidates, which perfect example, Ken Paxton down in Texas. For those who don't know, he's running to be a U.S. Senator. Last week, I don't know if you guys caught this, but I covered 3 different polls that showed that the Democrat, James Tallarico, is leading Paxton. Well, now there's a 4th one out. This is from Texas A&M. It's a university down there, and they released their latest survey. So take a look at this. So you can see here, Tallarico is up 4 points on Paxton. So he has 47. Paxton only has 43. And here's why. Check out what it says down below. So down below all of the candidates and their stats, it says Paxton is favored on the border only. That's the only thing that people see in him. On Tallarico, they're like, yeah, I like him on affordability. I trust him on Iran, the water issues, safety. I mean, and then remember, people feel like Trump already has the border under control. So it's not really a boon for Paxton. It's not really a positive for Paxton that they see him tough on the border, because they're like, oh, well, I don't really need him for that. Trump has already handled that. What people need right now is financial relief. Everybody says the number one issue for them is the economy, is inflation. So they trust Tallarico on affordability. That tells you everything you need to know. And then even more telling is the parts below. So if you look down below, it says that Tallarico is in touch with Texas values. He's authentic. He's honest. That's the feedback of the voters. Look at Paxton, tough and corrupt. That's how he's described. That's what people think of him. Is so sad. I mean, it would be if he wasn't such a piece of shit, but yeah. Anyway, and then look down at the very last two lines here. 57% of voters, including large majorities of Democrats and independents, say tactics used by ICE have gone too far. Majority of respondents say they've been about, or excuse me, majority of Republicans say they've been about right. So when it comes to anybody other than, Trump, hardcore Trump supporters, even Texas people, even Texas citizens and respondents say, no, they've gone too far. And this next one is from Emerson College. So take a look at this. Now, I'm showing you guys this because I don't cherry pick. Okay. Ken Paxton is leading in this one by 1 point. So within the margin of error, but I wanted to show it to you guys because I don't want to hide anything. And for anyone who still has PTSD from Beto O'Rourke running against Ted Cruz in 2018, Beto O'Rourke was rarely leading Ted Cruz in the polling. There were a few outliers where he was ahead, but for the most part, Ted Cruz maintained a lead throughout the entire cycle. For some reason, people like him. For some reason, they like that creepy Grandpa Munster looking thing, piece of shit, who keeps screwing them over. Anyway, the last thing I want to show you guys is this. So this just came out today. CBS News did their YouGov poll, or YouGov did their CBS poll, and it shows 75% of Democrats, 62% of independents, and even 54% of Republicans are now saying, yeah, I would go for government price controls. I think that would be a good thing. Yeah. People are sick of it. People are tired. People are stressed out. They are desperate. And so, yeah, they are actually looking at socialist type of policies like government price controls and going, yeah, that sounds like what we need because it's out of control. And, I heard I heard it put in the most perfect way the other day. I think it was the New Republic news outlet that said, if you are afraid of socialism or you don't like socialism, then make capitalism better. Make it better. Make it work for everyone. Otherwise, you get, as we tell children, you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Anyway, guys, there you go. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have news about the defamation lawsuit that Hasan Piker is either filing or at least he's considering filing. I talked about this on the live stream last Friday. For those who don't know, I do a live stream every Friday here on Raw News and Politics. My friend Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions joins me, and we just shoot the shit for 2 hours. We talk about all kinds of stuff going on in the news and share some fun stuff. But anyway, we talked about this last week. So if you have not seen that video, here's basically what's going down. Hasan Piker, who is a streamer, he's here on YouTube, but he's also over on Twitch. That's his biggest platform. And he was talking about suing Scott Jennings, the man with the most punchable face, who's always over on CNN, for lying about him. Well, now he's talking about maybe expanding this to Fox News. So take a look. Here's an article that they quoted him in. They interviewed Hasan for this article. And this was published, if you want to go look this up, this was in Status News Outlet. So Scott Jennings, for those who don't know, didn't see it in my live stream, Scott Jennings played a very edited clip of, or a series of clips. It was like a montage of Hassan Piker clips. And he said, quote, "Now Abdul El Sayed's best friend is out there calling for Black voters to be lynched. Beneath all the smiles and dancing videos, there's nothing but hate and violence in the heart of these communists." Okay, that one comment alone is enough to get him sued, because no, Hassan Piker did not call for Black people to be lynched. He would never say such a thing. What Scott Jennings doesn't get, and what, maybe even people on the left, or not maybe, I know that people on the left are not getting it, and I'm going to explain in a minute, is that Hassan is reading comments from his comment section as he is live streaming, as we do on the live stream here on Fridays. You read comments coming in from viewers. He is arguing with those viewers who are making these comments. So he's reading their comments, and then people are attributing it to him. So it would be like someone watching my live stream on Friday and saying, I really hate Hassan Piker. He should go kill himself or jump off a cliff. And then me reading it, I hate Hassan Piker, blah, 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 and then going, go to hell. And somebody going, wow, she just said she hates Hassan Piker and she told him to go to hell. That is not what's, so people are taking this completely out of context. I shared last week a video of an interview with him explaining that people come into his comment section all the time claiming to be a Black person who supports Trump. He rightfully lays into them because he doesn't give a shit what color you are, what nationality, what race, what religion. If you support Trump, he is against you. He's going to give you shit. Doesn't matter. So anyway, Scott Jennings is either lazy, inept, or both. So now, like I said, Hassan Piker is considering suing Fox News because of Harris Faulkner. So Harris Faulkner is, some of you, I'm sure you know, she is a host over at Fox News. And she didn't play these, edited clips, this montage of Hassan, but she referenced it on her show. And then she repeated the same lies that Scott Jennings said. So Piker told Status News Outlet that some are, cynically doing this, he thinks, just to win elections, just to, smear his good name, blah, blah, blah. But then he thinks others are just too stupid or too ignorant to know that it's BS. So he said people like Scott Jennings, he believes, are just uninformed. They don't understand new media platforms like Twitch. They don't understand how streamers are reading the comments and doing exactly what I just explained. So here's part of what he told them. He said, I don't think Scott Jennings knows what Twitch is. I don't think he understands the format that I occupy, Piker said, adding that he suspects Jennings was simply handed the material by Republican political operatives looking to fold him into their midterm messaging. Wouldn't doubt it. Absolutely wouldn't doubt it. And like I said, Scott Jennings, too lazy to go do his own research, too inept, doesn't know that, these are not his comments. These are actually coming from inside the house, Scott. These are comments coming from Scott's side of the MAGA, or I guess the right is the MAGA party. So anyway, here's the thing. Here's why I want to cover this and why this is so important. So, and why I want you guys to understand. Number one, as I mentioned, I am seeing liberal podcasters who, and voters too, who are falling for these lies. These are lies that will only hurt the Democrats in the midterm. So, for example, the other day, I saw a couple of videos that were posted on the channel. It's called Tabitha Speaks Politics. Now, I like Tabitha. She is pretty much on the left. You know, she votes for Democrats, but she is slamming Hassan Piker for rightfully calling for Democrats to defend him. That was her latest video. Tabitha is buying into these lies. Instead of doing research, instead of trying to figure it out herself and realizing that Hassan has been fighting for Black people, number one, fighting for their rights forever. And number two, that he would never say things like this, that he is just repeating the MAGA filth that's in his comment section. Instead of doing that, she's like, yeah, F him. You know, I'm not helping him. My words, not hers. I'm paraphrasing. But she's like, yeah, too bad. We're not standing up for you. If she really wants Democrats to win in the midterms, she would. She would tell her audience to. So, you know, she's just repeating what she's seeing and hearing out there and playing, by the way, the same exact edited defamatory clips that Scott Jennings played. So people on the left, you better beware, because if Scott Jennings gets wrapped up in this lawsuit, which it sounds like he's the main and intended target, and then he rolls in Fox News, of course, he's going to have to pull in left-wing people, because the court is going to go, okay, well, why aren't you suing them? They're saying the same things about you. They're playing the same clips. Why aren't you suing them? Anyway, here's the thing. I get that the lobotomized MAGA Kool-Aid cult is falling for this shit, but educated liberals? Seriously? Anyway, here's why Hassan will likely win this defamation case. So first you have to prove actual malice. And what actual malice means, and it's kind of a high bar, especially if you're a famous person, if you're a public person trying to sue someone, the person that you're suing has to have known or had reasonable suspicion, had reason to believe that what they're saying is false. And yet they said it anyway, or they did it anyway, or disseminated the information anyway. And then second, you have to show harm. You have to show that you were harmed by their lies. Well, Hassan explained to the Status News, he's had to change his entire life because of increased death threats. So the article said this, or actually I don't think I have it, but basically I'll just read you what they said. They said, meanwhile, for Piker, the fallout has moved off screen. The streamer told Status he has tightened security, cut back on travel, and scaled down public appearances amid what he described as a sharp increase in threats. I am getting inundated with death threats, so much more than ever before, he said, adding, it's nothing I haven't grown accustomed to. So, yeah, you grow accustomed to it, but you still worry, right? You still take precautions. You still maybe hire security or put up more cameras or what have you. So that's all it takes. I'm saying, you know, from what we've seen in the past, I don't know if you guys remember, but there was, I think he was a county clerk in Arizona, if I remember correctly, who refused to do what MAGA wanted, refused to do and bend to the will of Donald Trump. And this was a Republican. And he started getting all kinds of death threats. He and his family had to move. He had to put in all these cameras and stuff. And he won. He won his defamation suit. So it's nothing to laugh at. But I'm so glad that he is suing people, or that I think he's going to sue these people, because this shit needs to stop. Because the left, like I said, is picking it up and running with it, whether because they just don't know any better or because they also don't want progressive policies and they're ignorant about what the base actually wants. I don't know. But the only way to stop this is to show that, yeah, I have nothing to hide. You're wrong. And I'm going to prove it in court. And then you're going to pay for it. So good on Hassan. Happy that he's doing this. Anyway, guys, and if anybody knows him or knows anyone who knows him, I really want to try to get him on the show and talk to him about this myself. I reached out to him on Instagram. So hook me up. Hook a sister up. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Welcome to the show. So I have yet another story about a Trump voter who is absolutely done with him 100% because of Donald Trump's deportation policies. So check this out. This man's name is Brent Yindra. He recently spoke with the New York Times. So this is Brent and his wife here. Basically, his wife was hauled off. They were at a California airport. And Donald Trump's Gestapo just came up and grabbed her. So Brent is a 3-time Trump voter, and his wife ended up being detained for 16 days. She now has an ankle monitor on, and she is facing deportation. So Brent is very much regretting his vote. And evidently, his wife that you see here, Galina, she's Russian. And so she came to the country legally. She came on, as I understand it, a tourist visa. And then she, met him. She filed for a green card. Actually, I take it back. Before she met him in 2022, she had filed for a green card. Now I'm remembering the story because of the Russia-Ukraine war. It was after Russia invaded Ukraine. So she meets him. They get married, I believe, in 2025, it said. She has no criminal record. She has complied with all of the laws, all of the immigration rules of our country. But yet they're disembarking from a plane. They were actually on their way to celebrate her birthday. They were headed, I believe, to like wine country, and they were going to celebrate her birthday. And this plainclothes ICE agent comes up, he grabs her, and according to Galina, he said, quote, "Congratulations, you've been chosen for secondary screening." So he takes her into a room, talks with her for like 15 minutes, and then he cuffs Galina, throws her in an unmarked car, and takes off without even allowing her to say goodbye to her husband. And so Brent said to the New York Times, quote, "A U.S. citizen just watched his wife get dragged away and had no idea where she's going." Because, yeah, it's a total lie that they tell the family. The ICE agent told Galina, because she said, "Can I at least give my husband my rings, my wedding rings?" And he's like, "Oh, yeah, he'll know where you are. He'll know where to find you." Total lie. We know this from thousands of stories now. They do not tell the family anything. And so then the family's like spinning their wheels for days or weeks, sometimes months on end, trying to find their loved ones. And, some people are saying like they do this to break them down, to break down the detainees so they lose hope and they think, "Oh my God, my family's not even coming to see me." And then they'll just want to leave. So, and then Brent told the New York Times why he voted for Trump, apparently 3 times. So here's what he said. He said, "The allure of the MAGA campaign was around illegal entries of criminals. There was never a mandate for this president to turn the barrel of the gun and start going after people who legally entered." Really? Really, Brent? Have you not been paying attention for the last 10 plus years? Did you not know that everyone who supports Trump, pretty much every MAGA person who supports him, hates any foreigners, is a vile, putrid racist, is a complete, white supremacist bigot? And even if you are white, if you're not American, they don't consider you to be human. Why is this news to this man? But this is who he's going to support. And then Galina spoke with the New York Times as well, and she described these absolutely horrific conditions in the detention center. And this detention center, of course, is run by a Donald Trump donor. So this guy is a doctor, apparently, Dr. George Zoli. He is the founder and the head of Geo Group, which, if Democrats don't make this guy a boogeyman for the right, like they've done to like George Soros on the left, I don't know what Democrats are doing. This guy should be on every Democrat's lips. He should be in every ad. Like Dr. Kevorkian is how they should portray him. I mean, in this article, it talks about how he regularly maxes out donations, not just to Donald Trump, but to the Republican Party. So obviously, that is a huge incentive that, they want to lock up as many people as possible to keep this big donor happy. So anyone who thought, oh, well, Trump and the Republicans are so good, they're such good people, they're doing this to keep Americans safe, that's bullshit. This is about cold, hard cash, because not only are they getting these massive donations from this guy, but they also own stock in these companies. Despicable, absolutely hateful, just the most vile, disgusting companies, the most just reprehensible behavior by anyone who supports these companies and owns their stock. And here's the thing, we all know there's two ways that you increase profit margin, right? You, with a prison, you either take in more inmates because then you're going to make more money off of the state or off of the federal government, which Donald Trump and his administration is definitely helping them to do that. And then second, you reduce costs, you reduce overhead. And that's what this guy is doing. He provides the bare minimum. He treats these people worse than you would treat any animal. And this is coming not just from Galena, but consider it is coming from Galena, who is married to a man who voted for Donald Trump 3 times and wanted to get the criminals out, thought that they were going to go after the criminals. So she told the New York Times that they treat these people as, or people in these detention centers, not human, like they're not human. And then here's what else she said to them. She said, she conveyed, sleep deprivation was a constant, she said. Lights were always on. Handheld radios carried by the guards crackled day and night. On her birthday, Miss Bobraneva recalled she shared chocolate she had ordered from the commissary with fellow Russian-speaking detainees. Miss Bobraneva described neglect, filth, and people in despair. For 120 women, there were 7 showers, only 4 worked. Potable water was scarce. Ailing people were denied care until they required hospitalization, she said, echoing the allegations in a federal lawsuit. So yeah, like I said, this is not just coming from her. We were hearing this over and over and over again. And this next thing I want to share with you guys, this is very telling. This is a woman, like I said, who came from Russia. Okay. This is how you know how depraved Donald Trump and his minions are and how they've gone too far. She comes from a country led by one of the most oppressive regimes. And she said, quote, "I never thought that it was so easy to take freedom from anyone." A Russian woman saying that in America. And then her husband, he said this to the New York Times. He said, "We are living in fear in my own country." Yeah, Brent, this is kind of what we warned you about. Kind of why we said, don't do it. Don't vote for him again. But no, we have Trump derangement syndrome. We're all crazy. We're all watching fake news on the left. We can't possibly be telling you the truth and warning you for your own freaking good. Anyway, if this guy votes for another Republican in his lifetime, he deserves every bit of pain he gets. I mean, if he doesn't understand that Republicans have and have had the power to stop this from day one, I don't know what to say to him. He's uninformed and, he obviously enjoys the pain. So anyway, guys, there you go. I'll let you know if I hear any more on this story. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So we need to talk about some betrayal from the left of the left. This is some left on left violence that's going on. And we also need to talk about how the Democratic, quote unquote, leadership needs to be changed out and why. Because they're going to destroy the party. They're absolutely going to destroy the party. They're going to tank our chances in the midterms. And at the same time, they're trying to portray progressives as the ones who are going to blow it and destroy our chances in the midterms, which is just so ironic and laughable. So here's the deal. Hakeem Jeffries was just on Meet the Press, okay? He's asked about the DSA platform. Now, I could understand if he said, I'm not on board with everything on the DSA platform. No, he decides to go on the attack and say that he doesn't support some of the most popular parts of the DSA platform. This is how either out of touch or paid off this man is. Those are the only two reasons that I can think of. Either he is so inept, so incompetent, and doesn't understand where the base of the party is, where the country is as a whole, or he is just so bought and paid for that he doesn't want to go up against his big dollar donors. So here's what he said about Medicare for all and abolish ICE. So in regard to Medicare for all, he's like, yeah, no, I don't support that. I don't support a single payer system. I'm not for that at all. Okay. And then they asked him about ICE and he's like, yeah, no, I think that ICE is out of control. We need to reform it. But no, I'm totally against abolishing ICE. Then the DNC meets. Over the weekend, they had a meeting. This was on Saturday last weekend. And they passed two completely different competing statements, two different policy statements, because they couldn't get it together and figure out which was best. So this was specifically related to ICE. So one statement said, yes, we want to abolish ICE. And then another statement said, no, we just want to reform it. So here's the deal. Don't take it from me. You don't have to believe me, a progressive, of whether or not these policies are popular, whether or not this is the way that they should be going. Okay. Take a look at this. This is the Medicare for All poll that was just conducted last week. This was the Economist YouGov poll. Take a look for yourself, guys. A plurality strongly supports Medicare for all. 20% somewhat supports it. So, let's see, let's do the math. 64% of respondents in total either somewhat or strongly support Medicare for all. You know why? Because people can't afford health care. People can't, even if people can get it, they can't afford it. And you had Jesse Jackass Waters over on Fox News today saying, oh, here's an idea, get a job. Yeah, people have jobs. It doesn't mean they have health care. Not every employer gives health care. Freaking moron. What an elitist piece of shit. How does he not know that? How does he not know that millions of Americans across the country have a job and still don't have health care? Or I don't know if it's different in other states, but here in California, the only thing your employer has to do is pay $100 a month. $100 a month. You know what that buys? Jack shit. Doesn't buy a healthcare policy. Even if they offer you health insurance through the company, that's the bare minimum that they have to do. And many employers, that's what they do. And then in regard to the whole abolish ICE thing, check this out. This is a poll, same, Economist YouGov. This was from July. So you can see here, it's not a majority, but 48% either somewhat or strongly support abolishing ICE, not reforming it, abolishing it. And then 12% are like, yeah, I'm not sure. So, tell me again how the Democrats are doing these moderate Democrats, these middle of the road, corporate owned, centrist establishment Democrats. Tell me how they have their finger on the pulse of the nation and what the majority of Americans want. Could be why their favorability rating is in the freaking dirt. Could be why they're not that popular. Take a look at this. This is the RCP average. This is polls this all throughout this entire year. Okay. If you look down the list, you will not see Democrats coming even close to 50%, which means I think the highest I saw on here was like 44%. And that was the most recent. And that was only one poll. That was CBS News. So you have most people in this country do not like the Democratic Party. This is one of the reasons why, or these are the reasons why, because they can't pull their heads out of their asses long enough to understand. Why do you think the Republican Party has such a high approval rating? It's not because they're so great and they've done so much. They do, or what's good for the country, I should say. They do what their base wants. So their base gives them a high score. That's why when you poll Republicans, they love Trump. When you poll Republicans, they love the Republican Party because they're listening to their base, because they're doing what their base wants. It is the polar opposite with the Democrats. The base is going, we want health care. We want government paid health care. We pay a shit ton of taxes every year. We should get something out of it, not just funding a fucking genocide in another country. And the Democratic Party goes, la, 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 la. I cannot hear you. No, nope, they don't want it. I'm not for it. Nope, I don't think our base wants that. So I'm not going to support it. Listen to your voters. Dance with the one who brung you, as the song says. I think that was a song. Maybe it's just a saying. I don't know. But anyway. And here's the other thing. Democrats are aligning themselves with the MAGA scum of the world, people like Laura Loomer, to stop progressive candidates and shut down their events. Check this out. So what you're going to see are two Democratic candidates. They're running in Florida tomorrow. Their primary races are in Florida. One of them is running against Jared Moskowitz, the guy who calls himself the Ron DeSantis Democrat. Tells you everything you need to know about him. The other one is running against, what's her name? Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who is another one, Moskowitz and Wasserman Schultz both sold their souls to Israel, refused to call it a genocide, refused to say anything negative about Israel because they take a shit ton of money from AIPAC. So here is what these candidates had to say about an event that they tried to hold, and they got kicked out of the first two venues because of what MAGA and some other Democrats did to them.
Oliver, why don't you pick up on that? Because I think people will be pretty shocked to learn that you've got elected Democrats in the Florida Democratic Party who are making common cause here with Laura Loomer and the likes of, she's like just blatantly bigoted Islamophobic person. And she's not the only one on the right that Florida Democrats are sort of making common cause with here.
Yeah, Randy Fine, the bigoted Islamophobic United States representative from the 6th District, also was in Fox News saying that we were not supposed to have Rashida Tlaib come to our district and rally with us, that this was, again, what Elijah said, making these spurious claims and accusations. A lot of it's projection, right? I mean, these are some of the most bigoted Islamophobic figures in the Republican Party. And unfortunately, as Michael Gottlieb revealed himself, someone who would make common cause with the far right to suppress the voices of Democratic voters and try to get in the way of exercising our First Amendment rights to freedom of speech. So we had a strong degree of confidence in the second venue, the Downtown Event Center. I was actually there for the CARE South Florida Gala that Angie Nixon spoke at. But the pressure campaign, the harassment, the targeted hate that we saw motivated the cancellations of these two venues. We're talking about hundreds of calls that were made. And like Elijah said, threats that were made personally against candidates, against attendees. And it's just unacceptable. And the Democratic Party, especially down here in South Florida, really needs to make a choice, because what we're talking about is collective liberation. We're talking about an end to genocide and an end to apartheid, and making sure that the actions of the Israeli government is not putting people in our districts, including Jewish Americans, at risk by getting the blowback of these, very anti-Semitic claims that just try to paint the Jewish community as a monolith and ascribe the actions of the Israeli government to people in South Florida, including Jewish Floridians, who just want to see us address the cost of living crisis and not contribute to breaking both U.S. and international law.
So just trying to do the right thing, and they are getting thrown out of events, or not thrown out, but they are getting shut down and told, yeah, you know what, you're not going to be able to do your event here because we're getting so many calls of hate and threats, and we just don't want to be a part of this. And it's not just Republicans that are doing this to them. So as you heard him there, he mentioned a Democrat, Florida Democrat named Michael Gottlieb, who is literally aligning himself with Laura freaking Loomer, one of the most vile, disgusting people on the planet. And then you've got Jared Moskowitz, too, out there, siding with Republicans, going on Fox News, slamming other Democrats. Again, calling himself a Ron DeSantis Democrat. It is sickening. Sickening. With what Ron DeSantis has done to people in the state of Florida, making people of color and anybody in the LGBTQ community terrified for their life. I mean, what he's done to women, to women's rights in that state. And Jared Moskowitz wants to align himself with that as a Democrat. So, guys, go out, vote these fuckers out tomorrow. It is way past time. They have got to go. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I need to tell you guys, Donald Trump has lost it. And I don't mean like lost his mind. We all know that. But he has lost his populist political instincts. Say that 3 times fast. He's lost his political mojo. Like, whatever you think of him, he definitely knows or knew how to work the room. He knew how to pretend to have empathy. He knew how to reach people, speak to them based on what they wanted, what they needed. He was able to tap into the needs and wants of the average American. And he has lost that. I don't know what's going on with him, but I have several examples to show you guys. And, there's only a couple things that it could be. It's either his brain is fried, either he just has lost it completely. He doesn't know what he's doing or how to do it anymore. Or he knows he doesn't have much longer on Earth, and he just doesn't give a damn. Here's the first example. As you guys may have heard, military members are reportedly throwing themselves overboard on naval ships because they've been out at sea for an unbelievable amount of time. So here's an article, and this didn't come from some lefty, New York Times or whatever kind of leftist publication that the right likes to bitch about. This comes from the Military Times. Okay. It was reported, it was picked up by other news outlets, but this was actually published in this specific article was published in the Military Times. They talk about the horrific conditions. They, like I said, have been at sea for over half a year. I think it's something like 9 months now. The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, other military leaders are totally denying this, but their family members are even coming out and they're slamming them. They're slamming the Trump regime and saying, no, this is actually real. So there was an article here that says families of USS Lincoln crew say Trump should be ashamed of conditions on board. So this is the one of the ships that's positioned and stationed over, in the area of the Iran war, because and they're like running things. They're at risk themselves, but they're also trying to defend other countries in the area. And, they're like sitting ducks, basically. And so these family members have heard from their loved ones who are aboard this ship, and they're hearing like, we don't have proper food, we don't have soap, we don't have toothpaste, potable water, is like hit and miss, and we're unable to shower, we're unable to wash our clothes, like things are breaking down. So family members have confirmed this. They've confirmed these are deplorable conditions that they're living in. And Trump was recently asked about this. So I don't know if he was getting on a plane or getting off, but the reporter asked him. Here's his response.
Members of U.S. service members are concerned about the conditions on board the USS Lincoln.
Well, no, that ship is moving. No, they're not. That ship is moving right now, or very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship.
Has the deployment gone on too long?
No. Not nearly long enough.
Unbelievable. So, first of all, denies that the family members are upset, which is bullshit, and then says, oh, yeah, no, they haven't been out there long enough. The guy who, dodged the draft how many times? But they haven't been out there enough. I haven't tortured them enough. And then here's the other thing. He and Hegseth keep saying, oh, no, there's nothing. They haven't been out there that long. It hasn't been that bad. We don't have a problem with how long they've been out there, but we're changing out the ship. We're sending a different ship. Well, why are you sending a different ship if you think that it's not a big deal? So they talk out of both sides of their mouth. But anyway, then today, I think it was just today, Donald Trump doubled down on these lies. So this is during a White House press conference for something totally different. And one of the reporters asked him about this issue again. Here's what he had to say today.
There for a period of time, good period of time. But over the years, we've had them out there much longer. I was at a group meeting, and an admiral came up to see me over the weekend. And it was at a big group, and he happened to be an admiral retired. He said, I've been on ships that are out there much longer than that, sir. And I know people on the Lincoln, they say it's beautifully maintained and beautifully taken care of. And other people went out and they found out to be true. It was fake news reporting from CNN.
He's so full of shit. You know how he's full of shit? Anytime he says, sir. Then he said, sir. He starts playing the air accordion. He starts saying the word sir. He is making shit up. He is concocting it. It's like his hands are concocting the story. Like it's the AI that's feeding his brain, his little pea brain, on what to say. So full of it. And again, if it's fine, if you've had ships out there this long and it's not a problem, why are you trading it out? Why are you sending a different ship? And then I want to show you this too. There was a recent event. This was with police officers. I don't know what it was all about. It may have been like police officers union or something. But anyway, here's what he said to them about gas prices and this war. It just shows, again, he doesn't understand how average Americans are feeling right now. He is so in his little MAGA cocoon, little MAGA bubble of disinformation. He doesn't get it. Check this out.
Just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more. You're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'll never apologize. I did the right thing.
Oh, the ads just write themselves, don't they? Here's the thing. I don't know. Maybe these officers were told not to clap. That happens sometimes. I know they do that with the military. But did you see the looks on their faces? Like that told the whole story. Not only were they not clapping or cheering when he said, oh, $4 for gas. Oh, it's not a big deal. I'm never going to apologize. They not only did not clap, but like some of them were rolling their eyes. Some of them were like, looking like they just wanted to get out of there. Like they totally disagreed with him. So he's lost it. He has lost his populist edge. He can't even pretend to care or empathize with average Americans anymore. And then I want you to see this next thing. So check this out. So this was reported by Bloomberg originally. And they're saying, yeah, Trump wants to give more tax cuts to the wealthy before the midterms. What do you even say to that? Obviously, this is wildly unpopular, right? I mean, the big butt ugly bill is already unpopular, and then he wants to double down on it. So it shows like he is either not seeing real polling data or he just doesn't care. He doesn't care what it says. And then look at this one. So Trump showed off this article. He held this article up. This was just last week. And he's bragging about how, it's all because of me saving people money on prescription drugs, because the Washington Post reported that prescription drug prices had their sharpest drop in more than 60 years. That was a direct quote from the article. So obviously his little, blonde companion, Natalie Harp, printed this out for him. That's why they call her the human printer, because, apparently he doesn't like anything online, but he very clearly did not read the article, nor did she, because in the article, it credits Biden for this drop. It credits Biden's Inflation Reduction Act. The article says, quote, Biden-era policy that requires Medicare to negotiate prices for some popular prescription drugs is more likely to be driving down costs. Now, unfortunately, the price drops did not take effect until the beginning of this year. This is the problem I have with Democrats. They slow walk their policies instead of shoving them down everybody's throats like Donald Trump did in the past 18 months. And then Republicans come in and they take credit for it. This should have been something that Biden was on day one and forcing everyone to do. Forcing. Not maybe, can you kind of, do you want to? No, you're going to do this. It is popular. You're going to do this. And if you don't, I'm going to out you. I'm going to call you out by name. I will turn the public against you because this is what the public wants. This is what happens when you get these weak ass Democrats. Anyway, guys, there you go. But yeah, homie's losing it in more ways than one. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have more Trump regrets to share with you guys today, more stories of Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journeys. So first up, I have a video. This is of an Ohio Trump voter who admits that Trump didn't actually make America great again. So take a look.
America feel great again?
No, not at all. Well, I can get laid off tomorrow, and then I'm pretty much homeless. Because, you can't save now. Every dollar you have has to go to gas, groceries, bills, rent.
Yeah, so that was a man that was interviewed by MS Now. This is a series that they've been doing. They've been going out and speaking with people, particularly at gas stations where they're feeling the pain the most. And, these people are pissed off and they're disturbed, they're disillusioned, they're upset, especially the younger Trump voters. That's one thing that I really noticed with the New York Times article that I recently talked about. They also spoke with Donald Trump voters, And I mentioned this in the last FAFO video. What I saw was a huge age divide. So people over 50 were like, yeah, it's short-term pain for long-term gain. Everybody under 50 was like, yeah, no, this is not what I signed up for. I'm pissed off. This is definitely going to affect how I vote in the next election, or it could, affect it. And it's obvious why, because the people under 50 are less financially secure because they have a vastly different experience in, the financial system within the United States. So this next voter that I have to show you guys is a perfect example. So this is a 28-year-old guy named Luke Stanley. He's from the state of Maine. This is a photo of him. And he said, hey, my business is doing good. My business for me in this Trump second administration is actually good. But I don't like the war. And he said gas prices may very well affect who he votes for in the midterms. This next man said something similar. So this guy is a little bit older. This is 45-year-old Brandon Toole of Ohio. He claims Donald Trump's policies have changed since his first administration. He's also upset about gas prices, but unlike that last guy that I showed you, Toole says he's probably not going to vote at all. He said, I'm not interested in Democratic candidates, so I'm probably just going to sit it out. Next up, I have another Trump voter for you who is unlikely to vote ever again, not just in this upcoming midterms, but ever in the future. Take a look.
Trump supporter for a very long time. The gas prices, almost $5 a gallon for unleaded. My brother-in-law just posted a video. I just seen it this morning. He might have posted it yesterday. I don't know. Him and his wife, they went out to Dairy Queen, got 2 ice creams and a basket of fries, and it was $35. All right, I'm tired of it. So from now on, I'm not voting for anybody. I'm not voting for anybody. You can either support that decision or you don't. I don't care. I'm not voting no more.
I'm fine with that. Fine by me. I hope they all stay home. And then next up, I have a Trump voter who obviously hasn't felt enough pain yet because they're not yet remorseful. So he wrote this on Twitter. He said, knowing how much he's betrayed our trust as a people, as a nation, he's doubled his net worth. He's made over $2 billion on crypto since crypto trading since being in office. He's exposed to us how much control Israel has over our country. I still don't regret voting for him. The alternative was Kamala, and the border would still be wide open. Censorship would be getting tighter and tighter. Really? So as duped as I feel, I would do it again in a nanosecond as long as the left and legacy media are still celebrating censorship and their other insanity. I'm out. Really? Really, guy? I mean, yeah. So he cites waste, fraud, and abuse committed by Trump, but the Democrats are worse. And who wants to fill this idiot in on how much censorship there has been in the Trump administration? His FCC chairman is literally trying to shut down left-wing shows and take away broadcasting licenses of any channel, any TV outlet or news station that hurt Donald Trump's little feelings. Are you freaking kidding me? But sure, guy, yeah, it's the left that's so censorious. Anyway, this next man is regretful. Of course, though, it's because it's cost him money. So this guy posted on Twitter as well, in all caps, he said, honestly, lost hope in crypto with real Donald Trump in office. He destroyed the industry so bad. At least with Joe Biden, we saw pumps and money XRP past $2. Don't know what that is. Honestly, I regret voting for this president. Trump really sucks. I mean, I agree on the last part, but, as with everything else, as for everything else, I should say, he's totally fine with it. This guy is fine with everything else that the apricot antichrist sociopath in the White House has done. Only concerned about his own money. Next up, I have another video. This another Trump voter who called into the Megyn Kelly wrap-up show a while back, totally upset about gas prices, and you're going to hear why. This one's a doozy.
Trump supporter for quite a while, and things are starting to change. Everybody talks about the fuel prices, and I just kind of want to give them an idea. I'm a truck driver. I drive around the Midwest, and a normal week for a driver is like between $500 and $700 a week in fuel. Right now, I'm averaging between $1,900 and $2,100 a week in diesel fuel, and it's just killing the drivers. It's going to put a lot of drivers out of business. I want to trust him as much as I did 2 years ago, 5 years ago, but sometimes he makes it really hard just in the things that he does say. I have friends and family, that they're devout Democrats, and they bring a lot of things up, about with Trump, and sometimes it is hard to defend him because of the things he says.
Really? You don't say. So that was Joe from Missouri. Sounds like he has some pretty intelligent friends. Maybe you should listen to them sometime. I mean, think about this. Like, you go from $500 to $700 a week in gas to 19 to 20, do you say 2,100 a week? That is insane. That is absolutely insane. If he still doesn't regret his vote, there's nothing that's ever going to change this guy's mind. And I would suspect that there's something else going on that he really loves Trump for. Some other, reason that he doesn't want to say publicly, that he just can't quit this guy. Because why? Why at this point when he is affecting you personally so in such a negative way? Or maybe he does. Maybe he already does regret it. He's just unwilling to admit it. But anyway, the last one I have for you guys today, this is from another Twitter user. This is a guy named John. So John replied to the Republican congressman we all know, Jim Jordan, because Jordan was claiming in a post that Donald Trump is, quote unquote, going after fraudsters. I know. It's funny. So anyway, John said this to him. John said, Trump is the fraudster. You're just a mouthpiece for the fraudster. I voted 3 times for the fraud and wish I never did. So John gets it. John's woke. John's the new form of woke. Oh, yeah, it is laughable. These Republican lawmakers. I mean, so desperate. But, you have to consider the audience, too. I mean, on Twitter, you've got MAGA Twitter, which is just filled with the most clueless, lobotomized people on the planet who honestly don't have a clue that Donald Trump is grifting and stealing and just making money hand over fist off of the presidency. So it's an easy audience, is shooting fish in a barrel over there. Anyway, guys, that's it for this segment. I will have more for you. So love you all. Please like, share, subscribe, tell others about the show if you can help out. Really, really need it right now. I don't know what YouTube is doing, but they're killing me. They're killing me, Smalls. All right. Like I said, love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I want to talk to you guys about a couple different things related to Abdul El-Sayed. He is the Democratic candidate who won the primary last week in Michigan for a Michigan Senate seat. U.S. Senate, and the amount of hate, the amount of Islamophobia that is coming from both sides of the aisle, but mostly the right, of course, is just out of control. It is off the charts. And it's not just because of his win, but it's also because of Zoran Mamdani. I mean, I have just seen this explosion of Islamophobia online. It is unfathomable. I've seen some of it in the past, of course. It's just, it's never not been there. but this is out of control. This is going to get somebody killed. So I'm going to talk about that. I want to share with you a couple of things, couple of posts, one from Donald Trump, one from another Republican. And I have more to say on this matter later in the week. I'll have another video for you guys because MAGA is just out of control with this. But I also want to talk about how part of the reason I think that El Said is getting so much hate is because he's really getting under Donald Trump's skin, and he is just dishing it back to him in the most perfect ways. So take a look at this. The first video I want to show you guys. Well, actually, let me show you Donald Trump's post, and then I'll play for you guys what El Said said in return. So Donald Trump posted this on his failing social media site, and it really is failing, which I'm going to share with you guys on another day. But he says 2 different Americas. And then he has a picture of himself and Melania in black tie attire. And then he has Abdul El Sayed and his wife, obviously sitting in some sort of restaurant. They're like in a booth together and, look very happy, and she's wearing her hijab. So obviously, the insinuation is, oh, we're American and they're not. Look, what I see, and, as I'm going to share with you guys, what I said to Donald Trump on his social media site in part was, yeah, I see a couple who doesn't really like each other, actually loathes each other, compared to a couple that actually is in love, right? But anyway, El Said, to my surprise, said much the same thing. He definitely just is. If Donald Trump heard this, and I would believe that he has, this is going to get under his skin so much. So take a listen.
Right. One in which your overlords are 2 people who don't like each other but joint in the interest of making billions of dollars off of you, or 2 people who genuinely love each other, want to come together to build the kind of America where they can raise a family and know that that family is going to have the good things. So yes, you've got 2 different visions of America. Donald Trump's vision is the one you're living in right now. Can you afford your gas? Can you afford your groceries? Do you believe, when you look your kids in the eye, that they're going to have a better future than you did? When we look our daughters in the eye, Emily and Sirine, we want them to believe that they're every bit as able to have a better future than the one that they could have had under the Trump administration, where they know they'll have the health care that they need and good jobs. I want them to live in an America where they can breathe clean air and drink clean water. And actually, Sarah and I like each other. I don't know about the First Lady and the President, but from what I've heard, it's a bit of a rocky road.
Like I said, so perfect, brings it back to the affordability issue about, do you like Donald Trump's America? Talks about how Donald Trump's wife doesn't really care for him all that much, which has to sting. That gets under his skin. So just perfect. And like I said, even before I saw that video, I went over on Truth Social because I had read about Donald Trump's post, and I saw the post and I commented below it and said almost the exact same thing. I said, yeah, we have a man who actually wants to do good for our country instead of just grifting off of his own supporters. And, he's in a marriage with a woman who loves him versus, your wife who loathes you, you cheat on each other, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, and then that's the thing. Donald Trump knows she's only there for the money, right? This is why all of these wealthy men have attractive wives. They're not attractive themselves. Look at Jeff Bezos, right? I mean, look at the women that Elon Musk has been with. They're not attractive men. And they know that these women are only there for the money. That's why they're so greedy. This is why it's never enough for them. Because they're so afraid that they're going to lose a woman who would never have any interest in them, would never look their way if they weren't so rich. Right? I mean, some women would still be interested, but not the gold diggers that they're married to. I've never given a damn how much money a man makes or what he has. I'm not shallow and lazy. I'm willing to go out and work for myself. So anyway, El Said also slammed Donald Trump for his alleged dirty diaper, other foul smelling incidents that everybody talks about in regard to him. So check this out.
Donald Trump seems to think you're a gift to the Republican Party. What do you say to that?
I'm a gift to the state of Michigan, God willing, and hope to win this election.
And he says, if you pardon the language, you're full of What do you say to that?
At least I don't let mine go in the middle of the Oval Office.
Oh, yeah. This has got to be irritating the crap out of, well, poor choice of words there. But anyway, you know what I mean. So here's the thing. This is what pisses me off with the Democrats. Progressives have to fight not just Republicans. We have to fight our own party. We have to fight establishment Democrats at the same time. It's just insane, and it is just completely unfair. It is what establishment Democrats never have to put up with. And when they do, it's like, oh, you're trying to help the other side win. But, when they attack progressives, everybody just goes silent. Everybody becomes, a monk. But anyway, here's what I mean by this. So Nancy Mace, cray Nancy Mace, she puts out this post, jumping on the Islamophobic bandwagon. She says, every single Muslim holding public office in America is a Trojan horse and a threat to both national security and our republic. We refuse to be silent. Okay, so she goes on CNN and she's asked about this. And, to the guy's credit, the host actually kind of held her feet to the fire. But she goes on to just completely contradict her own words in the beginning. So, he starts off rightfully asking her, are you slandering? Are you saying all Muslims are dangerous? And she said, oh, no. And then she goes on to explain why she doesn't think Muslims should be in our country. So take a listen.
Saying that anyone who is Muslim is a threat to this country?
That's not what I said. Number one, I think we do have a real issue with radical.
I mean, it sounds like that's what you're saying.
No, I was talking about elected officials. When you look at what has just happened.
So any Muslim elected officials, sorry to cut you off, but just to be clear, any elected Muslim officials.
And in the future, when our granddaughters are wearing burqas to school, we're going to
There's
look
no
back
indication
and say,
that is happening.
I don't want to hear the call to prayer 5 times a day in an American city. I think
even if I don't want to hear it, that is their right here.
in the privacy of their own mosque or their own home, not on the streets of America. And if you look at the parades that are happening, I look at the women who are covered head to toe with little slits for their eyes. As a woman, that's scary.
But you're
to
not
me,
being,
that
that's not being forced on you, Congresswoman.
A 6-year-old girl doesn't get a say on whether she should wear a hijab or not. I think we should ban all immigrants from those countries. Thank you.
So she says at the beginning, oh, no, I'm just talking about elected officials. And then she goes on to lay out all of her reasons for hating Muslims in general. When our young girls are going to end up wearing burqas. Who says? What the fuck are you talking about? And then she says, oh, well, 6-year-old girls, they don't have a choice, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry. That's the parents' choice. I could have sworn that these jackasses, these MAGA psychos, said that we should have parental rights in this country. The parents should have the right to do what they want with their children and dictate how their children live. And, oh, well, I don't want to listen to this, prayer in the street 5 times a day. Well, guess what, bitch? Nobody who's not a Christian, who isn't a Bible thumper, wanted the frickin' 10 commandments in their child's school. But you psychos on the MAGA right shove that down everybody's throat. I'm sorry. I get it. People are religious. It's great. It's like that meme that says, I find that religion is like a penis. It's great that you have one, but don't go waving it around in everybody's face. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. That's how a lot of people feel about it. And this MAGA right is so hypocritical. Everything they say. Oh, no, it's just, I only have a problem with the politicians. But I think everybody, of that faith should leave our country, should just get out. I think that, I don't want to listen to their prayers. What they do in their home, what they do in their mosque is fine, but I don't want it out in the middle of the street. Well, we don't want to see Proud Boys in the middle of the street. We don't want to see white supremacists in the middle of the street. We don't want to see neo-Nazis marching in the street. We don't want to see a lot of the shit that you on the MAGA right put out in the street, shove in our faces over and over again. But guess what? It's America. Like he explained to her, there's a First Amendment in this country. So you're just going to have to fucking suck it up. Jesus Christ. It's just insane. So anyway, I next want to show you the same shit basically coming from the left, but they're framing it as, it's just, we're afraid of people hanging out with Hassan Piker because he's so dangerous. He's just like Nick Fuentes, the white supremacist. Take a look at this.
Aren't so much defending the candidate. You were doing this thing that we've become accustomed to calling whataboutism. I thought the president had these bad affiliations. It does seem totally appropriate to address El Said's politics and proposals, but also to address his affiliations. And the affiliation with Hassan Piker is one that strikes me as particularly odd. Nick Fuentes is someone who is a vile, awful character in our politics, but he's also not someone who I've seen any prominent Republican aspirant or elected official palling around with regularly. There was that conversation about Donald Trump having lunch with him. But Kanye brought him to the dinner, and for the most part, but honestly, for the most part, you've only heard prominent Republicans repudiating him. I do think the permission structure on the left gives me some concern.
What a fucking liar. First of all, there was a conversation about Donald Trump having lunch with him. No, there was no conversation about it. He went and had dinner at Mar-a-Lago. Nick Fuentes and Kanye West. Kanye West, the guy who literally put out a song called Heil Hitler. This is who's on the MAGA right. All of these people, all of them are welcome with open arms on the MAGA right. And this guy's going to compare Nick Fuentes to Hassan Piker? Are you fucking kidding me? Let me show you one of Nick Fuentes' supporters, okay? And then we'll talk about the difference between Fuentes supporters and Hassan Piker supporters. Take a look at this. And this was posted, by the way, by a Trump supporter, by a streamer named Sneeko. This is the Groyper, which is the name of Nick Fuentes fans, the Groyper terrorist that shot up the San Diego mosque. Sure, you guys all remember that. It happened a few years back. He said he named Nick Fuentes in his manifesto. He similarly appears to also be a Mexican cat boy. I don't know what that is. But anyway, I'm assuming that has something to do with him making ears and dancing around. But here's the thing. And then he goes on to say, Groypers are commanded to pledge rape, kill, and die for Nicholas J. Fuentes. Show me where Hassan Piker does this. Show me one Hassan Piker supporter who has committed a violent act. Tell me their name, please, because they don't fucking exist. You know what Hassan Piker's supporters are doing? They're out promoting candidates. They're out voting for people. They're out getting people energized to vote in the midterms. They're talking about Medicare for all and a living wage and being able to buy their first homes and being able to provide for their families and have, paid childcare and paid family leave and paid sick leave. They're not out there shooting up any synagogues or any facilities. They're not out there pledging to kill for Hassan Piker. And he has never said anything negative about any one group. I don't give a shit what you've heard, what little snippet you've heard taken out of context. He has flat out said, we need to knock down anti-Semitism. It is not right. Jewish people should not be held responsible for what Bibi Netanyahu and the IDF do. You know, you can't paint them all with a broad brush. Not the same as Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes says hateful, horrible things about Jewish people simply because of their faith. It is so hypocritical. It is, and there is just no comparison. It is just such a false equivalence. And the left, you saw that other guy there who was defending al-Sayed earlier in the clip. He's nodding along like Democrats just go along with this shit. As soon as they get a little bit of peer pressure and something's a little uncomfortable for them, they just fucking cave and go along with it. This is why everybody thinks that the Democratic Party is filled with wimps. Because you don't have anybody with a fucking backbone to stand up and go, no, you know what? I'm not going to condemn him. I'm not going to shame him. He hasn't said anything hateful about any one person. Has he said things in anger and off the cuff and, you know, apologized for it later and on reflection said, you know, I probably shouldn't have said that. That's not truly how I feel. Yes, show me the person who hasn't done that in their life, and I'll show you a liar. I will show you a fucking liar, because every human being has done that at some point in time in their life. Said something out of anger, out of frustration, what have you, and then gone, upon reflection, do I really think that? Do I really feel that way? No, I don't. That was probably stupid for me to say. Here's what I really meant. Here's the nuanced view. So just infuriating. Anyway, guys. But we, you know, progressives, they take it from the left and the right. It's just total bullshit. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
Hey everyone, this is Chris Jaxon Speaks. I am the host of the channel, Chris Jaxon, and of course you can catch me on all my socials on Twitch and Twitter at Real Chris Jaxon, RealChrisJaxon, and then on my TikTok, The Real Chris Jaxon. Today I'm gonna go over the Jubilee video, one black conservative versus 20 black liberals, Officer Tatum. I've been kind of avoiding this because I really don't like to give, what's the word for this, the appropriate raccoons, the time of day, because it's kind of counterintuitive to what I think will actually progress black liberation and ultimately social liberation for everyone as a whole. I'm very interested in what it takes to strive forward as a society in America and improving the conditions for all of my people, but ultimately people as a whole. Remember, the Panthers say, think globally, act locally. But I've just been avoiding this because I know I'm going to hear some of the most ignorant shit. So this is surrounded, again, one black conservative versus 20 black liberals. Officer Tatum, this is on Jubilee. We're going to make sure that I cut up and interrupt enough so, you know, we don't get copyrighted for stealing content or something like that.
I feel like you want to be confrontational more than you want to get to the bottom of a conversation. But if you're 25 and under, the leading cause of death for you is being murdered by another black person.
Oh my God. Here we go. Here we go. Whenever he says that, we'll get right to it, but he's already on some BS. I mean, if you look at aggregate data, yeah, but it's not like black people. I'll make the point when it comes to it. I'm not going to get flustered. It's what? 8 seconds in? Oh, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. It's over. There's no way.
Think you foolish. That is the whole thesis of Up From Slavery.
No, it's
not. Did you read the book?
I did not read the book.
There you go. Then you don't know what you're talking about. You are uneducated.
To say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump
have you ever...
What? That's the craziest thing you've heard? I mean, all racial issues aside, none of his relationship with Epstein, none of that strikes you as more absurd to a degree. I think racism is a very easy claim to make, mind you.
Have you ever met Donald Trump?
Is systemic racism holding the black community back, or has it become an excuse to avoid personal responsibility? Now, John was a little too white to handle this topic, so you got me. I'm Paris Rose from Jubilee Media, and this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces...
I will say it's smart that they got a black woman. Paris here, or that was her name, right? I think.
Full of disagreeers.
Let's see.
Today we're diving into policing in black communities, whether Republicans are better for the black community than Democrats, and the debate over systemic racism.
No.
I'm here with our
Democratic socialists are better than both. Democratic socialists are far better both. It's a liberation that's been led for black people by black people in this country before to some of the most greatest successes before DSA today. DSA today really racking up the congressional wins and state office wins and potentially Senate wins. And so I really wish black leftists were more elevated and had a way to make the more convincing point to the rest of the black community. It's not something that I think white leftists or white democratic socialists will be able to really draw in. So I want to make my voice, my thoughts known and more present to try and help aid in that movement and gather that momentum in this country. But if it's between Democrats and Republicans, Democrats are far better, and it's not even close, even with how much they capitulate to Republicans, which is their biggest folly.
Featured guest, former police officer and conservative commentator, Brendan Tatum. I'm so happy to see you today. How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm blessed. I'm happy.
All right, you ready to take everyone on?
Oh, we about to get busy in here. So.
Oh, I love to hear it. Are you guys ready? Yeah! They sound ready. All right, let's go.
Hi, I'm Officer Tatum, and I'm the host of The Officer Tatum Show, and I'm surrounded by black liberals.
There's just too many steps to finding a therapist.
I have asked because I'm just a normie. Is there like a YouTube elite where you don't have ads? That's probably a thing by now, right? I'll never get it because that's the thing YouTube needs is more of my money. Like, no. No. All right, let's see what we got here.
My first surrounded claim is Trump and Republicans are better for the black community than Democrats.
If you'd like to be the first debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Naima, nice to meet you.
Naima?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you as well.
Before I do my rebuttal, I would just like to know why you think that.
Well, there's a myriad of reasons. I think that conservative policies are more beneficial to the black community, is more beneficial to America, which black people are part of America. And I think that policies like limiting immigration or illegal immigration, getting illegal immigrants out of this country, lowering taxes, all benefit black people as a whole. Religious freedom, you name it, every single policy that I can think about that Republicans have implemented, that they stand for, the values they stand for are all better off for black people than Democrats could ever dream of.
He's named mostly concepts, and this is what pisses me off about Republicans instantly. He's named mostly concepts. The only thing he's formed close to a policy is his stance on immigration. And even then, it's a flawed stance because we know immigrants contribute more to America than they take for it. It's not even worth relitigating with these people. It really pisses me off. The religious thing is an absurd argument to me because I don't think it's even one of the first concerns in this country. Everyone kind of really has a religious freedom. In fact, I would say Republicans, if you're looking at it from a standpoint of what you do to others will happen to you, they're far more dangerous for religious freedom because they spend a lot of time attacking other religious groups, particularly Muslims, which means you're already granting the government from a standpoint basis the authority to take excise control and attack of a religious group. And so, yeah, you may be fine with it now when it's just Muslims, but at some point when the power dynamic shifts, you've already granted them a vehicle to repress people religiously. I don't really care because I've completely just disavowed religion. I think it's completely pointless. As a matter of fact, religion has done nothing for black people. It's held us back more, especially in terms of Christianity, because that's the literature that they would push on us in a way to repress and control us. Like, there's a reason why they took passages about liberation out of the Bible, but they kept passages in the Bible about how a slave must be treated. It kept the verses that mandated slavery. So, not to be triggered on this point, but this is one of the things that's like, no, it wasn't religion that freed us. It was fighting for our freedom. It was Harriet Tubman. It was, you could say, literary scholars, Langston Hughes, Frederick Douglass. There's all kinds of things you can attribute to things that shifted and aided more. Obviously, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, the Black Panthers. There's Fred Hampton, Huey P. Newton, Angela Davis. There's all kinds of different points within Black history. You could point to things that did more to elevate and liberate us than religion. Because again, Triple K people were out here bombing churches. They didn't care about none of this. They didn't care about any of this shit. Had the very same Bible that they had, and they would have burned us to a crisp over it. So, God, the whole, religion is better. No, that does nothing ultimately in the Black cause.
How have you okay. But first of all, religious freedom is not just a Republican policy. I just want
the
that's just in
Republicans
the
are far
Constitution.
more believe in the freedom of religion than Democrats could ever dream of.
I don't want to harp on that. That's in the Constitution. That's just not
religion
true.
from
But
every single aspect of life.
But I just want to focus on which one of Trump's policies specifically
There
has
we
been
go.
designed
What
to
is
help
his
the
policies?
Well, the First Step Act has been designed to reverse the effects of over-policing.
They love bringing up the First Step Act. Do not capitulate on that, please. And I'll tell you why. Let's
From the
see.
past.
He has done that.
The First Step.
Sorry
This
about
was
that.
to allow
Kids.
for people who were incarcerated with sentencing for drug dealing
Right.
and less violent crimes for them to have some relief. My uncle got out on the First Step Act.
Okay.
Urban revitalization.
All right, she's just saying, yeah. I'm hoping she attacks that. I'll give it some more time.
Injecting money into these inner city communities. Permanent funding for HBCUs, which Barack Obama never did. Donald Trump implemented.
Okay.
I mean, I can go down a list.
Yeah, so
and I think that lowering taxes and all the other benefits that Americans get is also beneficial to black
So
people.
it's funny because I've watched some of your videos. I've heard these talking points before, and I actually looked into all of these. And there's not a ton of quantitative impact on how those have actually affected just the black community. But let's talk about the Republican Party and Trump and his policies as a whole. Do you think that Trump reposting a video in which one of his supporters screams white power was beneficial to the black community?
I'm not familiar with some video that he posted.
Well, I mean, you should be.
Let's
though.
talk about Democrat policy.
You should.
All right, yep, it's already capitulating, and you let him get far too far into this. So I'm going to say, no, the First Step Act isn't just a Republican thing. It was a bipartisan bill. All right, that's the first thing. The only reason why it passed under Trump is because Mitch McConnell didn't want it to pass under Obama. They've been working on this since Obama's administration and have been attempting to get it through Congress. So no, that's not a win for Donald Trump. It was something they could easily hand him to be say, hey, black people, I'm not racist, going and doing some of this moderate criminal justice reform. There's things within it that are okay. It's not as far as I would like to approach to it, because I want us to make more focus on rehabilitation than retribution. I want us to do statewide mandates that legalizes marijuana. I want us to do a lot of different things that aid in reducing how much blackness or things that they associate with blackness even has been criminalized. But the first step is not the win that they think it is. As a matter of fact, you want to know how much it's not a win? I am so sick of the goddamn fucking First Step Act that I think I have it saved still to my... Do I have it saved to my browser still here? Yeah, literally, hold on. Oh, that's citation missing. Nope. Right here. Literally saved. Again. Saved. I didn't type that in. I have it saved because they always bring this up in debates. This is 756, the First Step Act. Look at this. Look at this. There were more Republicans that voted against it. There were more Republicans that voted against it and not voting at all than there were Democrats that voted for it. This isn't a Republican win. This is a Democratic win. You let this go the Republicans' way without the support of Democrats, doesn't pass. Does not pass. This is not a Republican or a MAGA or a Trump win. It happened under his administration. They're like, oh, well, he signed it in his law. That's his job, to sign things that get passed through Congress. Unless he objectively has something wrong with this legislation, which that would be more of something you could put the onus on him, but signing into law what was passed significantly in Congress, passed with 2/3 required. Far more Republicans outright rejected it. 36 said no, and an additional 17 weren't voting. I don't know why there's 21 Democrats, probably Democrats in name only, that didn't vote, but not a single Democrat voted against it. 176 Democrats voted for it. Far more Republicans were against this measure than there is any quantification of Democrats. Do not let them ever get on the First Step Act and just run with that. It's BS. Complete BS. Let's
talk about Democrat
No,
policy.
see,
What
no.
Democrat
Now you're
policy?
obfuscating. You are the one who has the burden.
Says
No,
right
I'm
here,
sorry. I do not want to be interrupted.
It says right here
I do not want to be
that
interrupted.
Trump and
You are the
Republicans are
one-
better than the...
Everyone, welcome to the show. So I have a special guest today. You might recognize him. I've talked about him before. I've shared some clips of him over on Steve Bannon's show, on Owen Schroyer's show. This is Mark Mitchell. He is formerly of Rasmussen Polling. He has now started his own company. He's calling it the Honest Poll because he is truly one of the few, unicorn pollsters who tells the truth, regardless of his political stance. I will warn you, he comes from the right. as you all know, I am a progressive, but there is a lot of crossover, as you guys are going to hear today, because we both, I believe, think highly of, believe in populist programs and policies for the country and how to make America better and help the American people. So, Mark, welcome to the show.
Yeah, great to be here. And again, I saw the YouTube video you did of my own Schroyer interview. I was really impressed. I hadn't heard of you before. You're really open-minded about everything we were saying. And, I'm really in this because of truth. And we all have our own political arcs. Mine's probably very different than yours. But I'm old enough to remember, for instance, in the MAGA movement, when we got a whole bunch of Bernie bros in 2016 and everybody thought it was super cool. And they were like, oh, look, a Muslim wearing a MAGA hat. That's amazing. This is a big tent coalition. And all of a sudden, things change. And it's like, well, okay, what are we even doing here? Are we regressing? I thought the idea was to improve America based on what a lot of people in the electorate perceive to be a good set of domestic policy agendas. And that's currently not the case. So the way I perceive my job as a pollster is very different than what you see mostly in the industry. And we can get into it in finer detail if you want. But I believe in George Gallup's idea of what the industry should be, which is to measure what the voters want, because they tend to not get represented in Washington, D.C. And I think that is worse than it's ever been. And almost every pollster gets corrupted by something or another. And I can give you tons of examples if you want to go into them on the right, specifically about Iran. And the way that I feel like I can build credibility and speak for the people is by putting out a lot of commentary where people can judge it based on what my objective reasoning is, by putting out a body of work showing that I'm willing to ask any question. And we did. I'm the only one in the entire polling industry that asked about vaccines, about election integrity. And these are not right-left issues. They are not. And we had major negative ramifications for doing that. And that ultimately my business is going to be funded by the people. They're going to subscriptions, YouTube, Twitter, and all this stuff. And so that's the way, I feel like I can convey. I am trying to get America to a better place.
Well, that's really cool. I didn't realize that you were being funded privately by just small dollar donors. So that's actually very cool. I want to kind of set this up for the audience, for anybody who didn't see that show that I did of you with Owen. So for anyone who didn't watch that, Mark was on Owen Schroyer's show. Owen used to be with Alex Jones over at what is it called? What was it used to be called?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And he had a falling out. They had a break. He started his own thing. So he had Mark on, and they were talking about what the administration is kind of missing in the polling, what they're not paying attention to, or maybe they're being insulated from it. And then also you were talking with him about your previous gig where you had been for, I don't know how long, at Rasmussen. Can you tell my audience what was the impetus for your new policy, or your not new policy, your new company and your new polling outfit?
So polling used to not be commoditized. It used to be something only rich and powerful or well-funded corporations or academia could do. And then it became kind of commoditized. Anybody can do a poll right now. It's not that hard. We even have an example today where somebody put a poll out in one of these races and then wrapped it up after one poll and said, no, just kidding, guys. So, what happens is that there's a lot of polling out there and it makes less money and they have less control over it. And so it tends to get co-opted by where the money is. And so generally, big broad brushes, I don't want anybody freaking out and throwing anything at the TV. But on the left, polling tends to be the domain of dark money NGOs where they're trying to push a certain progressive outcome. And that might be in the benefit of people or not. It depends, right? Or bad numbers, lying numbers are obviously bad. Manipulative polling is obviously bad. And it happens a lot there. I've seen it. Or major corporate media pollsters where they are trying to shill for usually not just Republican, Democrat, but in a certain establishment candidate. And that would include like Fox News adjacent kind of things, right? So then on the right, it's more of like, if you understand the way the Republican Party dynamic works, it's all about like getting a cut of the gravy train. And it's very eat what you kill, backstab people, and carve out donor buck niches, right? So there, what pays tends to be corporate lobbyists or major Republican political action committees. And we just had a very recent example with Rasmussen. So Rasmussen has been an independent pollster for over 20 years. I came into the organization 5 years ago. It was on the decline. I literally saved it. I made major changes, including making their methodology cheaper, doing a pretty good job in 24 cycle. I was the only one that had Trump up. I was the only daily tracking poll, and I was the only one that had Trump winning the national popular vote the entire time. Not a single other pollster did that. And then, well, like Rich Barris had polls out that said that. And I also started commentary. I started YouTube. I think that's important so people can judge my ability not to be unbiased, but to be objective about what the numbers say to prove I'm trying to put the American people first. So we got pretty influential. I got invited to the White House in November, trying to help Trump do better on his agenda to help Americans. He didn't listen to anything I said. And in January and February, I was trying. No, we could go into that too. I mean, he was talking about Lindsey Graham's golf swing. It was just embarrassing. And then in January and February, I was trying to stop this Iran strike because I knew, on top of all of these other messaging betrayals that Trump was doing to his core base, this one would be a big one that you couldn't just sort of like wave a magic wand and make it go away. So in the background, behind the scenes, the private equity owners of Rasmussen Reports had become cozier with some of these Republican pollsters, the same ones that make all of their money on political action committees. And essentially what I was told is that there was a meeting had about one of these political action committees and how they were going to spend money in the midterms, and that there was an opportunity for Rasmussen to raise money from them, and that my criticism of Trump, even though it was objective and in the interests of the American people, would be unhelpful in raising that money. And I was told the seesaw commentary, even though it saved the business, YouTube revenue saved our business. And so they shut down my YouTube channel. And so it's like, okay, well, I got to go do my own thing now. And so now I have no editorial, like I have full control, and it will be that way for the rest of my life.
Yeah. That's good. Well, I give you credit, definitely for not just going along to get along, and being honest. And that's one of the reasons, I responded to you when you reached out, because I have seen you do that. I have seen you go into right-wing spaces and just tell the truth and just give the facts. And I'm a total stats nerd. like math was my favorite subject in school, and I just love, spreadsheets, and I love looking at all the back end and sifting through the numbers and looking for the hidden meaning and all that.
You should be a pollster.
I know. If I didn't do this, I probably would be. I'm like a total geek with the whole thing. But so this was very exciting to get to speak with you about it and go through what you're learning and talk numbers and stats. So, but I love looking at the polls. I do pretty much weekly a breakdown of the polls. And here's the thing, in 2024, I told my audience the truth. I told them that Donald Trump had a very good chance of winning. I pissed off a lot of people in my audience because they didn't want to hear that. They wanted to hear that Kamala Harris was a sure thing. But between what I was seeing in the polling, she was up in a few, but it was, all within the margin of error. It was very close. He was up, she was up. I mean, it was never a steady, drumbeat of, oh, she's going to win. And then I coupled that with what I was hearing in a ton of focus groups that I watch and listen to every week. And it was telling me she was in trouble. It was a very close call, which, that's the way it worked out. I mean, he won by 1.5%. So, but yeah, I like telling the truth. It just, to me, it doesn't serve my audience to bullshit them and to try to, Democrat wash things. And even though I'm a progressive, to me, you lose credibility, which is, that's one thing I want to ask you about. And this is, the reason I think you reached out to me, because we had a bit of a disagreement over you going and talking with Trump. And you said to me in the Twitter message that you believe that that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
For me, I question, do you think that undermines your credibility?
I mean, like, no, I would talk to anybody about polling, even if it was like Charles Manson. If he was objective and wanted to sit down and learn something, like, you can't cancel people for who they talk to. You just can't. And I'm trying to, again, I'm very clear about my objective and all my messaging. Like, I'm not all over the place, right? Like, the core is to get Americans to a better place by pursuing the policies that they want that are intelligent. And I don't want to get it. We can, but like not in this answer. When Republicans voted for, when people, not just Republicans, a lot of people voted for Trump in 2024, they were doing it because it was a referendum on institutional trust and overreach. They don't trust the federal government. It was a referendum essentially on an oligarchic economy that doesn't work, the death of the American dream. And it was a referendum on egregious optics about a cultural decline because of the way that we take people into America. Let's just put it that way. And so when you look at mass deportations, they were very popular, way more popular than Trump. When you look at going after corporations and improving the middle, way more popular than Trump. When you look at like draining the swamp and arresting people that did things wrong in DC, way more popular than Trump. And so that, like, America is, all of America, no, and a lot of people are like retarded, but most of America wants just things fixed. That's it. And so when Trump gets in on a mandate to fix things, and then the first thing he does is some other thing that people don't want, I'm going to say, like, you're like, what are we doing here? Like, this is, Americans are going to like have their trust destroyed. Like, this is an opportunity to move the ball downfield in the right direction. And notice, I'm not saying Republican policies. Like, these aren't objectively not even Republican policies.
Right.
And so a year ago, that's what I started doing. Now, did I seek to have influence in the White House? Was I like calling people up and back? No, they, like, somebody in the White House looked at what I was saying and said, Trump needs to hear more of this because the American people need to come first. So they invited me down, and it wasn't some like super secret meeting. The Washington Post wrote an article about it, and I got time to sit in front of them. And I said, in November, I said, you're going to lose the midterms, not because I want Republicans again to win, because I want Americans to get what they voted for. And I said, if you want to win, you have to remember why you were elected and do what Americans voted for. And I said, it's like, don't tear gas people in the face with ICE, raid the businesses, or go after banking, or like do your mass deportations, but not in this showy, egregious anti-American way. And I said, economic populism has to be the main event. And you're out there bragging about the stock market. It's not going to work. You're going to just be pissing people off. And then you have to show people visible government reform. And that doesn't mean, like, listen, I love Doge, and Doge was smart, and Doge was the best thing the Republicans ever had, but was not well executed. I can explain why.
We would definitely disagree on that.
Well, what I would say is there was a mandate for fiscal reform.
I agree with that. Crazy. I agree with that. The way it was done, and
no, it was hostile to federal workers and not focused on the fraud and audits and stuff.
I mean, basically, we were lied to. I mean, there's been.
That's true. You were told that we would get $1 trillion cut out of the deficit because of waste, fraud, and abuse. And the Republicans, in my opinion, based on what I know, killed the Doge. The Republicans did. And that's because they ultimately want to maintain the status quo in Washington, D.C., just like the Democrat establishment does. So, but like
I don't know. I think when I say we were lied to, we were told that they did find fraud, but yet not one person has been brought up on charges. You know, where is all this money, you know, that they supposedly were saving by cutting all of these services and programs? I mean, people have lost healthcare, Americans, you know, you can say what you want about, you know, foreign aid, but here in America, like Americans are suffering because of this. And, you know, and I do these FAFO videos every week, and I see and hear the stories of Trump voters who have had their aid cut, who are turning on him. So
yeah, no, I think that's all fair points, 100%. I would say, like, again, it was not a well-run thing. And I think that there is very strong bipartisan agreement that the government is extremely wasteful and that there's a lot of fraud in the government. And so I think that should have been first and foremost. And whether it was or not, again, it doesn't matter, because in my opinion, the Republican establishment is the one that essentially killed Doge behind the scenes, because they wanted to continue to do the pork barrel bills and the favor and back scratching, just like the Democrats do when the Democrats get into office. And ultimately, even though the Americans had the stomach to see a significant amount of government spending cut, Washington, D.C. did not. And so obviously it was DOA. And now where we're at is with higher deficits than we've ever had, and it's going to get worse. And everybody's going to remember that this was the one chance. And the important thing about Doge, though, even though there were problems with it, is that the polling said in March, when all this stuff was happening, the fork in the road email had already been sent, people were crying about losing their jobs, Doge was very popular with the under 40 voter, and Trump had a 60% approval rating with the under 40 voter. And so there is some aspect of these people who just want accountability, and tiers are part of the process. They're kind of they're weird. We could go into it. They support socialistic policies, but they would prefer the free market. They think the economic system has failed them, and they want to see pain, and because they're mad. And like, they're a weird mix, and they're a political football, as you're seeing with the DSA candidates, and as you're seeing with kind of like the death of core MAGA. Like, MAGA has lost all these people and had them.
Yeah.
But like, on your other point, just to make it short, so like I get to the White House, and it's like, okay, I gave him information. I did it from the perspective of the American people. He ignored it at his own peril. And I'm not trying to overinflate my like contribution, but he was talking about billionaires giving him statues and Lindsey Graham golfing. And then when I've sent polling to the White House like multiple times, and it was all on things that they completely made a mistake on. Like, his treatment of the Epstein case was egregiously bad, like borderline retarded.
That was a turning point for sure.
Yeah. And then the one was the Iran strike. So now you just have to understand, like, Trump is surrounded by people who are all telling him to do things, and they all have reasons. And almost every one of those reasons is going to be manipulated. And that has happened a lot. Trump is being selectively shown polling. And it's very easy to make a case that you could do the Iran strike and you'd be a hero because you got rid of Iranian nuclear program. And yes, people don't want the Iran nuke, but they also think it's problem like number 32 on the list of priorities.
Well,
and
yeah,
so,
especially when his own people said that they weren't working on a nuke. And when, you know, there was a fatwa issued against obtaining a nuke, and then you go kill the guy who issued the fatwa. and now you have a more radical extremist regime in charge. So ensuring that now they're going to want a nuke, because they're like, yeah, this, you know, if we had a nuke, this wouldn't have happened.
So what was happening on the right is you understand, like, no leftist poll would be shown to Trump about that. He wouldn't listen to him, right? Because he doesn't think anything that doesn't get shown on Fox News is real life. And so you have to understand that any polling he's going to get shown is going to be from traditionally Republican pollsters that get compensated out of political action committees. And over the Iran strike, the goal is to be a prostitute and show how many tricks you can turn by putting out like manipulated numbers to show that it would be popular. And they've done this. So they would ask a question like, Trump just ordered the military to take out the Ayatollah and get rid of Iran's nuclear program. Do you support or oppose the strike? Now, most people aren't going to have that context when they hear that Trump made the strike. And so that's a fantasy land scenario in somebody's head. And it primes them to give a positive response. So in those kind of questions, you'd see like a 55 to 25, like a plus 30. Oh yeah, let's blow this country up.
Right.
And so what I did in January was gave the White House a poll that was just like, do you support a strike to attempt to change the regime in Iran? Very straightforward question. It was only 37%, which would make it the least approved of military strike, like literally ever. They had that information. person I gave it to was very confident that it was being used to prevent this strike. And then they got overruled, and they got overruled by people manipulating Trump. And so the fact is, he's always like, whoever's in that spot is going to be manipulated. And so if I can get in there and represent the American people, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one, right, that like is trying to do this. And you can agree or disagree with whether I'm doing that well, but I'm telling you, there are not many other people in that fight at all. So the American voter did not say on the strike against Iran, except for like literally pretty much me. Right. So
let me ask you, because it sounds like you had heard before they launched this attack in February that this was in the works. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a big will they, won't they all the way through January. I did this polling set in January. I had input from the vice president's team and on the kind of things they wanted to see, including like war casualty questions. 51% of America said they would stomach 10 or fewer deaths. So there were so many signs in this set of polling that this was a really retarded idea.
Yeah.
And we did it. And we didn't do it for the American people.
No, we did it for Israel.
Yeah.
Which, I have my own thoughts on how they get him to do things, and other world leaders, both on both sides of the aisle. And it rhymes with Epstein.
Yeah.
But
yeah. The one thing about, so I would say about Epstein, like totally misplayed. Like Trump literally has nobody to blame but himself for that initial betrayal that derailed his presidency. It really did derail his presidency, because all he had to do is say, oh, the FBI is looking at it. Yeah, people care about this. Obviously, two-tiered justice. We shouldn't have that. Let the FBI look at it. And it would have gone away. And, he attacked his followers, which is not a sign of like a healthy political movement. Now Trump's kind of breaking with Israel right now. And so I think you can argue, like this is just personal conjecture, having been there, having seen the way Trump reacted to this, having heard from other people what's going on. I think it was Lindsey Graham. I really just think it was like people
that
related to Fox News who just said, you're going to be a hero. Obama couldn't do this. Look, Venezuela went off without a hitch. And maybe what I really fear is the Republicans will give you the votes you want on the SAVE Act in the Senate if you get this done for them. Like, I think things like that. And I'm just guessing, because he's breaking with Israel now, and Israel's in a really tough spot. So I got yelled at by the right a year ago because I was saying that Israel PR is terrible. They're losing the plot. I was one of the first people to say it, even before Gallup and Pew came out and showed it. Now Israel's support in the U.S. over Palestine is down to 34%, including the halfway mark for Republicans even. And so they've completely become a pariah. They're going to be an albatross around any political party that vociferously supports them, let alone I don't know if they'll deny them or not. But now Israel's in a situation where we need to extricate ourselves from this debacle in the Middle East, which puts Israel in a worse off spot than they were when this whole thing started. And so depending on how much influence you think, that puts us in a pretty dangerous spot.
Yeah, I think that Israel played an outsized role, but I do agree that Lindsey Graham definitely had Trump's ear and was pushing from this side about the Iran war. And I think that he saw, this quick, easy in, easy out with Venezuela, and he got just bamboozled into thinking, oh, it's just going to be like that. We're just going to, drop some bombs and you'll, like you said, you'll be a hero. And
no, I don't think we disagree here. Like the Wall Street Journal said that Lindsey was going over to Israel to get briefed by the Israeli government on how to make Trump more willing to do this. And then not only that, Trump has not helped himself with his biggest backer and her ties to certain organizations, and the way that he's come out and just literally bragged about how she calls him up and asks him to do things for Israel all day. Obviously not helpful for this narrative that he's controlled by Israel. And then you look at JD Vance, and JD Vance last October comes out and says, well, this president isn't owned by Israel. And then the J Post and the Times of Israel freak out. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, how can he imply that Trump is not owned by Israel. It's bad.
Yeah.
Like, it really is bad.
Yeah, speaking of JD Vance, I was very struck by your comments about how JD Vance should basically let Marco Rubio be the sacrificial lamb in 2028 and hold out till 2032. Do you really think in 4 years after that, people will go, oh yeah, he's a good guy, he's anti-war, he would never steer us wrong? Like,
so I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'll preface this like it doesn't look like you're happy with the bench that you guys got, and it doesn't matter probably because it'll be a referendum on Trump. But on the right, JD Vance, well, I've talked to him personally, and he is an economic populist. Now, you can argue about whether he would hold up to the system better or worse than Trump, but he fundamentally is an economic populist and think the Republicans need to become economic populists or they will like basically be a defunct party. I'm kind of putting words in this, but like that's what my feel is. And I also think he's a man of integrity. And I also think he is a lot more clever than your traditional Republican because he's been very courageous about things he's said that would not be tolerated by your average establishment Republican. And these are all things that are generally like mode positive positions for younger people. And so I think he is in some ways has the potential to be a champion for younger people. Now, whether you agree with that or not, what I will say from a polling perspective is a year ago, he was beating everybody but Bernie Sanders in matchups. And he was far and away the Republican primary person to take on Trump. In fact, he was doing way better than Trump was back in April of 2022. So he was the heir apparent. Because of the Iran strike, he's lost a lot of support, but he's still the heir apparent. But now I think you could look at it and say he's not going to have any coattails. And not only that, but the major backers in the Republican Party, A, don't want somebody that is willing to say that he's not owned by Israel, and B, don't want somebody who's an economic populist. And so I think everybody around JD is looking at Rubio and is saying, well, he'll do whatever we want. He's an establishment guy, and so like he'll essentially be Mitt Romney 2.0, right?
Yeah, it's unbelievable to me how Rubio is kind of fooled the MAGA right as of now into thinking that he's the next guy. He's it. Like, it's like, do you not know that he's no different than Lindsey Graham? He's no different than all of the establishment Republicans, all of the warmongering Republicans. I mean, I don't know how he's doing it, but I hear this in focus groups. Like I will hear swing voters who went from Biden to Trump, and they are absolutely fooled by him. I really like that Marco Rubio. I think I might vote for him. I'm like, what are you talking about? You guys wanted a populist. You guys wanted someone who's anti-war and like
there's a civil war. I'm sorry. There's a civil war going on the right now. And the weird thing is that it's like not along ideological lines like conservative or non-conservative. It's like basically along whether you think Trump betrayed you or not, right? And so I was not a pollster in 2016, and I'll be the first to say that I was early aboard the MAGA train because I'm like, oh, look, an outsider who's going to come in and blow up one of the establishment parties, like rock on. And not only that, he was actually like he had a coherent populist message. It was also the drain the swamp. It's like what's not to love. And I remember that coalition, especially the people who, in my opinion, helped get him elected were all these online keyboard warriors. There was a lot of Bernie bros. There were a lot of minorities, but it was generally like young men. And a lot of these people were not traditional Republican voters, right? And so Trump has gained and gained and gained those people. And in 2024, it got to the point where between 35 and 40% in my polls of Trump supporters was from independents and crossover Democrats, like union people and like, just all this big tent coalition who like a lot of them loved the cult of personality. A lot of them didn't, right? But they all knew what MAGA was. Those people got betrayed. A lot of them think that, and they're like gone, never to return. And so what you have is people who are anti-Trump up until about last year. And now all of a sudden they're like, well, like we're MAGA now because we're still sticking with Trump. And it's like, okay, well, his political capital is just about shot. Democrats win Congress. MAGA's done. And
Yeah.
they want to rule over the ashes. And what they're doing is this circular firing squad counter signaling all these people that left that say, well, you need to give Trump loyalty. Well, it's like, why? They're not Republicans. They're not being represented. They owe no loyalty to Trump. They got burned. And it's those people who, quite frankly, I think have political action committee funding and probably some foreign funding behind them that are trying to like circle the wagons around this dying piece of MAGA, which is just like, yeah, Trump's infallible. It's like, no, he sucks right now. He's not infallible.
Yeah, I call them MAGA's messy bitches. They are just, they're all at each other's throat. You got Laura Loomer and Candace Owens. And yeah, but I look at it as, you know, you've got the MAGA coalition still. Those are the ones I call the Kool-Aid cult, that just, he can do no wrong. You know, everything's perfect. It's sunshine and roses. No, gasoline is totally cheap right now. And then you've got the America Firsters, who were made up of, like you said, it could be independents, it could be, you know, previous people who didn't ever vote, some Democrats, a lot of the Maha people, who also feel betrayed right now for very good reason. And yeah, they're not in the cult. They see things more clearly, even though they still don't like Democrats. They still, and you know, I see a lot of them online, and they still have this very skewed vision or view of who we are on the left. And I don't know, you know, you may agree with some of them, but like, I am very pro 2A. My husband has a shit ton of guns. You know, I don't believe in disarming people, especially when you have a government like we have right now, that is, in my opinion, has been very authoritarian, very fascist leaning, and what we see with ICE. But you know, I definitely think we should have stronger gun laws when it comes to crazy people. You know, my father was one of them who had a whole gun collection and should never have been anywhere near a gun. So I do believe in red flag laws to some degree, especially for spousal abuse cases. You know, I definitely think we need a secure border. We need to know who's coming in. I mean, I don't want terrorists coming in, right? So we need to know. We need to have a check on that. But I do believe in immigration. I do believe that it makes our society better. You know, we're seeing the fallout in Texas, which actually I do want to ask you about that. That was something that came up when you were on Owen's show. God, it's so hard to say Owen Schroyer's show. I always want to combine his first and last name. But you had mentioned, and this is one area where I question, like, if you're meeting with Trump, is your bias coming in? Because we all have a bias, right? Even though we try to be fair and balanced and honest, like, I'm a progressive. So of course, everything's going to come through that lens with me. You had made a comment to Owen that one of the reasons, in your view, or based on what you're seeing in your polling, one of the reasons his immigration numbers are down is because he's not doing enough. He's not doing as many deportations as what he promised. And I know there is some of that. Like, I see MAGA Twitter and they definitely are like, no, we want more. We want it more cruel. We want, you know, heads on pikes and get everybody out. I don't care if they committed crimes, you know, I don't care if they've been here 20 years. So I do see some of that. But what I'm seeing in polling and what I have heard in focus group after focus group of swing voters who just voted for Trump in 2024, I would say the vast, like 75, 80% think that he has gone too far. He's being too cruel.
So I did an op-ed for Real Clear Politics that people can check out back in February, about a week before I was shut down. And what I said was, like, essentially, the people still want illegals gone, right? By a strong majority. And that also, by the way, they hate corporations. And, oh, by the way, the idea, and it is true that the polling showed that there was increasingly blowback to ICE operations. So it's like, if you were, I want to, this is a big answer. It'll get to Tucker.
Okay.
But if you're genuine about delivering mass deportations the best way for American people, you would do it in a way that doesn't endanger the mass deportation operation. And in my opinion, a lot of the decisions that were made about how we were going to do this were just like wrong. Like, you're going to send shock troops into blue state cities, and you think that's going to go well. And like, it wasn't. They were picking that for the wrong reason. The right way to do this is go raid Tyson's meatpacking plant and then find the hell out of them, and then tax remittances and whatever. And it's like, we can agree or disagree about whether those are humane or not, but we're not going to be launching tear gas canisters into protesters' faces. So it's a systemic way to fix what has been a systemic problem. And so that's what I personally believe. And I kind of like, I'm more of a rule of law guy. And so I think, like, fundamentally, it's like, I get the whole asylum thing. If you're a real refugee, right? Like, I get it. And I get that we have an immigration system that's terrible too, but it's like, okay, the right answer is to reform that, not to allow the right and the left to just like use it as like a reason to just sweep these people in unvetted. And let's not forget the economic signal, which in my opinion is the reason why we need mass deportations, because neither party has been pro-worker. They want these people for votes. They want these people for repressed wages. Like, I don't buy that thing that Americans won't pick crops. They will, if you pay them like the right wage, right? And it's like, that's what capitalism does. It sets prices on things, and we've repressed wages for 20 or 30 years because of both parties. But that aside, I think one of the real problem here is that Trump has not been able to stay on message. And so in 2016, for him, the bar was very low. He didn't win because he was super popular. He mostly won because Hillary sucked. And that's my personal take on it.
I agree. I voted for her, and I agree. After voting for Bernie.
Yeah. But in 2024, there was a lot more of this sort of existential need because people had their businesses shut down. Inflation was ridiculous. And like there was like, hey, it kind of needs to work this time. And in my opinion, that requires somebody who's more on target, like a wartime president. Well, what's the war? It's the war for the American dream. It's the war on whatever our economic system is that needs to be fixed. And so if you get in and you like take mass immigration, the problem I see with MAGA is that in retrospect, I think people will see that it was always just kind of like a little bit of a charlatan act. And Trump was a really good brand man. But what Tucker's showing us with his 10 points is that if you really want a movement, and I don't know if that'll succeed or not, but if you really want a movement that is going to bring in as many people as possible, it can't be focused on policy. It needs to be focused on morals and values. Like, why are we doing this? And with Trump, you look at mass deportations, and I think people projected onto that. Well, Trump's doing mass deportations to protect the workers or to protect the rule of law. And in retrospect, I think we're going to find that he was just saying it to get elected, right? And so there hasn't been a moral core. And if like right and left people are going to come together and form some kind of youth populist coalition or whatever, there has to be like a moral core to these policies. It's like, okay, like let's talk about why some people wanted to fund the police. And then on the right, we can say like, no, we don't want them gone because we're racist, right? That's not why we're doing this. It's literally because there's no jobs, or it's literally because our school systems are overburdened or whatever. Right. Like, and
I take issue with it because I've seen so many stories. I've covered so many stories. Even in Texas, I think it was about a week or two ago, there was a More Perfect Union segment, and they went down to Texas. They were talking to a bunch of Hispanic people, business owners, and they were saying, yeah, they all voted for Trump. Across the board, they all voted for Trump. And they all said, yeah, we wanted to get out people who committed crimes. And we also, didn't like the flow, how many people were coming in overall. But this is just cruel. What he's doing is cruel. They arrested a nun down there in Texas. Like that was a huge thing. You know, they shot and killed that one man who was on his way to work, you know, shot him through the passenger side window. I mean, posed no harm to them whatsoever, had been in the country for like 30 years, had a business, was, you know, successful, had raised a family here. I mean, people just see they're under attack, and even people who are here legally or people who are born here, just because they have black or brown skin, are so paranoid now that they are literally carrying documents with them because they are afraid. And this is America. We shouldn't be, you know, show me your papers in America. I mean, that's just fucking German.
I agree with you so much. I agree with you so much. I was one of the only people on the right to say that, which is that these optics are anti-American. And I was tracking this in the polling. There was an uptick in, like, it's tough to measure these things, but there was an uptick in support for sanctuary cities. We asked questions about, do you support ICE or the anti-ICE rioters? And the questions were pretty close. And you're right. Like, the Hispanic voter voted for Trump in my polls. And even more than that, they supported mass deportations. And what they got.
There's a question though there, because like you had said earlier, people wanted the illegals out. And I think there's a disconnect between what the voters see as illegal and what they see as someone who commits illegal crimes, right?
So this specific question was, do you support or oppose Trump's policy of mass deportations? And that was a strong majority of people, including Hispanics. Now, whether or not, so like there are other questions that we've asked. I don't have them off the top of my head, but like a big chunk, but not a majority, support like dreamers and stuff like that. Like, so there is some sentiment that we want to get immigration in if it's talented people, but it's not this like this idea of just the criminal, just the one with a rap sheet. Like, I don't have that question. My gut is that it's like, it's not that big of a difference. Because again, this is an economic signal. This is only 35% of people today think their children will be better off than their parents. And that everybody, when they say, what's the economy? It's grocery prices and jobs. But like, grocery prices is a wage issue because we have an inflationary system, right? So so the optics were horrible, and they were not done in a way, in my opinion, that got Americans what they need, which is control over an out of control system in a way that puts American workers first and attempts to maintain cultural stability, right? And so the other thing I would submit, and again, there's like so many questions that are like close, but not exactly. Like, we asked Americans, okay, somebody who's in this country that is not a citizen, that didn't come here through a visa, what would you call that person? And it was over 60% of America used something with the word illegal in it. That had nothing to do with whether that person violated any laws or anything. So in most Americans' minds, when they see an illegal alien, they'll call them an illegal immigrant or an illegal alien, not this like idea of an undocumented immigrant. That's like 21% or something like that.
When was this polling that you're referring to, and when did you conduct this?
That was probably 24. True. Before the shock troops started, I will 100% admit.
Yeah.
But like nobody's even doing these questions. Like, that's the problem. You know what I mean? Like, I can only do so much.
Well, let me actually, I pulled some graphics. I pulled some stuff that I want to get your take on. So this was from Civics, and this one was, do you support or oppose abolishing ICE? You know, you can see it's very close, but you know, quite a few people support it. 44% compared to 49% who oppose. Navigator Research on the left, do you support or oppose abolishing ICE? This one, 47% overall support it. On, you know, compared to 45% do not. On the right, they asked, you know, what's your breakdown? Now, 27% said abolish altogether. The vast, you know, plurality say let's make some changes. But but, again, the majority of people see that there's an issue here. I bet a YouGov, this was just recent. This was just last week. It's getting worse, It's 47% support abolishing ICE versus 41% who do not. This is the NPR Marist poll. And you can see even 27% of Republicans said they've gone too far. Overall, and 71% of independents. I mean, as you very well know, those are the people who swing elections. So very, very key. And this next one, this was also just done by Texas A&M. If you look all the way down at the bottom two lines, it says 57% of these are all Texas voters say that the tactics used by ICE have gone too far.
Yeah, and remember, Texas is over 40% Hispanic now, I think, isn't it, right? Like, I'm not going to disagree with you. This is the same trend that I found. Now, some of these pollsters are, like, I'm sorry, leftward leaning, but in the grand scheme of things, on a question like this, we're talking about a 5 or 6 point net difference. It's not a big difference. And so in the fall of 25, again, that one question I remember, do you support ICE or the anti-ICE protesters? I think ICE only won by like 3 points then. And that was like, and I think a lot of this is like, all right, well, if they're not going to get us these mass deportations I wanted, and they're going to act like this, like, what's even the point? Like, I'm not going to come out and defend shock gloves. It's retarded. Like, this is not being done in a serious manner. It quite frankly feels to me like it's being done in like a horrifying, meme focused, pump reel, let's put it out on Truth Social manner that dehumanizes people. And the MAGA that I remembered, it had an intellectual authority. And I'm not telling you they're big brain or that they're always right or whatever, but when they like showed a meme about launching somebody over the wall, you know what I mean? And Trump's, you have to go back. It's like, okay, well, like they kind of do have to go back. But now it's like, okay, you're showing me a pump reel of bashing indoors. It's like, what? This isn't America. Like, it's different. There's this aspect of Trump, like, lost this, like, there have not been funny Trump memes out there. He has not, like, they've turned into something that, like, feels gross. You know what I mean? Like, we're bragging about blowing people up. And it's like, come on, nobody wanted this war and you're showing me this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and I go back to, beyond the polling, because as you said in the beginning, I mean, polling can be manipulated depending on how you ask the question, how you filter through the respondents and, find people. This is why I love focus groups and why I like, watching them and listening to them. And without fail, I mean, every single one that I have listened to, and this goes back to even before Renee Good and Alex Preddy were executed in the streets, but it got way worse after that. What I'm hearing from 75, 80%, sometimes 100% of the people in these focus groups is, I voted for Trump. I wanted deportations, but they were kind of misled into thinking that there were millions of people in our country who had committed crimes. And I hear over and over again, I wanted people out who committed crimes. I wanted the dangerous people out. Maybe if somebody just came over the border and crossed illegally in the last year or two, that's fine. But, people who've been here and built a life, 10 years, 20 years, I'm not for that. They're American now. Like, it's just overwhelming that I hear this, and they think that it's what they're seeing is cruel, that, this isn't what they signed up for. This is not what they were expecting. I had a man on, I want to say a few months back, and his breaking point, he was a 2-time Trump voter. His breaking point was the shooting of Renee Good. He said, that's it. I'm going to vote for anyone in the midterms on the left because this needs to end. We need to stop this. This is out of control. So, I mean, I'm seeing it over and over and over.
I'm not disagreeing you. I'm just saying, like, I don't specifically I'm not specifically familiar with numbers that exactly make your case about very finely what people thought they were getting with mass deportations. I think it's very fair to say that what people see now is not like people wanted mass deportations. They still want mass deportations, but less. But the big hit has been Trump approval. Okay. And so they don't think that Trump is delivering on the promises of whatever they thought mass deportations was. There's definitely an aspect of people who is conciliatory to hardworking Mexicans that have been here a long time. There absolutely 100% is. But it's hard, again, to measure it in this particular instance. With the thing with Renee Good, yeah, these symbols matter a lot. She was a very symbolic of overreach of ICE and of an egregiously mishandled mass deportation operation. I can't tell you I saw necessarily change in Trump's numbers at the time because he was screwing so much other stuff up, right? Like that was around the time of the shutdown. You know what I mean? Like there was just a lot going on. So like the wheels have fallen off of this thing, and it was always it was going to require laser focus on delivering something that Americans wanted for MAGA 2.0 that they were going to agree with. And, you know, at the end of the day, the numbers I don't think matter as much as what the optics look like. And the optics suck. And it reinforces all these other things that Americans, again, feel like they're getting betrayed on in the Trump administration. And so, like, if you look at where his numbers are at in the first term, again, I think the bar was lower. In the first term, he actually had like a 48, 49, 50% approval rating for most of the back half of his term. After he got out of the like Russiagate stuff, you know, he was doing pretty well. The economy was recovering. He wasn't like, he was staying kind of on message until like COVID hit. Right now, he's tracking with 2006 George W. Bush in every pollster. You go to any pollster and look at those two people 20 years apart, they're the same thing.
Oh, speaking of which, I did pull this. Have you seen the the Reuters Ipsos poll out today?
What did they say? No.
Let me show you. So Harry Enton did a breakdown. I'll get your.
Well, he had a good segment on the New York Times that was pretty eye-opening because New York Times Siena is one. They're a better pollster just objectively than Reuters Ipsos. And what it showed is like in 5 or 6 of the Senate battleground states, Trump is underwater by double digits in Trump approval. And these are places like Texas, right? So,
yeah. So take a look at this. I want to get your reaction.
Net approval hits a term 2 low. Look at this. 31 points underwater, 31 points underwater according to Ipsos, the Reuters Ipsos poll. Look where he was at the beginning of term number 2. He was at plus 6 points, but his independents, who are the name of the game, they are the driver in elections. And just look at why these numbers are falling the way that they are. It is because of independents. Look at these drops. I mean, Trump's net approval rating among independents, term 2, he's 47 points underwater now. Look at this. Presidential net approval rating, according to Ipsos, at this point pre-midterm. Look at this. Trump, 31 points underwater. Bush was also 31 points underwater. George W. Bush, at this point before the 2006 midterm, Republicans lost not just the House, but the United States Senate as well. And if these numbers hold and this historical analogy holds, Democrats will have a very happy election night.
I mean, again,
it's one poll, but that's pretty damn low.
So Reuters Ipsos and Washington Post Ipsos are frequently a whipping boy for me because I can compare them to other left-leaning or media pollsters and show that even their numbers are off. If you don't want to listen to me or believe me, like the New York Times, sometimes they fudge the headlines in order to put out a pro-Democrat establishment message, but the crosstabs are usually pretty good. They're actually a decent pollster, at least, especially like recently, like they made some errors in the Trump era and fixed them, and they're good. And then Emerson, academic pollster, they do a good job. And it's like -30. It's like directionally he's correct. Yes, Trump has very low approval rating right now.
Yeah.
But the Ipsos panel's got about an extra 10 or 15 points of Trump approval stank in it with the way they do their polling. So they literally just pick like 60,000 people and say, okay, you're America. And they just ask these people like the same questions over and over again. And it's like, okay, well, if that really represents America, you have to like adjust it for new voters, or you have some randomization effect, or can benchmark to other pollsters. And they just traditionally had worse Trump approval than everybody else. Now, I would say like the Real Clear Politics aggregate, though, has been getting better because there have been more pollsters on it. And what you see is like when they include Republican pollsters, it kind of like offsets the super progressive ones. And Real Clear Politics aggregate, which just averages known pollsters in the industry, actually outperformed. It still wasn't as accurate as me, but it outperformed Nate Silver and the G. Elliott Morris guy. So like, I think it's like basically the right answer. Now, the reason I think people would follow me and talk to me is because, okay, well, the Real Clear Politics aggregate's only asking the election horse races. It's not asking these sentiment questions to understand what policy decisions should be. Clear Politics Trump approval. He's underwater 20 right now. And it's like, that's super left-wing, super right-wing pollsters canceling each other out. And it's, you look at the chart, it's the worst it's been all term. Like he sucked. This is like what you would expect to see. He's tracing George W. Bush's path through the wilderness after Iraq went south.
Yeah. Iraq, Katrina. Yeah.
And in 2006, I think the Democrats picked up 30 seats or something like that. So the generic ballot polling would all imply that something similar could come, although it might not be as many seats because of all the redistricting. But it's probably going to be a Democrat pickup of the House. And even if the Senate's close, the Republicans never really had the Senate. So, you know what I mean? Like with the Murkowskis and Collins and folks in there. So,
yeah.
So Trump's agenda is dead.
What do you think on Collins? You think she holds on?
I mean, it's a mess up there. And I think she's up pretty firmly in the polling.
The last I saw, it was pretty close against the new guy, Troy Jaxon. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what the latest is. I haven't pulled the race personally.
Yeah, I know. I just did a segment the other day. New York Times went and spoke with a bunch of different previous Collins voters, and it included some Democrats, a lot of independents, of course, and they're pretty down on her. I mean, there's some that are sticking with her, but a lot of them said, I used to see her as a moderate. Now I just see her as a rubber stamp for Trump. And, she voted for Kavanaugh and guaranteed us that he wasn't going to touch abortion rights. And then he did. And so, I'm seeing just a lot of people kind of going, okay.
Looking at this is a statistical dead heat in the poll. But I don't like what's going to decide this is sort of like September advertising and how much money both of those races have to. It really is election year. I have no idea.
Yeah, she hasn't really had a chance to kind of shape the narrative on him yet.
Yeah, and nobody's paying attention right now either. Like August polling is traditionally
end of summer. Yeah, people are checked out. last minute vacations.
Yeah, I think this will be a referendum on the Trump administration. I think what you're seeing is that all the MAGA, the new MAGA Republicans are all like, oh, it's so great. All of Trump's endorsed picks are winning. But it's like, they're winning because turnout's low because none of those 2024 people are coming back. And like we've seen.
That's what I've seen.
Yeah. So it's like, pat yourself on the back, guys. It's not going to go well in the primary. And then I think what we're also going to see between now and November, just thinking of what could happen, good or bad for Trump, that might actually move the numbers. There's way more things that are bad. So it's like, hey, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve empties and gas goes to $10 a gallon or whatever. Or it's like he's not going to get some super out of the blue win on Iran. Like it's not going to happen.
Right. They're going to drag it out at least through the midterms.
Yeah, 100%. They're going to keep blowing up ship every once in a while to keep this whole thing. They would be stupid to attack us, but that doesn't mean we're not in like potential false flag season. Which I think I'm not tinfoil hat. I think that's like a real concern. Yeah, okay.
No, I wouldn't put it past Trump to give him the excuse. See, he killed a bunch of people, killed a bunch of Americans. So, I have to drop a nuke or I have to send troops in or Israel. I could absolutely see Israel doing some sort of false flag. Yeah.
There's never been more
Mhm.
pressure on the Likud party to maintain military involvement by the
Mhm.
U.S. when the U.S. really has no objective reason to continue it. In
Yeah.
fact, this has been horrifying for the American people in a way that it's going to take years to uncover.
Right.
And then what we also don't know is that there's been quibble back and forth on the right and the left, specifically about how much fundraising and how much is going to get allocated. And for some reason, people on the right will continuously overlook the amount of money that comes through Act Blue,
Mhm.
which, like WinRed, but I think Act Blue is more egregious, probably has a lot of laundered money, to be honest with you. But and how they're going to allocate that money, ballot harvesting versus advertising versus what happens on the right is it's just grift and gets allocated in non-economic manner, right?
Mhm.
But maybe they clean that. Like, so there is this idea of like the polling might be good, but we have to see who's going to electioneer better. And then what the big sleeper hit is that what I heard as an outsider over a year ago is that there were multiple Democrats staffing offices that were working around the clock on real anti-corruption cases in the Trump administration. And that they're going to start like leaking these out. And some of them are horrifying. Like the whole way in which the Live Nation DOJ investigation was shut down apparently is terrible. And everybody hates high ticket prices. So I think that the Democrats have more gas in the tank. Let's just put it that way between now and November, as far as gaining control. And then I do think they've also learned their lesson about sort of what's the right way to pursue Trump. I think they're going to probably pick apart the administration with like real like cases, as opposed to like the Zelensky phone call was ill-advised. It made Trump stronger, so.
Yeah, I have heard that they don't plan on impeaching, that they just plan on investigating instead. And there's plenty to work with over the Epstein files, all of his grift, his crap coins, and all these government contracts to his sons, and all this crap going on. So yeah, plenty there. One thing I see, and I don't know if you're seeing this in your polling, but one thing I've kind of noticed in focus groups and articles and different interviews that I'm seeing is that AI data centers are kind of the sleeper issue that I think both parties are kind of ignoring right now. That is going to play a very big part in the midterms.
As of the last poll I ran with Rasmussen in July, we hadn't asked about it yet. I haven't seen, just like in the normal course of my time on the internet, like polling about that. I really like, I'll ask you if there's what you feel to be a significant amount. Like, where are you, by the way? Are you on Twitter most of the time, or Blue Sky, or Threads, or
pretty much everywhere?
Yeah.
Not so much on Threads, but yeah, a lot on Twitter. Some on Blue Sky.
Is there a massive groundswell of anti-data center stuff on the left? Because I I wouldn't put it that high based on what I've seen on the right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm hearing about it. I'm seeing a little bit online, but I am hearing more in articles that I'm reading, in interviews that I'm seeing, especially down in Texas. I can't remember if it was More Perfect Union or someone. It may have been MS Now that did interviews with Trump voters down in Texas, and a bunch of them are getting coalitions together. They're, going out, recruiting other Trump voters that are all voting against Paxton, and specifically over AI data centers, because Texas is the number 2 state right now for AI data centers, only behind Virginia. And they're building these without public input, without public, knowledge beforehand. It's ruining people's lives. Like the sound is just 24/7. There was one lady who said, my entire community is breaking ranks. And she's a lifelong Republican. She voted for Trump all 3 times, has never voted for a Democrat. She says, we are voting for anyone who is against AI data centers. And right now that's Tallarico. Because she said they can't sell their homes. Obviously, nobody wants to live near that. And she said her entire family has to run their TVs and air conditioning at night just to block out the noise, just so they can sleep. And she's like a half mile away, and it's just nonstop.
So Gallup had numbers in May that said about 7 in 10 oppose, which is strong. And it actually kind of mirrors all the other polling I've done, like on just anti-big business. So like we've gotten 85 roughly % say that big tech needs to be reined in. Over 70% who think that corporations are like manipulating. Like there's a massive anti-major corporation sentiment.
Yeah.
So it says the political breakdown is 3 and 4 Democrats, but it's more like 60% of Republicans. So that's enough to say it's like broadly bipartisan.
Yeah.
And that the difference is probably, Trump supports data centers, so I got to too,
Right.
Now, I don't think like if you stack ranked this would come anywhere close to the number 1 issue, which is just people can't afford to live.
No.
In many ways. Yeah.
And here's my theory of the case is that a lot of the, maybe not the AI data centers, because they directly affect people's day-to-day lives and, tanking their property values. But a lot of the other things, especially like immigration, things like that, I think if Trump was meeting people's financial needs, if he had done what he said and really worked on the economy as soon as he came in, and people were being able to afford homes and, live their lives and feed their families and pay their mortgage and rent, a lot of this other stuff, they would be like, yeah, I care, but like, am I really going to make a big deal out of it? My needs are being met. I'm fine. And it goes both ways. That happens on the left too. When people feel like their needs are being met, they ignore a lot of things. I think that's what, a lot of it right now, the dissatisfaction with the party, especially the quote unquote leaders on the left, is because Democratic voters were like, wait a minute, you guys said that you knew best. You told us that we needed to go for these middle of the road, centrist establishment Democrats, that they were the safe bet to beat Trump. And now you've lost to him twice. And they see everything, from the left's perspective, everything falling apart in the country, and scary and total shit. So everybody's like, I don't really trust you anymore. So
you guys look like you're having your own civil war too. And I think it's over basically the same issue, which is foreign and corporate influence. And the fact that we don't live in a capitalistic society. And this is something I'm going to write a book on it sometime in the next year. And I think it's important for me to tell a story to Republicans that they need to get smarter about capitalism and how to actually compete in the marketplace of ideas on this, because they're failing miserably. And I think like what we're seeing now is like, okay, voters thought they were going to get what they wanted out of Trump. 2 months from a midterm, everybody's on the right's realizing, no, like he didn't. Right.
Yeah.
And so what you're seeing is what I think is part of a kleptocratic uniparty kabuki theater, which is they purposely pick divisive issues to redirect to who the enemy is. So it's like, well, it's not us, the establishment Republicans, that kept you from getting what you want, even though he had a mandate. It's those dirty Muslims, and they're taking over America, even though they're 1% of the country and they voted for Trump, like a lot of them, right?
Yeah.
Or look at how scary the socialists. You could never collaborate with socialists. They're all socialists and they want to put you in the ditch. And there are some people on the left measurably is more violent. And I know why. It is. I've measured it.
I've looked at stats that definitely say otherwise.
Well, they're more afraid of the right than the right is of the left also. And I think a lot of that has to do with January 6th. But I'm just telling you, it's like you ask a Luigi Mangione question and women under 40 are like, yeah, it's okay, sure, he killed the guy. Like it's like,
yeah, but he's not really on the left. I mean, if you look at his politics,
No. I'm not
pretty
saying
much
he's on the left. I'm saying the people that say his murder of that CEO was understandable are on the left.
I would argue that too, because when I did a segment on him, I got a lot of people on the right that started following me. And they were saying, I'm a Trump voter, I'm MAGA, but we need more Luigi's.
I'm not trying to point fingers or
bipartisan.
No, I'm saying it was like 38% of women under 40, but like 18% of men under 40. It was like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying all of them. I'm not saying only them. I'm just saying like that is where the tendency is. And people on the right will use that to divide everybody again, because also the Charlie Kirk thing. Okay. And I'm not pointing fingers again, because like the right uses it to the left uses it to the right. Look, they tried to overthrow democracy. Look, they killed Charlie Kirk. I'm just saying that those narratives are getting trotted out now, 2 months before election, in which the Republicans didn't deliver on their major promises. And in my opinion, these are coming from the establishment. And especially Republicans know they have a socialist problem. And what they're going to do is they're going to dig in and say, we can never be a socialist nation, and they're going to lose. And when I think we need to have a lot of nuance, and this is something I've been really trying to plead with the Republicans to get their head out of their butts, is that America is perceived by pretty much everybody to be at least somewhat capitalist. So they think we have capitalism, and I would argue we don't. And when you ask about, would you prefer socialism or capitalism, just the words, socialism now wins with people under 40, but it's not popular. It's like 40 couple percent.
Yeah.
And so there you get a lot of not sures because people don't know what it means.
Yeah.
Now, I think specifically the DSA are using it as a stand-in for progressive economics and populism, which I support, and that they're not really saying we want to be socialist. If they really want to be socialist, that would be a bad idea, because Americans like freedom and they just are going to. But if it's like, well, we should have better systems like Europe, it's like, okay, I agree with that. You know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't be torching this money.
Yeah,
Now,
there is a tension there between, and like I'm very progressive. I consider myself to be a Bernie type progressive, but there are a lot of DSA policies that I 100% disagree with, as their stated policies of, oh, let's get rid of prisons. No, like,
we
I have a
need
child
national
who's been a-
sovereignty, right? Like,
yeah, no, when you have a family member that's been a victim of a violent crime, no, you want prisons. I just don't believe in these private prison models with, like Geo Group, which, it's just vile and making money off of incarcerating people and, throwing people in who don't belong in there, who have never committed a crime. And so, yeah, I mean, we just need a better system. Just like, healthcare shouldn't be for profit. I don't think prisons should be for profit. So,
yeah, no, I'm with you 100% on all of those things. And I think what is going to happen is, like, one of the other things that blows people's minds is that the under 40 voter who voted for Trump in 24 is also, in some measures, pretty socialistic. Like 3/4 of them would nationalize a major industry, and 60% of them believe in excess wealth confiscation. So these people think the economic system has failed them, like 65, 70%. And the right just doesn't get that. They had these people, they don't know why, and they lost them because they're still digging in on this trickle down Reaganomics kind of crap that turned into a corporate oligarchy. And so, like I kind of, as I learn more about history and economics, like I kind of laugh about this, is that you see these conservatives harken back to the economic situation of the 50s, 60s, and 70s and say, well, I want that again, where a single income janitor can afford a house and all his kids and send them to college and stuff. It's like, okay, but like that came kind of from progressive economic policies, right? Like it came from strong unions and progressive tax systems.
Yeah, and following the New Deal and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And it's like, okay, like obviously some of it was World War II, like, right. But what I've been trying to frame it to the Republicans is like, basically you need to provide a clear-eyed, pragmatic explanation to voters not why socialism is bad, because like, what does the word even mean? But
Mhm.
what is your economic alternative? You have to provide an actual alternative that works, and they're wholly incapable of doing that. The
Yeah.
think tanks don't do it because they're all like the Cato Institute. Trump can't do it because he's a big business oligarch. He's literally the guy with the monocle. And I told Susie Wallace to her face a year ago, I was like, listen, you're going to lose these people unless you smash the oligarchy. And like, she's like, oh, that's good, we should write it down. I'm like, yeah, you shouldn't act like an oligarch. You should smash them. And she wrote it down, and like, it's like Trump's inviting billionaires to build the ballroom. You know what I mean? So it's like, but
Yeah.
what I think is cool is that, so both establishment parties, in my opinion, are very rooted in the principles. Like, they will say the word progressive, they will say the word capitalism, they'll say the word conservatism, and they've kind of lost all meaning. And most of these boomers that inherited the post-World War II political and economic order. And I ascribe to this theory of history called the fourth turning, in which I think we're seeing the cyclical nature of which society goes through a crisis, forms institutions, the institutions fall apart, and then society reorders around a new set of values. And I think we're seeing that right now, because boomers are losing about net 3 or 4 million votes a year due to death and new people. And these young people don't care as much about socialism versus capitalism, conservative versus liberal.
Right.
They just want to be
They
put
don't
first.
like labels, is what it seems like. They don't want to be known as a Republican or a Democrat. They just are like, let's all come together, figure out a better way. I just want to be able to live. I just want to be able to breathe and, afford the things that my parents were able to afford. So yeah. It's very foreign to older people in America. They're, well, what do you mean? They have to have been racist to vote for Trump. And I'm like, yeah, there are those people, like, they're rearing their ugly heads right now with the whole, anti-Muslim rhetoric that I see online daily. But there also are a lot of people who voted for Trump who voted for Bernie, or they were too young to vote back then. And,
This is
they
what's
just,
so beautiful. Like, 90% of the people on the right are like, where did all this Muslim stuff come from all of a sudden? You know what I mean? It's like Laura Loomer, like, that's where it came from. Like, so we have our people, and they're funny, because all this is completely confounding the establishment right. So you see, because the Israel issue, Nick Fuentes is super toxic, right? Like, you can't, and yet at the same time, they don't understand that it's like, okay, he does have his core followers, but then there's just like 20 or 30 million other people who have watched a show or two of his. Oh, he's got a good point. Or, oh yeah, I believe with Nick on this. Or they're not like avid followers. And like, they call him super hard right. And he certainly said a bunch of racist stuff. Like, I think a lot of it's probably shock job behavior, but he's kind of an economic socialist in some ways.
Yeah. And he recently said, yeah, I'm actually kind of a moderate Democrat.
So what I think we're going to see is, I want to see it, because I think it's better for America, some form of economic populism with nationalism that happens with a younger generation who is forming institutions based on a new set of values, which again, I think is so important that's what Tucker led off with. I don't care what you think about all the other stuff he does. It's hard to disagree with a lot of the things he says. And whether you do or not, it's like an olive branch. He's offering an olive branch to say, like, let's talk about what America means and what we should be as Americans, because then we can know that maybe we shouldn't defund the police, right? Because we believe that society should have laws. And those are the things that I think the right and the left both need in order to get rid of the regressive parts that I think are being driven by the establishment. And like, I'll give you another perfect example. It's like, again, with bombing the Middle East. Okay. So it's like, if you're a Christian conservative, then you think that Americans have natural rights that come from God, which means that humans have natural rights that come from God, which mean that Iranians have natural rights that come from God. And you can't dismiss them as Islamists because they're made in the image of God, and you're supposed to want to convert them to Christianity. Well, is nuking Tehran the best way to do that? And a lot of these people would say, yeah, we got to make sure they don't get a nuke. And if we have to kill 100 million of them, like, what?
All the pro-lifers.
I would love to get rid of that part of the right. And because it's psychotic. And like, I hope there's a place where we can all acknowledge the psychotic parts. And like, and again, like this pugilistic, like culture war clash, I think, again, a lot of it was driven by foreign and corporate interests, by establishment parties to misdirect people. But it's like, there's an aspect on the right where it's like, I just don't want to hear about the LGBT. Like, let's get over it. But at the same time, like, let's not do this stuff to our children. Right. And so it's like, there's an opportunity for us to solve these problems. Same thing where it's like, if you took late term abortion and just like, believe it or not, it's over, I think it was over 70% that would be okay with just abortions 1 trimester and sooner. But like, let's just start at the last one and say, okay, if we had good faith carve outs and most of America is against this, only 20% are for it. You know, like, so I think on all these issues, there is common ground.
Yeah.
If it wasn't,
and I think that's another big misconception. Like I was talking about the 2A rights and things like that, and, you know, the border. I think a lot of people, and I still see this on Twitter, you know, from MAGA followers or even just America Firsters who have ditched Trump. And they have this misconception of, oh, you know, everybody on the left wants late term abortion. And it's, you know, I think it's so twisted because we on the left, like, I am 100% for a woman's right to choose. Although when I had the choice to make as an 18-year-old, I couldn't do it. I chose to have my child. Okay. It just, you know, but any other woman, I have family members who have been victimized, you know, violently raped. 100% you should be able to do, you know, with your body what you want, especially after being violated in that way and having someone take something from you. What we on the left, and I would say the vast majority, I'm sure there's some crazy people, some fringe crazy people who don't agree with this, but the vast majority, every leftist I've ever spoken to is like, yeah, I just think that you should be able to have a late term DNC if you're, you know, if the child is going to die and they know like there's no chance this child is going to live, or if it's in a danger to the mother's life, to save her life. But most people in America would say, no, absolutely not. After, you know, like maybe the 5th month, 4th month, 5th month, you know, it shouldn't be just a choice. Just, and that's the thing too. No woman is carrying a baby for 8 months and then going, you know what? I kind of changed my mind. Like, it just isn't happening, right?
So the polling on abortion shows that America is pretty freaking reasonable. And yet there are some people that want none, and there are some people that want completely unfettered abortion, blah, blah, blah. They are both fringe majorities at this point in time. 100% fringe majorities.
Yeah.
The problem becomes when you have a Democrat establishment who pretty ubiquitously supports completely unfettered abortions, and when you have a Republican establishment who will just play the opposite side. And it's like neither of those positions are in the Overton window. And when that happens, as it does on many issues, it's clearly just a division tactic in order to maintain establishment status quo. Now, personally, I'm an anti-abortion guy. I don't like it. And personally, like, that's how I would carry myself. Yet at the same point in time, I understand that position is not in the Overton window, nor is it an adequate political reason to completely like check out of the country, like not have a conversation on how we move the ball downfield on the issues that really matter at this point in time. Right. And so that's what I would love for Americans to realize, like what we should be doing, which is like, let's agree what our main problem is. The economy is not suiting the people. And anything moving us away from that focus at this point, because this is our existential problem. We are about to run out of money. It's all going to get really bad. The corporate, like we're like one step away from corporate fascism. Like, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
like
I think we're already there.
yeah, okay, right, 100%. Yeah, I agree with you. It's like at this point in 20 years, we'll be fighting wars like for Amazon. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean the biggest welfare queens in the country are like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. I mean, you know,
Well, I said this on Twitter. I said, if you're voting,
wealthy.
Yeah, if you're
and
voting,
living, you know, and how much of our tax dollars are going to them.
Yeah.
It's like, fund your own freaking company. If I started a company, you know, is the government just going to hand me billions of dollars?
well, they're in protected monopolies, and the entire financial system of like printing more dollars and asset prices going up, like all of it, the way they can get like unlimited debt, and the way that they can use all of these pro-globalist policies in order to suppress like labor, the cost of labor. And so I've said that if you're voting for Republicans, you're voting literally for welfare. It's socialism for the rich, the corporations, and Israel. If you're voting for Democrats, they're at least saying that it's socialism for the poor. And so, like, what do you think is going to win in that scenario? And the right has no answer to that. You know, like, they just don't know. So
yeah, the New Republic just wrote an article. I didn't read the whole thing, but they had this great line in it that said, like, if socialism scares you, if that's not something you want, then make capitalism better.
I said that too. I never thought it. I think New Republic did a hit piece on Rasmussen, by the way. I'm pretty sure they did.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Susie Wiles's email got hacked. And so we had sent her polls, and our owner was on like in the email chains of like sending Susie Wiles polls. It's like, I'll send polls to whoever they want, you know, like just like, you know, AOC, give me your email. I'll send you polls. You know, I don't care. But here we are agreeing on the current state of our capitalistic system. Capitalism sucks right now. It needs to be better.
Yeah, I love, like, I think I just responded yesterday to, I think it was Tom Cotton, who said something about, you know, socialism, or actually their new thing is they're not even going with socialism anymore. They've realized, I think, that socialism isn't the scary term that it used to be. So now it's communism, and it's like, you know, come on, like, we're talking about apples and oranges almost. I mean, you know, and there's three different things. I mean, democratic socialism is not socialism, and socialism is definitely not communism. I mean, those are three totally different points of view and you know, economic policies and theories. But yeah, I mean, they're just going with the most scary term, which is now their communism. So I think he said something about, you know, oh, communism never works, and all it does is, you know, cause misery and suffering, and, you know, people to struggle. And it's like, and I responded, I'm like, oh, as opposed to the misery and struggling we have now under capitalism. I mean, thank you for making the case for changing our country's economic system.
What do you think will happen first? Do you think Republicans will acknowledge that what we have isn't real capitalism? Or do you think that Democrats would just come out and acknowledge that they don't want to put people in a ditch? You know what I mean? It's like, somebody's going to get there first. You know what I mean? It's like, this is literally all that's standing between us. I mean, because again, the corporations are the enemy.
Got our own. I just did sorry to interrupt you. I just did a video last night, or published it last night, about Hakeem Jeffries on, I think it was Meet the Press, saying, oh no, I'm not for Medicare for all. I'm not for a single payer system. It's like, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy our chances in the midterms? I mean, do you not see the polling? Do you not know that this is where the majority of Americans are? You know, and you can call it whatever you want. And I wish Bernie had called it something else, because older Americans are like, oh, well, I still have to pay a certain amount of money for Medicare. So it's not the same thing. You know, I wish people understood that Medicare for all is no, you wouldn't be paying anything. You'd just be paying your taxes. But
so I personally believe our healthcare industry is failed. And the reason I believe that is because it's about 20% of our GDP, and most of it, not all, but most of it is funded by the government, which means it's one of our biggest tax burdens, and we're running out of money. And I wish the Republicans had an answer to it, but their answer is just to give you more HSAs because they're funded by pharma, they're funded by these healthcare systems, and they don't care. They don't mind. Those people have wealth and power and will continue to back Republicans. At the same time, like, I'm less personally opposed to the idea of government-sponsored healthcare than I might have previously been in my past, but I don't think the government can necessarily fix this. This meaning we spend a lot of money, and most of it's just all waste, right? In my opinion. And so, like, we're stuck in a situation where I do think it needs free market competition in order to drive down the cost of healthcare for everybody. And yet neither side's going to bring us there. Like, they just can't. Like, the Democrats want it to be single payer, and it will just eat our treasury. And the Republicans want it to stay the way it is, and it will just eat our treasury. So it's like you're in this situation where, like, they don't need a 4-to-1 administrator like ratio, right? Like, we don't need to be spending $100,000 like 5 times a week for oncology scans for somebody that's got a and I hate to be the guy that says that, but like, we are like, these are rent seeking corporations that get their way from both parties, and what they want is to just charge whatever. And like 20%, like, this is what's wild. If like, I hope I got the numbers right, and I did this with AI, but it was like a year ago. If we had taken, when we put in Medicare and Medicaid, if we had taken it and capped it at a percent of I think I used 5% of GDP. At the time, I think we were spending like 3% on healthcare. And these numbers are directionally correct if I forget them. But it's like, if you take those two programs and just cap them as a percent of GDP and said, you know what, like, fine, pay for everybody's healthcare, just cap them at a percent of GDP.
Welcome to the show, everybody. How's everybody doing today?
Hello. Was that to us or the audience?
That's to both of you. And well,
How's
both
it going?
you, the creators and the audience.
All right. Anyone within earshot. What's up, guys? Hey, guys.
Yeah. What's up,
Hi,
Carlos?
audience.
How's it going, man? How's it going, Hank? How
Good.
is everything in the in your lives? Hope it's going well.
Yeah,
Carlos?
I just finished work.
Yeah,
I
feel
just
that.
finished work, so
You're just like
nice. Bounty hunter? Carlos is a bit mysterious to me. I just assume you're a bounty hunter or maybe a professional wrestling trainer, some sort
Sure.
of big, strong, scary guy.
He's a
job.
professional. He's a
Viking
professional wrestling
consultants.
trainer. Well then. All right. Well,
Yeah.
you got to get that hookup.
All right.
yeah.
Man, so anything interesting happening this week? Holy crap.
No, please, I don't want more interesting things happening.
I'm so over it.
Too much
Okay.
interest. We do,
Yeah.
you know, like, do you guys think a utopian society would be boring? Like where the news is just like, remember when that kitten got stuck in a tree like 4 months ago? We all
I
got
just
I
can't
wish that's how it
conceptualize
was.
utopian society anymore. I'm
Yeah.
trying so hard, man. It's just I've been having, I'll admit it, like even on my show, I've been having a little bit of a just problem with keeping my composure and not kind of freaking out at just the daily fuckery that we live through. I mean, this $40 trillion thing kind of hit me where I was like, oh yeah, how's that affect us? And then I just kind of went, oh, that's right. This isn't just numbers, that this will impact inflation and all that kind of stuff. And then the stock market's crashing today. That's fun. That AI bubble is likely to burst sooner than later. So I don't know, man. I'm kind of trying
tired,
to,
boss.
I'm wrestling with the, like, okay, it's great knowing about all this. It's great, like, even being able to kind of prepare for it, but what's it actually doing? Like, even my therapist was just like, how is this affecting your mental health? I'm like, not well.
Right. Right. Yeah. The best thing that we could do for everybody's mental health is have doctors prescribe money.
Yeah.
There you go. Here's a prescription for $5,000 a month.
Dude,
You'll
you know
be
shit's
better.
bad when my
that'll fix
therapist, like, no joke, is just like, oh, I totally get why you're drinking more. It's just like, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the world does seem like a conspiracy by the therapists to make sure that they always have a job. I don't actually believe that's silly, but like it's such a stressful world for people who pay attention like we do.
No, it is.
I definitely pulled back quite a lot to protect my mental health with paying attention to this stuff. My emotional system's sort of involuntary, so I get like caught up and I get overwhelmed, and I think I'm even just so burnt out in my circuits.
Yeah, but do you
fried.
find yourself do it? Like, this is where I'm fighting with my own brain lately, where like I can't stop clicking on the political content. Like I've been finding myself like almost every morning I'll be making my coffee, and then the first thing I'll see is a stupid Midas Touch story, and I don't cover a lot of that stuff on my show, so I'm like, let's see what the Midas boys have to say today.
Yeah,
and it's always the same shit. I'm Ben Meiselas. Donald Trump is panicking, and the world is burning, and we're all about to die.
Right. Not a bad way to make a few $1,000s, though. Just BSing into a camera the same stuff you said 10 minutes ago about Donald Trump. That's how the channel does really well.
Do you guys ever find yourself like watching, like I do this with Breaking Points and some other content creators sometimes, where you almost want them to freak out because you're like, can you at least just be honest with like how things, like Crystal Ball is a good example of this, where I told my audience that once Crystal Ball is visibly panicked, that's when you guys should know we're completely fucked, because she's like a multimillionaire. So, right now the economy, and I know this sounds mean, but I'm just like, hey, the economy's not bad enough for her to not make it to her daughter's gymnastic meets, to, the golf games with Kyle Kalinske, having their barbecues during the weekend and just enjoying their multi-million-dollar home, like without any fucking worry at all. Once you see her panicking, that's when you guys know it's all over. But
yeah,
that's where I kind of feel like it's almost condescending of them to like constantly cover all this dour fucking economic news and then just be like, all right, we'll see you tomorrow. Have fun with that. Poor, you stupid pores.
Yeah, I mean, like, I have less of a problem with like Crystal Ball than I did like prior, but it's just the moment Sagar opens his mouth is like the moment, like just once all he has to do is like say a word. I'm like, oh, that's right. That's why I don't like watching this program.
Yep. Yeah, Sagar is a special type of annoying.
Yeah, he's not just annoying, but he's legitimately evil. Like, that guy is a ghoul. Like, he is legitimately a ghoul. He sounds nice. He might be like amicable in person, but he is a ghoul.
Just based on what he believes, like his the structured belief system that he has, or what?
Well, I kind of like it was the story. It was the story about the child who was raped and had to have an abortion, and she had to go. She was like 10 or 9 and had to go to another state because of all the, Roe v. Wade stuff going down. And they were covering that story. And again, this is the kind of stuff that just like sticks with you. The guy, his words were, well, he was an illegal immigrant, so I guess there's something for everyone.
Wait, that's what Sagar said?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and that was the line.
Called out on that.
Like, yeah, that's what really like angered me, like about at Crystal Ball, because I couldn't do it. If I heard that on the studio, like that show would have ended that day.
Yeah.
Like, there would have been hands thrown, because like, what are you talking about? There's something there for everyone, because that right there told me everything I needed to know about Sagar.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, wow, dude. Wow. You're talking about someone who is just victimized, and you're talking about like an undocumented person?
I will just say it, man. He's got, and for Sagar to be walking around with a double A in his name and a GR or GER.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like, how are you not recognizing that it's like, nah, anytime that somebody's looking at your application, they're going at, or application, but looking at your name, they're going at it with the same type of racism that, funny enough, you are, like that Sagar is in that moment, where it's like, holy shit, dude. Like, how does that happen? Like, at what point do you like? Did he have like this moment in, you know, his private elementary school where he's just like, I'm white too. I'm going to have the same opinions as all of these shitty white Republicans because I'm one of them now. I'm safe.
I don't know. Maybe it's just like that he's wealthy enough to be insulated from this kind of stuff that it doesn't matter. Like, even if there's, even if there is like racism launched against him, it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect him.
He's got that pick me energy. I wish I could say I've watched enough of the show to have as well formed an opinion as I think our viewers deserve. So I'm withholding slightly. I mean, I've seen a lot of Sagar over the years because he gets covered, and Breaking Points has been around forever. I did start listening to the interview Jon Stewart did with Crystal and Sagar both at the same time, because it's like them outside of their normal spot, and Jon Stewart kind of. I find him kind of annoying, to be honest.
Really?
Myself. I obviously over the years he's been present in my diet forever, and I like him overall. But I do kind of wish whatever. That's not the point of what I'm trying to say. But mostly when I've ever seen Sagar, I just sort of land on it's just so clearly trying to construct an argument based on predetermined bias in my sense, almost to the point you have to pretend to be stupid to sort of make it work. But like I said, I would rather have a more informed opinion than even though I'm not letting that stop me from sharing my opinion. But so maybe I'll prove myself wrong if I watch more of that interview or more of Sagar stuff. But from what Carlos is saying, what you're saying, from what I've seen in the stuff, it's just like that conservative worldview dressed up in a guy who has a tailor and a suit that fits. Doesn't make it any more palatable as far as I'm concerned, because it's just it's a thinly veiled mask of cruelty and justifying hypocrisy and racism.
But that's his thing, though. Like, that's exactly what it is. Like, I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure he's probably amicable in person. He doesn't like really go like cause drama or like is like these other like more far right people, even though like his ideology leads down that path. But yeah, underneath all that, like the moment that's what triggered it for me. The moment he said that, I was like, oh, that's what this guy's about. I understand.
Now, were you more bothered by that or the fact that Crystal didn't push back at it?
I honestly was more focused on him than anything, because like the moment he said it, it's still stuck in my head. Like, this was years ago, by the way, and it's still stuck in my head.
It's weird because he just recently made like a similar comment.
Oh, I mean, well, there you go.
What the hell,
I mean,
man?
I can't. Yeah, like that. There you go.
Consistently shitty.
Yeah. That was it for me for him. I was like, oof.
Yeah,
how could you say that?
I don't know. Like, I remember noticing it back when they were like on Rising, where I'm just like, how come Crystal doesn't like actually push back against some of his like the really shitty things that he says? Like, she'll just just ignore it and then try to move on to the next segment.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, like, how much of this are we supposed to tolerate? And then how am I supposed to look at her and look at the show as like, well, we're coming at it from both sides. It's like, yeah, but part of that is actually leaning into the disagreement side of things.
Yeah. And I think like a long time ago that may have, been, that may have been a thing, but I don't think I don't think that this is the scenario where that can happen. Like, what are we supposed to do with conservatives as like, positioning this as if there's like two actual legitimate sides being presented here when there's not? Like, what are we supposed to do with that? Like, we're supposed to entertain, I don't know, election denialism. We're supposed to entertain like COVID denialism, like just this debased reality.
Well, that's kind of why I wonder who actually watches Breaking Points. Like,
right, that's a great question.
Like, because me as a content creator, obviously, or any of us, it's understandable why we would watch them, because it is something to react to. It is, they have informed opinions, whether you agree or disagree with them. But that's also where like I do kind of like, if I wasn't doing this, I don't think I would watch them, because I do think that it is disingenuous. I do think like Crystal specifically does actually like come at it as like more centrist, and again, her lack of pushback on any of his extreme ideas makes me just go, that's the problem with the left right there, is the fact that we just let them just say these words and this hateful bullshit without pushing back. and then just expect everybody to go like, well, they heard what they heard, that they can judge on their own. It's like, listen.
I mean, yeah, and that's the problem. This is not the age. This is not the time to be like, yeah, we're just going to present two sides and pretend like there's legitimacy here when there isn't.
Stavros actually just said that in a podcast with the New York Times, where he was just saying that it's such bullshit anytime he hears a podcaster or a comedian talk about both sides, and he's just like, that's bullshit. It's everybody that plays that both side shit right now is so full of shit. He's like, yes, the Democratic Party is disappointing, but no, one side is literally way better for like the actual country. One side is actively trying to destroy the country, while the other one is just like, well, maybe we could put some band-aids. And he was just saying, but this is where the far left, he's like, if you include the far left on that one, that like changes everything. He's like, the far left wants health care and they want to charge the rich a little bit more so we can pay for programs, whereas the other side of this is just, we just want to hoard things and tell poor people that they suck and make you feel like you're never going to, actually get a leg up in life. And I think that that's also part of like the plan personally. And that's where Stavi was talking about that, where he's like, no, dude, like you have one side telling poor people that they're poor because they didn't do enough. Meanwhile, you have the other side taking, or doing crypto rug pulls on their own people.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I don't know. I've been personally wrestling just with where we're at, like right before this election season, because we're at like the back end of primary season. I'm already seeing the signs go up. I'm seeing like the mailers coming in. I've gotten a few political ads recently, and I don't know, man. I'm starting to realize that this, like right up until November, is it 7th this year?
Yeah.
Until that, like whenever it is that Tuesday, it's going to be fucking rough. Like if we thought the 2024 campaign season was rough, like, I don't know, with the DSA finally getting some traction and then the pushback with the DSA, it's going to be wild, guys.
I think so, but I honestly have a little bit of optimism.
Oh, thank God.
I feel like the Republicans have just done such a horrible job. This is by no means excusing like the Democratic Party and their failures, but I think that the Republicans have just been like so terrible that like people are just tired. They're just tired of it. That's why you see more DSA candidates are winning. They're tired of the status quo. The status quo isn't working and hasn't been working for a very, very long time. They were sold on this idea by Trump, obviously disingenuously trying to come at this as some sort of outsider when he never was. So now, fast forward, almost 10 years? We're about 10 years into this Trump era nonsense. You're starting to see more and more DSA candidates win for this exact reason. People are tired, and I think that this election season, Republicans are going to have a really, really, really rough time. I'm almost 50-50 on the Senate, and originally I thought the Senate was already done. I thought the Senate was cooked, but now I'm more erring on the side of 50-50, and I think the House is going to go to the Democrats for sure.
You think?
Yeah, I think so. I think that this is going to be a bad midterm for Republicans. It's going to be bad.
See, now I'm of the mind that like Trump is already kind of preparing to rig the fucking election.
Oh, they're going to try. They're going to try, this nonsense with redistricting and all this stuff. He's trying to prevent the mail-in ballots by these executive orders.
Actually, there you go, the redistricting. So like in Florida, I know that like for the Senate, I forgot her name, the DSA candidate that just won, like that's she has an uphill battle, but it is actually a better chance than say the rest of like the candidates in Florida, where I like Jared Moskowitz. I saw that there's no guarantee that he even wins against his Republican opponent because of the gerrymandering.
Yeah.
So is that technically a good thing then? If Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Jared Moskowitz both get canned, obviously we would need somebody to make up that like the blue seats in another state. But I personally think that might be beneficial to us to get these career Democrat shills out of power.
Yeah, if we win the House, if we win the House and like it just so happens that Wasserman loses,
yeah,
Moskowitz loses, then yeah, I mean, okay, as long as the Republicans lose,
yeah,
Trump's presidency is effectively like at a standstill because like, you know, at that point, even if Democrats just win the House, it's pretty much like deadlock. There's nothing that's gonna happen, and you know, at that point, it's kind of like a reset, like put a reset on the clock. Democrats are just gonna do what they do best, which is nothing, and I want them to just do nothing, like literally just make sure that nothing happens for 2 years. And then reset, you know, reset for 2028, which is all we can basically do, right? Is set the stage. But Republicans have to lose.
Other than like investigations and subpoenas and hearings, there's really nothing they could do anyway. Like, you know, what is...
Well, they want to do the performative impeachment thing.
Yeah, sure.
Which I don't think that's not smart.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's
making Trump a victim literally did not play well with in any way, shape, or form. It boosted his popularity, man. Like, dude,
somehow
my own dad,
well,
he didn't
victimization,
vote or anything, but I remember when they started some of the, like, I think it was even the documents one. It was like the second one that they went after him, and my dad just went, you know what? He's got a point about this witch hunt shit, and I was just like, oh fuck.
And it's also like how they go about. It's also how they go about it, right? Because like if they actually start impeachment hearings on something like very concrete that like, and what I mean is like something that the general population looks at it and goes, oh, I see. You know, that might be different. That might be different and worth pursuing. But if it's not that impeaching him is wrong, like they should be doing that, right? It's just a matter of like what they can present to the American people.
It's also if it actually goes through this time, because that's the other thing. Like those two impeachments, they didn't technically do anything because it was only the House that technically voted on it.
Yeah,
you know, there wasn't the majority or the veto-proof majority or whatever, like as far as voting for impeachment. So it's all performative at the end of the day. Like I see, Earth homies, then impeach and remove him. The thing is, there is no removing him. Like you need this mass majority in the 25th Amendment, right? To invoke the 25th Amendment, you need what, 61 or 62 senators to vote for it?
Yeah, it's and
you then need the vice president?
Yeah, you need the Senate.
Yeah, you need the entire, pretty much the entire Senate, and then you also need the vice president to go along with it. So it's unrealistic.
He'd have to do something terrible like raping children.
Dude, the thing is, and this is the thing. I think he. Oh, wait a minute. He already did.
Yeah,
allegedly.
He's one of them. The cabal of pedophiles runs the world.
Yes, that's also where I'm saying, like, if we can avoid, like, if the Democrats can avoid not taking that L just by not focusing on the impeachment stuff, I think that in itself would be a win. But I don't know. Like, I can already see people kind of disagreeing, but I've been thinking about this one for a while, and then I went back and I looked at his numbers and how they increased when impeachment started, and how your average American was just like, this is a little silly. Why are you focusing on this and not other shit? Somebody actually said it best. They were like, how come the Democrats aren't trying to actually focus on pushing an agenda that just proves how unpopular Trump's policies are, where it's like constantly push him, just be like, he just denied us raising the minimum wage. He just denied us childcare. He just denied us this, it's never that.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be mad if they tried to push, for things in the positive, right? Like trying to give people health care or whatever. I just don't expect them to, but I would definitely want them to do that. Eminent also put out a good point. The Iran war is probably something that maybe because like everybody is not really in favor of this, and I mean that would be an avenue, but the Senate's not going to convict them, not as long as they're run by Republicans.
No, even if it's run by Democrats, again, you need a supermajority.
Yeah, that's true. You need 60, And that's
yeah,
not.
and then and I remember the big one was that JD Vance needs to sign off on it, and people were kind of fooling themselves, going, "Well, JD Vance has always been wishy-washy. You know, he was
Nah.
anti-Trump for a minute there." It's like, no, dude.
No,
They
there's
wouldn't have made
no.
him vice president if they thought for a second that he would vote against something that Donald Trump was going to do.
Yeah, if there's anything about the Republicans is that they're like 90% in lockstep, and like the people that don't agree with all the shenanigans that their own party is doing, they don't say anything, and the moment they do, they're out of the party anyways. They're leaving.
Like MTG, I still call me cynical on this one. I think that one was planned.
Cynical. You are
Meaning,
cynical.
like,
What do you mean?
She
Explain.
plan to leave?
Yeah, because I thought, I think that after Trump started attacking her for some of her points, and then there was like one big blow up between the two of them where she just saw, oh, he is going to abandon me. Like they were right about this. I am dumb. That's where she was like, fuck it. Now's my time to build this America First thing, because she saw the writing on the wall, or on YouTube at least, where she was like, there's enough creators out there that are already pushing to do a third party called America First. So let's print these blue fucking hats, put America First on it. That's the new blue party. Like, trust me, dude. Again,
Are they
call me
doing
cynical,
blue?
but this is what they're doing.
Are they doing blue hats that say America First?
Yep.
Is that
Blue
their thing?
first that say America First in big white font. Yep.
Well, I didn't know that. Now I'm convinced. Obviously,
Yeah.
Like that. The whole thing is that this is the way the marketing. It's all marketing. It's all like who can win news cycles. People experience their politics the way they kind of are. Just like their vote is essentially them choosing who to cast for the news. For the news infotainment complex. They're not necessarily thinking of themselves as, I think they might tell themselves a story that they're part of a citizen in a country, but it's really just choosing who to be upset about on the news or who to cheer for on the news, because it's basically professional wrestling to people who are lower information engagement.
Yeah.
I do think for sure Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's been credited with destroying her career by, I've heard Anna Kasparian and Jenks say stuff like that. But in fact, it's the opposite. She was protecting her career. She wasn't doing something brave by waiting a couple
Anna and
waiting
Jenk
until
are
a
now
couple
behind
days
her.
after her. Yeah, they're doing shows. She
Wild.
co-hosted TYT. There's actually a clip if you want where a super chatter asked Marjorie Taylor Greene why she left. Just if you brought it up, I can find it if you guys want to watch.
Please, because that
please
what-
do.
what-
Yeah.
I'm like out of the loop with
do the
this
clip
TYT
thing here,
stuff.
guys.
Like I'm out of the loop because I haven't watched TYT in a real hot
God.
minute.
I lost a subscriber in real time because they were just like, I won't watch a show that platforms TYT. I'm like, listen, I platform Fox News. If that's your bar, then yeah, all right, hop on over, because at that point I'm gonna disappoint you anyway. Like I look at any voice that's discussing something and then try to make it my own opinions on what I'm covering, and sometimes it's gonna be TYT.
How did the House of the supposed home of the progressives is having MTG hosting or guest hosting? I guess, or
because
whatever.
they think that it's literally like when they think normie outreach, that's who they think normies are, which is part of the problem, because realistically that's Anna and Jake exposing themselves as being elitist themselves, because again, they're comfortable with Tucker and MTG because they understand that level, but they're not like it. Again, it's not like they did anything to help any actual progressive candidates. For as much as Jake loves to tout the Justice Democrats and how much he had to do with AOC, this round, nothing, nada. If anything, they were actually opposition to the DSA and to the progressive candidates. And that's why, like, I at least have this where I will not let them own that, like you were just saying, the home of progressive.
Yeah, it makes me laugh.
No, they don't get to do that anymore.
That's wild.
If you wanted to grift progressives, you'd call yourself the home of progressives.
Yeah, and for a while, I think they had a pretty pretty solid sell, for a
Wouldn't
while.
you argue that the sell was actually based on what we thought was authenticity? Because at that point, it was. Because they did practice what they preached. It's only when they started. I'll tell you what, when Bonnie or when they started having that problem, that's when I was like, oh, this is red flag city. Like, these are the biggest red flags I could ever fucking see. Because now, like, Anna had already gone through the thing with the unhoused diatribe, and then just throwing trans people under the bus. I don't know. Like, that was enough for me to just be like, that's it. I'm pulling my funding from you guys. Like, you guys are you're blatantly just not espousing your progressive values, and you're not protecting the people that need to be protected as a progressive. Like, what the fuck are you doing? It's like...
Yeah, no, I agree. I experienced that when I asked Cenk if I could have health insurance for working for him, and his answer was no.
How'd that go? Like,
well, like that.
For real, how did that go? How was that? Like when did you approach that conversation, Hank?
Well,
like,
it wasn't
like catch him in the lunchroom.
No, it was through HR, through the HR representative. But it was after 7 months of being classified as independent contractor. This is when I went back to work for the company as a full-time video editor for zero benefit. I mean, so during the 7 months, it was zero benefits, no PTO, anything. And I was the lowest paid editor in the company at $21.63
when they
an hour.
Recruited you, did they recruit you from like a some kind of source?
I was in a box in the
whatever?
basement, in a cryogenically cooled box, and they typed in unfreeze, and then I went. No, it wasn't recruit. So I had worked there before in 2013, 14, and 15.
Okay.
And then I worked like kind of freelance for Jimmy Dore in 2016, and when Jimmy was still friendly with TYT in 2016. So I also did some field work for TYT. So I was within the orbit, and they knew my skill set and stuff. So I'd reached out in 2018. I was desperate for work. I didn't want to go work for TYT, but I needed a job. I was doing Postmates. I was like driving, and I was out of my mind. I still didn't know what autism was by this point, which, that's a huge part of my story. So I was having all kinds of mental issues and depression, and I needed work to stabilize. And so they called me up and asked if I could, on a Friday, they called me to see if I could come in on Monday. It wasn't a job interview. It was just the editing department manager who knew me. So I said, yeah, come in. And then I didn't expect it to turn into this whole crazy nightmare documentary thing. It's just like, I knew I was getting into a low respect environment. I was familiar with the company. I quit TYT in 2015 for a reason, but I needed work, and it was video editing. And yeah, so after like months and months and months of no benefits, I was like, I think I need a fucking union.
Were they technically hiring you on a freelance contract?
Yeah, the 1099, as a independent contractor. But that job I took was on Friday when they called me. It was an employee job with benefits. When I show up on Monday,
part of the benefits was not healthcare.
I didn't get zero. I didn't get any benefits. No,
jeez.
Yeah. I have.
So they offered you a benefit package and then just retracted it, or it was just like
they just said this job is independent contractor. Sign this sheet that says no benefits. I have a sheet of paper I've posted on.
So was it still under 1099, or is this like a one of those like wonky tax ones where it's like, well, technically you represent the company, but
I don't know,
very loose capacity.
It was just, I think it was 1099, just a standard 1099, I think.
So
I would send them invoices, they would write me paper checks, and then after I had a meeting with HR, deep into it, like 7 months into this working, because I'm like, pissed off, and I'm already starting to think about starting a union. There had already been a union effort a year prior, though. Just that's an important part of the story, because the whole issue with my film, Tell the Truth, Cenk, is Cenk erases the part where we started the union before he became a congressperson. Or a candidate, I should say. And so then after the meeting with HR, I was like, I'd like to get health care and benefits here. And what the fuck? Like, this is crazy. And also, aren't you concerned about your reputation? Hint, hint. And their answer was to hire me and then turn me into a part-time worker who got no benefits. So that didn't solve anything. And I didn't work part-time. I worked 40-hour weeks while Cenk called me a part-time
39.
employee.
Yeah.
No, well, their threshold is 30. So if I worked 31 hours, I should have been getting benefits. I was working 40 hours.
All right, they were playing dangerous games. So like when I was doing some stuff for a company, like an entertainment company, it was the same thing. Technically, it was internship, and I had to work 29 hours. Couldn't reach that, and they could not, like, they once it reached that 29, they were like, hit the bricks.
Yeah. That would have been more respectful than what they were doing to me. I was working 40 plus hours a week, and my paperwork said part-time employee.
That's
it's scummy. It's like it's like
that is scummy. That's scummy as shit, dude. Yeah, and I'm surprised that could happen in LA. Like, because I know that like in Illinois that we actually have like provisions against that.
I think there are provisions against it too here. I think it shouldn't be legal. That's going to be part of the documentary when the full documentary finally comes out. And so that's what really kicked off the union or escalated the union intention from kind of like a couple small conversations and around that time of year to like, oh, we can't put up with this shit. We gotta get this union drive going. So we started to have more intentional, serious kind of efforts to get the union going. And actually something really interesting I've been learning in the last couple of years, really, and I'd never got the sense that Hassan was real happy working at TYT, because I knew him back in 2014, like when he was doing ad sales and stuff and marketing and things, and before he filmed his first episode of anything at all. But we didn't realize how bad it was for him. And something I'm going to do in the film is kind of compare the sort of working conditions of us workers that were doing a secret union drive with the working conditions he was dealing with. And because he's a streamer, he's spoken a lot about it. So there's footage of him talking about his working conditions at TYT, and that's going to play a role in the film.
No, I remember him talking to Jake about this on a Thanksgiving, where he kind of called him out on that a little bit.
Which Thanksgiving? I'd love to see that.
I think this was like two or three Thanksgivings ago. I was at my mother-in-law's watching it, and I was just like, oh, wow. Like that guy, I was kind of surprised that he even called him on that, because he talked about the broom closet that he would film in. And then he was just kind of like, yeah, you know, you did some of that nepotism thing. And then Jake tried to throw in like, yeah, hiring you. And I was like, he's got him there. It's like, yeah.
Well, I've seen all the Jake, like, there's going to be a revealing sequence in the film about that, all that stuff too.
Ooh, I'm excited. I've done See, that's the other thing. I don't want to bury the lead on some of this stuff. So I'm glad that you're,
no doubt. Well, it's just an interesting, like, I kind of realized like Hassan and I, even though obviously our lives have taken different courses and I'm just some nobody, you know, but we were both radicalized by the same force, which is Jenks capitalism. We both worked for a guy that pushed us left based on how he treated us. So that's an interesting parallel. And it would be awesome to someday talk to him. Like I used to edit his videos. Like I used to text him stuff about his, you know, during the day, during the last year before he quit. And he was being like exploited pretty roughly in terms of his IP and his working conditions. So I'm going to try to have to find a balance between telling the story and I don't want to make it about Hassan. I don't want it to seem like this film is just about Hassan, but it's absolutely relevant. It helps. Yeah, you could pick worse people to have part of your subject matter, but it'll be an interesting, you know, I haven't done the editing for this yet. So like I sort of know that when I'm 50% done with the editing of this part, I'll probably come up with new ideas.
I have never asked you this, and I should have, like, from the bat.
Sure, 6'3".
Have you talked to entertainment lawyers about this? Like, are you running this towards like with the legal team?
No. I borrowed $250 that I still owe to somebody to talk to some lawyer for an hour, and this was like 3 years ago, just to kind of get a download on some advice. And it's kind of annoying because they were sort of in a rush to get off the call. I'm like, I paid you $250. I get you for 55 minutes, man. I don't care if you have to read your brownie recipes to me. It's just like, why are they so expensive? No, but this dude's advice was to find a partner, like find a company that'll distribute it, and then they can take on some of the legal risk. But so no, I'm not really. I'm flying pretty dangerously close to. It's very risky. I definitely. Let's just say it this way: if I weren't doing the project, it'd be a lot safer, a lot easier on my nervous system. This thing has cost me tens of thousands of dollars, and I'm not just talking about the money I should have been paid when I was working at TYT. So yeah, but like the thing I think protects me the most is that we started a union to avoid to deal with the issues that we're talking about. So even if I'm violating certain parts of the employment contract or something that Jenk might be able to sue me for.
Were there other unions that you could point to try like to sell them on the idea of like something like that? Like was there like a smaller internet company that had a similar amount of employees that you're just like, hey, look at the way that they do this here. You should institute something kind of like they have, because honestly, look how happy like their editorial team is. And then on top of it, you also espouse worker protections and all this stuff politically. Like, do you actually care about any of the stuff that you claim to care about?
You mean sell that to the TYT management?
Essentially, yeah.
No, that's not how the process was going to work there. There was never going to be a collaborative go for. We kept it secret because we knew that they would retaliate. Jake fired somebody in the middle of the union busting.
Really?
The morning after he loses the election, he goes and he fires somebody from the bargaining unit.
What was
as a message to the entire
cause?
Company. They had come up with something. It's written about in These Times article by Hamilton Nolan. The easiest way to find articles, if anybody
Yeah, it
feels
sounds
like
illegal
deep
as
diving,
shit.
go to. There was a legal case around it. I don't know the results of it though. It's all kind of gone. That worker doesn't want attention for it, so I tend not to talk about it a lot, other than the fact that it happened.
Yeah.
But the easiest way to find all these sources here is go to tellthetruthjank.com and then scroll to sources, and it's got the 4 articles. It's got Jank's emails. Jank's emails begging everybody not to unionize are so interesting. They should be studied in like labor, union schools or
you can sum them up. Like how did those go?
We used to be family. It's just I thought we were just one great family. And also we only have so much money and we just could endanger the company. It's just classic union busting tactics through and through. And then he also says he didn't do any union busting, which is interesting. The NLRB, found him in violation of Section 7 of the NLRA. So they had to post this sheet of paper on the wall, classic notice to employees thing. So yeah, it's a crazy story.
Did anybody just leave after all this, like specifically because of the union busting side of things?
Leave? You mean just quit?
Yeah. Or like, did they kind of plan their exit when they're just like, okay, like I can't upend my life right now because I still have to eat, but I'm at least planning my exit because they are showing that I 1000% cannot support this organization when they don't stand by the basic principles that they espouse.
I think I don't want to say with total confidence, but I'm pretty sure Dan from the internet has said that his departure from TOT was informed by the union situation. They brought him in for a one-on-one meeting to ask about unionizing, and that's illegal. They suspected him of being part of the union organizing drive. And I think Emma Vigeland has actually even said that. I have it in my files somewhere. I've got it all downloaded. But where she's talked about it a couple times, someone reached out to her to try to get her to not talk about the union. And she actually expressed regret for being coerced. She didn't talk about the union stuff. They wanted her to keep it quiet. So they were using back channels to try to influence.
Is there a legal reason that they wouldn't be doing that though? Like, is that because it sounds like they might have had a slap contract? Like I don't want to assume anything because I don't know your contracts, but it sounds like a lot of TYT employees had slap provisions locked into their contracts.
Explain the slap stuff.
Slap suits are essentially legalese where they protect themselves by saying, well, by signing this contract, you cannot discuss, the terms of this contract. You can't discuss the, how much you make here. And it's very, very loose because like the way that they can do it, they can literally go to the front cover page and be like, well, you signed this based on your understanding of just the 1-page breakdown of the slap statutes in the contract. I was like, I've done this a few times because I've tried to break out in broadcasting. There have been times actually I've talked about it on my show where I didn't sign a contract with Chorus because they actually mentioned the slap provisions before you even sign a contract to discuss things with them. They're just like, we reserve the right to possibly litigate based on blah 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 blah. And I was just like, yo, an NDA before talking about an NDA or like before signing an actual NDA, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe so I didn't.
You're talking about NDAs? Yes, essentially I am. But
well, I have an NDA story to this as well. But when I signed the employment contract, which was the part that after 7 months being the independent contractor, I was hired 3 times for the same job.
Right,
it's just shady, But I don't necessarily think anything jumped out at me that I would describe as slap. But I didn't really read that.
When you say you were hired 3 times, did you leave so the first 2 times, did you leave of your own accord or did you?
I didn't leave. I was working there and they changed my status.
That's what it was. Yeah. Okay. So then they technically rehired you under the new.
Yeah. Like the third time was like with a formal letter offering to hire me. And then I finally did get almost full benefits, like very close to what other people got. So working full time for a company for 12 months before I got a single penny in paid day off.
Fortunately, that's interning though, Hank. Like that's.
But it wasn't interning. I wasn't a fucking intern. I was a professional video editor.
Breaking out into the entertainment industry though.
What?
That's how I was sold breaking out into the entertainment industry, whether it be like working at a radio station or working for pretty much any other company where they're just like, all right, here's the deal. You're going to have to eat at least 6 months to 12 months of just absolute shit. Yeah. And there's sometimes you're probably not even going to get paid, and they're going to want you to work on holidays.
Right. That sort of exploitation needs to be pushed back against.
Oh,
And
absolutely. But this is
perks, but
you're
you're going to put your fucking hand in my pocket. I'm going to crawl up your ass and be a problem. So,
well, that's what I'm saying. The problem is that this is actually like, this is what sucks about it is while TYT is definitely guilty here, because I would even argue more so because of what they try to espouse as their principles. Technically, it sounds like they're just doing industry practice. Like, that's what sucks about this is like, this is pretty much standard industry practice in entertainment I mean, I could speak for me, like broadcast radio. I know that's standard, right? At least in Chicago, we did or in Illinois, we actually have a new law where they can't do unpaid internships. They do need to at least pay you minimum wage, which that was not a thing for me. But that's where I'm saying, like, that's why I'm asking all these questions, because I'm like, like, I want to make sure that this isn't one of those like, oh God, can they just be like, well, everybody does it.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure if push comes to shove, right? They'll just say that, right? I mean, I don't know how much of any of these like contracts are enforceable, given like the sketchy nature of what Hank is describing. But I guess we'll see.
That's why I asked about the lawyer.
Yeah.
I worry about that a lot. Go ahead, Carlos.
I was just thinking about what Pep said earlier. Man, I used to watch Benny on TYT, and that sucks.
Yep.
That freaking sucks because I think that she provided like good content, and for a small moment there, it almost looked like TYT was like, trying to push more like left leaning people on their shows by having streamers like Benny. I was like, oh, that's awesome. Now I get to watch her show on the quote unquote big screen, right? Like we get to have a voice. But I guess that turned out to be just not true.
Yeah, Sandy
and I
Lois-
feel bad because she was a great content creator. I think she still does her own thing now.
Yeah, Jeff Wiggins,
should reach out to her.
Sandy Lovis, and Bonnie, then Benny and Mondale, and like people who have contributed. So I was never really on that side of it where it was like the Rebel HQ contributors. I did a little bit of on-camera stuff as an employee there over the years, doing some various little things here and there.
Rebel
But
HQ technically its own thing, and they just they kind of sublet to TYT?
No, they're within TYT.
Oh, they're
part of the
right,
yeah,
they're under the umbrella. Okay.
Yeah. So, but like, Sandy's talked about the way like they expect results, and they have a person dedicated to producing, and so, if it's a fairly precarious thing even once you get past the first.
Right, but how come Jimmy got this? How come he got away with taking TYT comedy and like they won't just give Rick TYT sports kind of thing?
Well, I can't answer precisely why, but I was part of TYT comedy. In 2013 and 2014, I was Jimmy's producer or main director, editor, publisher, producer.
So Jimmy leave amicably?
Amicably.
Amicably. Thank you. Applicably.
Amicably. It was so Jimmy, I think, ended Aggressive Progressive, which he hosted with Steve O. If you guys remember him,
that.
He was a company executive as well as a on-air host. On the rebellious Aggressive Progressive crew with Ron and Jimmy and Steve, and so I actually didn't end well with Jimmy in 2016 because I was on air with him before the cameras came on, so right before Ron Placone jumped into that seat, and then they added cameras and stuff. Otherwise, people might recognize me from that time. So then I end up back at TYT, and I hadn't spoken to Jimmy in a while, so it was a little bit weird to start because I was then assigned to edit his show at TYT, which I was fine with. It was easy editing, it was just regular editing work.
Yeah.
And but then he ended it. We got along fine. It's not like we needed to get into some spat. We ended up just kind of joking around about some stupid shit when we finally ran into each other, and it was okay. And I didn't need any extra stress, And then anyway, so he left. I think around 20, if not early 2020, late 2019, I think is when the Progressive finally ended.
Right, yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of changes going on. That's when Hassan was on his outs. He was working his ass off, both on his stream and at TYT full time. Then he went to part time, and then in early January, the round of layoffs is
I have that stupid bumper fucking permanently in my head that they would play in between the shows. Hey, it's Hassan Piker, aka Woke Bay.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was Hank Bay. No, I wasn't Hank Bay. I wouldn't. But yeah, it's I could have moved on from the whole thing. It's certainly a messy situation overall, but it's like a crazy story to be like start a union to try to get healthcare at a company that professes to care about people not dying from healthcare and having paid days off pisses me off more than, I mean, they're talking about like thousands and thousands of dollars that I earned that they never gave me. And so the union story was going to be really dramatic, and it was supposed to end basically when we came forward, because who would be stupid enough to say no to a union while you're running for Congress on a platform that espouses worker rights? Like, give me a break, man. Like,
when he ran for Congress, was that the reason that you went and did the union thing or the union push?
That's the whole point. We were unionizing for almost 2 years before he ran for Congress.
Okay, yeah, okay,
yeah, that's the whole thing that they erased. So like, I have a visual that I'm going to do. I have a second mini documentary in the works about the working conditions and the union busting inspired by the Jubilee appearance. I just have to get back to working on it. It needs a couple weeks. And yeah, there's a whole like 18-month period of time that, if you believe the Young Turks version, is that him running for Congress is when the union organizing started, and that it was a response to some sort of political ploy to hurt his campaign, which is,
I kind of remember him saying that. Yeah. Because I remember he took a show and he addressed the rumors. I remember, didn't he address you by name? Because I kind of remember that's the first time that I had Hank from TYT on my radar.
Nothing I used to do Friday post games with Dave Kohler.
That's what it was.
Malcolm Fleshner. Those were always fun. I love those. Those are so much fun. But no, I don't think Francesca brought my name up, and he hate cackles. He goes absolutely crazy upon hearing my name.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nuts. I can put the link in the chat, but what was I going to say? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little distracted there. Yeah. It's an interesting story. I hope eventually right now, my goal is to try to recover or try to get some funding for the debt that I owed, that I financed this film with rent debt, basically like being a burden to my roommate. And I want to move on. Like, I want to finish it. I want to tell this. It's a really interesting story. I think there's a lot of wonderful, like, good anti-capitalist lessons, and hopefully it becomes a resource for the labor movement.
Odd question.
Like, the last person I want to have in my brain is Cenk fucking Uygur. You know?
No,
like,
I know. But have you like
detox.
considered like reaching out to somebody like a Jimmy Dore to try and get him to release it, like, with you? Like,
it's occurred to me
all creative control, but I know that he at least has like that spite boner for TYT, so he might actually just be like, "Yeah, you know what? Why not?"
Nah, I don't need that. I mean, there's a potential bonus there from obviously any bigger channel that would do that, but I'm not going to go that route. I'm hoping to like reach like Kyle Klinsky and Hassan, and I think Francesca Fiorentini is probably going to come on my show at least at some point. If not, I'll go on hers maybe. But yeah, I don't necessarily need to involve Jimmy and all that whole thing. It'll just spin up a lot of the issues. And he's in it too. He plays a brief part in it because he and Cenk were like besties during the campaign where Cenk was under scrutiny and facing a lot of attacks. So it's kind of an unofficial campaign or documentary about Cenk's campaign as well, because that's the context in which a lot of the story happened. What you were saying about the union busting, like that is actually, or sorry, about the campaign being connected to it, is actually absolutely relevant detail that he was running for Congress. That's the environment in which we were coming forward. But had he not filed to run for Congress, we were already well underway to have a union. And that's an interesting like sliding doors moment. Like, what would have happened?
I mean, I thought that
if the campaign wasn't happening, we still would have come forward. Then Cenk probably would have union busted a little bit differently.
Well, you still would have had the platform, because at that point he was trying to release his book. Because like that was the thing I remember, even while watching it, being like, okay, he keeps saying justice is coming. Well, the book's not.
Yeah.
And I remember like during his campaign, I was like, oh, so now the book is good. I'm like, I feel like this campaign is just a book tour.
That was the presidential campaign. That was 2024.
Oh, that's right. He said congressional and presidential. I keep forgetting that he's done this twice now.
Yeah. The presidential campaign was in order to get Biden to drop out or something. That was, and he did a lot of advocacy for getting naturalized citizens to try to make it okay for immigrants who are citizens to run for president, which is something I totally agree with. Yeah. Although the nightmare end result of that's probably going to be Elon Musk becoming president. You know what I mean? Like it's not going to work out the way we hope. It's not going to be Mamdani.
Yeah.
So, but like, and that stuff's crazy expensive, and getting running a presidential campaign is wild. Like, you have to get every single state has its own bunch of hoops you have to jump through. And but I did just want to wrap up with the thought about the I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the thing on my Twitter media here.
Oh wait, that's Carlos. My bad.
Yeah, I got you on the first clip if you want to put it up.
Oh yeah, well wait, let's do that after I'm done with this real fast though, because
totally take your time, man.
Well, just
No rush.
the union, the IATSE. So this is where the wrinkle gets. This is like one of the biggest wrinkles, and I try not to avoid talking about it. IATSE, we were joining the International Association of Theatrical and Stage Employees.
Yeah,
and or it might be Alliance. Sorry, and
Alliance,
they endorsed candidates, and they endorsed Cenk's opponent in that race.
Oh, really?
So yeah, so that's where this massive wrinkle comes from, and that actually gives TYT cover for their version of the story, which is that this was a political hit, that this was a ploy to intimidate workers at TYT. And as I go through in the film, you know, the New York Times slandered Cenk or smeared him with this stuff, and he had to Bernie Sanders endorsed Cenk and then unendorsed him within a 24-hour period. It's one of my favorite sequences in the film. Ro Khanna goes on CNN to talk to Breonna Keeler to try to like defend Cenk's honor and what he's done and how he's apologized for all this stuff. Meanwhile, he's about to like, you know, by the end of that day, Bernie was going to unendorse him, and so Cenk was facing a major establishment firing squad. And the idea that a union that had endorsed his opponent is also the union was organizing his own workers is, in my opinion, a totally fair thing for him to be suspicious, for that to like be like, hey, what the hell's going on here? Given the fog of war and how intense things were for that whole campaign, and for how intense the campaign had made it internally for the company, because they made a big show about it handing over executive authority to like Anna and like not being following ethics guidelines and all that shit.
Is that when she like was officially named like VP of the company or whatever?
Executive producer of the show. I think she was already titled that.
Yeah.
But what they needed to do then, instead of union busting, was fact checking. So the thing is like, oh, is this what's the deal with this union here? Well, then the proper way to address that is to go across the room and talk to people. Like this was a story. This is the most fact checkable story in journalism history, when original sources are sitting in the same room as you, or you could just DM me. I have no reason to mislead or lie or anything. But they didn't do any fact checking, according to my sources. Not just me, but people I've checked with. Nobody reached out to say, is this a legit union or not? They just proceeded with the union busting and with the lie that the union originated as a political ploy. Like I say, being suspicious, it was totally reasonable, and maybe they would have needed more time before.
So where's IATSE play into that?
Well, hold on. Maybe they would have needed more time for voluntary recognition in order to confirm things, and that, in which case, a slight delay would have been appropriate. But instead, they delayed it in order to do union busting. What do you mean by where does IATSE fit?
Oh, so was that what kind of like it got them to like essentially light a fire under their ass to take it seriously? Because it sounds like they didn't take it seriously until IATSE was brought in.
Well, IATSE was involved when it came forward. So the union, TYT didn't know about the union until the Twitter account came forward on February 12th. Although, according to Dan from the internet, who I've spoken with about this, that one-on-one meeting he was brought into was before the 12th of February. So they might have picked up on it happening.
Sorry, Jeff.
Way before, and were doing illegal things to try to sort it out. But IATSE supported the union, obviously, and they put out statements saying this was never about the campaign. This is everything to do with workers' rights at the company and improving working conditions. So I actually almost I don't have that in this doc, but IATSE was slandered as much as by it's eminent prof, a union organizer, or one of our pal Jeff, who I think is a hero. Anybody who's a union organizer is like the coolest job in the world, in my opinion. But yeah, I'm sure that happens as the bargaining unit expands from small, because this is the total size of it as far as I ever knew was 15. The final vote was 9-6. It's not the entire company. It's only like 20%. But yes, as the bargaining unit expands off that first initial core, which is what I was a part of, then the leakiness risk goes up, the snitching part of it. And as far as I was concerned, so I was laid off in January though, so I didn't actually go through it as a worker trying to unionize. I was very invested, and I watched it very closely, and I hated seeing my friends being lied about, and I didn't like seeing myself being lied about to the media and by the TYT audience, an audience I cared about. But if it were up to me, but I was cut off from conversations about anything to do with strategy or when to come forward or whatever. So it's an unusual circumstance to have a guy running for Congress while you're all about to come forward with a union. My opinion is that we would use his political campaign to maximize leverage. What are we going to be, a bunch of fucking morons and act like that's not happening? Of course we would want to increase the chances of leverage in order to gain what we want. And nobody expected him to be stupid enough to bust the union, though, to go out of his way.
I was about to say, hold on. So I'm just trying to put the timetable together here. Because, okay, so Cenk starts his campaign. You already had about 2 years into the union project.
Yeah.
And you said he didn't know about it at that point until the email went through or the tweet or whatever.
Well, that's when he probably knew about it
timetable?
before that, but that would have been the formal date that they learned about it. That's the date of the first of the not the first, but the captive audience meeting.
So do you think that he actually took that as he kind of saw what you were doing as far as trying to use the leverage on his campaign, and that's why he kind of pushed back? I mean, Cenk is never one to hide his anger, so that's why it's kind of I could see him definitely being what the fuck? Or, of course they would do this right now. Of course.
I'm sure in his version, in his mental construct, he felt victimized. He felt like it was an unfair some sort of thing. So what they'll say is in the tweets is that on the date of our first forum debate, so him and Christy Smith were supposed to have a candidate thing with 5 of them, and she skipped it. They did the empty chair. That's actually in the film, the empty chair maneuver.
Oh yeah.
Where they act like she's supposed to be here. She didn't.
Yeah, I remember that,
So they're finally going to have their first in-person thing at the Cal State Northridge, I think. Sorry if that's not exactly the right college, but it's in the film. And it's 12 people. It's this big panel forum. It's just this kind of super boring thing. But they made it seem like, oh, you guys came forward. The 12th was when the union came forward, but the 21st of February is when the shit hit the fan. That's when the first kind of public battle salvos happened. The tweets went out oh, they're rejecting voluntary recognition. And they said that was a Friday. So they're oh, you clearly this is a politically motivated because our debate is tonight. You're trying to make us look bad at this debate. They're gonna hit us at this debate. Well, guess what happened? Nothing. Nobody brought it up. The union organizing, no labor issues came up at that debate. Christy Smith did not use that night as an opportunity to attack him. She should have. She's stupid not to.
No, the first time I heard about the TYT union stuff was literally from Cenk's own mouth. I remember he did a segment on it. He was all pissed.
When was that? Do you remember?
God,
during
was years ago when I was watching. So this had to be what 2020-ish, 2019-ish.
Because they avoid talking about it as much as possible. I mean, I would love to. If that's something I haven't seen, I'd be really curious to see what that is.
Unless I'm misremembering, but I do I remember him talking about a union push with TYT on his airwaves. And
they did a story in October of 2021 when the contract was finally ratified, and so that was 18 months of contract negotiation, which is itself is another union busting tactic. They can exhaust you through their slow, deliberate, annoying contract negotiations. But no, he made it seem like it says huge news, IATSE and TOT ratify, something like that. So they did finally come forward, or he did finally talk about it publicly, but it was filled with BS. He says it had nothing to do with how we treat employees, and he called it a bumpy start is how he referred to the origin of it. Yeah, you might have seen that. Yeah. I'm really trying to find this one here where Francesca brings me up to him. Sorry, I know it's hard for me to talk and do this at the same time. Carlos or Pep, to talk for a second while I find it here.
Sure. Well, hey, I mean, my name's Pep.
Oh, here we go.
I talk enough.
All right, go. It's in the chat. There you go. Play that,
right.
and then jump to the first one.
I got you.
So this is how Cenk feels about me. First he lies, but then we get to see the.
Was this the debate?
This was
the...
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this was when Francesca was on. Yeah.
So a little context to this before Now I hear me twice. I'm coming in. Is that? Bro, I'm doubling up. Is the audience hearing me twice?
No, I think they're only hearing you once.
Okay.
Oh, is it because it's coming through my thing as well?
Maybe Pep.
Yeah.
On screen. Yeah.
Wait.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I'm hearing Pep twice too.
Yeah, because all the audio is. Oh, you know what?
Yeah. You're feeding your
twice.
Yeah.
I hate hearing your voice.
So, okay, that sounds. Now I can't hear myself.
Much better.
Good.
Yeah.
So a little context though about what we're about to watch. If you guys remember this whole argument, and this went on for a long time, and it had to be so exhausting. This was December 27th of 2024. Trump wins in early November, and that's right when Anna is already well into her shift, and Cenk was starting to make that turn. But then when Trump wins, that's when they started going on their right-wing parade, their cotillion parade. And, like he went on. Anna went on Glenn Beck. Cenk went on the Turning Points USA event. If you guys recall that big, that's really what set things off. That's what got people going, what the hell is going on? Why is
I
Cenk
could have
doing
a
that?
beer with them.
God, exactly. So
man.
Actually, in my last podcast, I did a montage of this exact thing I'm about to tell you about. That was December 21st with Charlie Kirk, who's on stage and cheering. Oh, they hated Mitch McConnell. They hated Dick Cheney. What? Take yes for a win or whatever the fuck. Take the win. And all this BS, have a beer, blah, blah, blah. And then on the 26th of December, he goes on Mark Lamont Hill's night school and just lectures Mark for over an hour about, Mark pushes back. It's an argument, but over an hour about white supremacy and arguing for white supremacy. Honestly, I could
arguing
send you
for white supremacy,
not for it, that is a good thing to clarify. That calling them white supremacists is ineffective and bad strategy, and that being gentle with them is the way to go. And Mark Lamont Hill is
the only reason I get where he's coming from with that a little bit is because I'll talk about normies that way sometimes that I work with or that I'm friends with, where it's just they're not even political, but it's a little different when it's like TPUSA and Charlie fucking Kirk. Sorry, didn't mean to.
Right. And you're arguing with Mark Lamont Hill, who's like a scholar, he's like a professor or something. Yeah. He's super smart, knows his shit. And he's not afraid to stand up, and he can express himself.
Awesome.
Yeah, I like Mark a lot. And so it was so weird. Let me find it in this video I made though, because it's buried in a montage.
Oh, we have the Francesca thing.
My thing. We have that too. Yeah.
We're doubled again.
Nothing I do is stopping it unless I just mute it for a sec. I can mute the screen audio while this is happening, and then. When we're ready to play
so just don't talk while it's playing.
Yeah, exactly, or else it'll double, because it's even though I asked it only to take the audio from here, it insists on.
Can I just ask not to do that right yet? Just play this first, the one I just sent in there. Because this is the thing I want you guys people to realize is this was the argument with Francesca where he uses the stop hiding behind vulnerable communities. And lectured her about deportation camps not about to happen, because she was expressing concerns about that. She turned out to be completely correct, and he was totally wrong. The part where she brings me up is much later than that. But that vulnerable communities thing is now when he brings up somebody talking about vulnerable communities, he's always referring to Francesca, because that's kind of what signifies this argument. And he just gets real pissy and he goes, "I'm in front of vulnerable communities." So we're not going to see that just here, but. So jump over to the link I just sent you, which is a montage. This is worth looking at. We don't need to watch all 6 minutes of it. It's a little bit much, but if you can jump into my YouTube, my latest YouTube video, I just put in the chat. Should start right at the timeline. Just to give you a sense. So the thing that's so fascinating is that the day before he yells at Francesca that he's the one who's protecting vulnerable communities, he spent over an hour lecturing a black guy that he's supposed to be gentler to white supremacists. So what vulnerable community was Cenk trying to protect when he told Francesca that? Because he'd spent the previous day protecting white supremacy. Very straightforwardly too. If you click on that. Yeah.
No,
I got you.
Here, Carlos, let me try something.
Yeah, if you wanna take it, you can.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't get the double voice.
I was about to say maybe we don't get that.
Yeah.
Let me remove this and then add this. And then play.
So yeah, it starts with the TPUSA stuff, and then we'll see the white supremacy stuff.
And what I mean by that is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment.
Like, see, I have the timer there, the two minutes. You can play as much as you want, but just so you know that it's 2 minutes to go before we get to Mark Lamont Hill.
Okay.
Feel free to jump if you want.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
Oh, should I just jump to the 2 minute mark, or do we actually
unless you want to watch
this?
a little? You can play a little bit of this and then jump.
Play a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
God, it's weird seeing Charlie Kirk like now
alive.
So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing, okay? And let's do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney? On the right, you guys do a great job of coalescing. Okay, so you do a couple of things well. You work together well, and you're more welcoming, if I'm being honest.
They're so welcoming.
We're glad Cenk's here, right, everybody?
And a lot of people.
It's weird that they're because technically they are cheering for him there,
Well,
right?
The way he goes, we're glad Cenk's here, right, everybody? He's basically looking at like a muskie on the wall. It's like a fishing trophy. He's like, look at this, guys. Look, we won. This bitch came to us on his belly, you know, asking for back scratches. Go ahead.
People on the left know this as well. If you agree with MAGA 5%, the answer you get is welcome, right? Come join us, right? On the left, if you disagree 5%, they go, get out of here. You're a right winger. You're a fascist, right? But if you push enough people out and you guys welcome enough people in, eventually you win the popular vote. That's what I warned them about, and that's what happened, right?
Yeah, dude, the problem is you're not allowing any more fascists in. You're not allowing enough fascists in your movement. What a wild argument to say. Like, what an insane argument to say.
He doesn't hear it, though, because the thing is, at some point, he is a performer, and that's part of it. He knows who he's performing to here. Like, he at least does know his audience. I'll say that much, I guess.
Yeah.
Look, I propose simple rules. The 3 rules of the internet. Rule number 1, when we disagree, we fight. There's nothing wrong with that, right? No, rule number 2 is afterwards, we must have a beer together, okay? And
yeah.
No, not necessarily. Like, okay, so like I was a hockey player, and I do have the benefit of saying that every guy I've ever dropped gloves against, we ended up having -1 where cops did get involved, but every single time we would go back, have a beer, you know, shake hands, especially like we would go through the handshake line and immediately kind of give each other the pat where it's like, hey, that was good. That was a good fight. So I kind of understand like the mentality that puts you into, yeah, you know what? You at least want to, you want to bury the hatchet. You don't want to like constantly fight, but in terms of politics, that's different because like, at what point are you like having a beer with somebody that just told you that they were okay with you and somebody you love essentially getting deported or, you know, axed entirely?
Yeah,
like,
correct. Yeah.
What an asshole.
And we leave the body of the 19-year-old girl in the car outside the parking lot because she died because of her ectopic pregnancy and just, oh, well, it's time for beer.
Yeah, let's go have a beer. Exactly.
Three is, for God's sake, when we agree, let's unite. Yeah, I'm trying to remind the left of who we are, because the left is supposed to be for freedom of speech. The left needs freedom.
Nazi dog whistles. Get ready to pause it, though. Look close. Get ready to pause it.
Yeah, I remember that. The 1488
or you're Muslim
thing.
or you're
oh my God.
someone that was otherized as some
Nazi dog whistle. I animated an arrow. That's why
and
my
the
show takes forever to
juxtaposition
put
of
out.
this, I love this. The juxtaposition of this over Cenk saying we need to unite over all of this. Like, yeah, dude.
Press T on your press T. Pep, press T on your keyboard. It should make it bigger. It should kill off that. Will that work?
It didn't.
To go to theater mode? Oh, I guess not.
Oh God, I totally broke something. Hold on.
Sorry. Trying to. I was hoping that.
Let me go to this. There we go.
Easy. There you go. That's
point in your life. You need freedom more than anyone else does. You need equality more than anyone else does. You need justice more than anyone else does. So if you want those things, you've got to reciprocate. So you've got to not. I want you guys to not.
That's the first time he actually asked anything from this audience. Like the entire time he was talking was just like, here's how we'll capitulate and get on our knees for you. Now you have to accept us if we're on our knees begging for the little scraps that you will give us. Please, please, conservatives like us. Stop calling us annoying. Like fucking Christ, Jake.
Desperate for their approval. But he's about to lecture the left. He's setting himself to tell the left. Here's how this ends.
Yeah, here we go.
Assume that we hate you or that we're evil or that we're bad. But if we're going to do that, the left wing has to do the same.
Come on, lefties. That's what spurred a huge round of like people from the left, and including like Mark Lamont Hill from Night School, who's like, his show is called Night School. That's my pal Dan from the Knowledge Fight podcast, by the way. He's the Alex Jones. Cool. That's the Alex Jones podcast. So we did stand up together in Chicago. That's why we know each other.
Oh, otherwise, cool.
I could never get someone that big. He's got that audience is fucking massive. And he just announced a new show on Cool Zone Media called Knowledge Fight Country. It's
cool.
So yeah, keep going. Now we can
Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh,
Him and Jordan Holmes, who had Jank on, and Jank spent like an hour.
Well, if they're ever looking for somebody to add in there, spread the word.
That show ended a few months ago.
Oh, damn.
White supremacists, how it's not a good idea to call them that.
If you are a white supremacist in this country, that's your tribe. That's where you go. You don't go anywhere else. Everybody in that room is not a white supremacist, but every white supremacist is probably in that part, is in that room, if you get metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically speaking, yeah.
That is home for them. That is a safe space for them. Charlie Kirk, who's someone you shared the stage with, would you agree that Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist?
I would certainly agree that he has said very harmful things about.
No, but let's not give a mainstream.
Come the fuck on, dude. Jesus. What the fuck? This is what always. All right, now I'm getting pissed again because it's like, dude, you're so quick to bury a leftist, but this fucking fake good faith bullshit that you do with right wingers, holy fucking crap! No wonder I stopped watching this asshole.
And do you believe he's a white supremacist?
No.
Oh, tell me what. Wishy-washy fuck.
Because when you say white supremacist, you mean someone who has ingrained thoughts that
call him scrubbing bubbles with all the wishy-washy bullshit he's doing.
Lead to maintaining structural racism in this country, and from time to time literally says things that are racist that maintain that structure. When you say white supremacist, they think you mean that they go home and put on a hood.
No, we mean the ones that believe white replacement theory, you dumb fuck.
And look,
this is so bad.
But I'm not asking you if Charlie Kirk meets his own definition of white supremacy. You just very articulately laid out what a white supremacist actually is. Yeah. And based on what a white supremacist actually is, do you think he's a white supremacist?
I don't think it's helpful to use that word.
I'm
not going to.
Okay, this is what really pisses me off, guys. And I think I'm recognizing this because I think the audience would agree. I sometimes play this game a little bit where I'm like, I said this about normie outreach, but this is where I feel like an asshole because if I look like this, oh my God, I can't live with that.
Yeah, so this whole conversation is amazing. And this goes on for like an hour or more. So
I remember watching this whole thing and being like, Mark cooked him.
Need to get past that kind of phrasing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the logic of like being careful with your language and picking your moments and picking your battles, of course, that makes sense. And Mark even makes that point. But like Cenk is just so slimy and slippery that Mark has to constantly wrangle his stupid arguments into something that makes sense. So yeah, it's Cenk's arguments only work if
say like, "Hey, this person is like," because this is why now I'm starting to remember why everybody like kind of went the way they did when again Charlie Kirk, MTG. And just being too fair to these assholes that would gladly bury your ass.
Totally. And you're a millionaire podcaster who's famous. You're going to get a little bit different treatment than, a different brown person, but you're still going to be on the outs. You're still not in there. You're just you're one of the good ones.
Yeah, well, look at the way that Piers Morgan treats them.
Because that just puts up a giant wall between us.
Between us and the white supremacists.
How are we going to break it down, Mark? Because if we just call them names, it's not going to work. It hasn't worked. I've tried it.
Because you're not necessarily trying to fucking cater to them. That's what Jake has been missing here, man. You're not trying to bring in the fucking MAGA content. Like, what is this obsession with trying to change right-wingers' minds to come and vote for the fucking left or the Democrats? Like, what the actual fuck, Jake?
Well, I think he's trying to get him to buy T-shirts. It's more than.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Of course.
That's disingenuous. Calling someone who's white supremacist or Islamophobic, that thing, to reduce that to name calling.
Those times are when I disagree with Pep. Oh, wait a minute, Natch. You better elaborate on what this disagreement is. Otherwise, we might have some issues.
Is unfair
It's so triggering, man.
I'm
Like,
not saying it's name
it's so
calling.
disingenuous. This is so disingenuous. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
dude, does he need to show up in like a white hood, Sieg Heiling while goose stepping? I'm confused. Like, he's a white supremacist because he is a white supremacist. He does white supremacist
Right.
things.
Yeah.
That's where, but that's also where I was saying with normie outreach, that's not the same case. So to what you're saying, Natch, when you disagree with me, you're wrong.
Calling and I hate you and blah blah.
Normies we can bring over. The shitheads that he's trying to court, fuck no.
Right.
No, but you just said to call them names. We're not calling them names. We're identifying them by what they are.
Yeah, but
This is like this is what Pep sounds like when he says, "When are the sins of my father not my own stuff?" Well, I mean, it is true.
Mark, tons of
We can elaborate on that specific question on another show or later, but seriously, at what point are the sins of your father your own?
folks on the right wing are Islamophobic, but me going and calling them Islamophobic is not helpful. So that's why I'm saying.
Your argument point that I'm not making. That's a straw man. I've never suggested in this conversation that we should be going into rooms and calling these people what they are. That has nothing to do with what I was talking about. That's a straw man. What I was talking about was the fact
I'm
that
glad he called him on that.
People who look at the world that
Proper
way,
straw man
and
call
what
out.
it means to be in the room with the people who look at the world that way. What I'm saying is that if we're walking into a room with people whose ideologies and beliefs are consistent with white supremacy, with Islamophobia, with anti-Semitism, etc., we have to at least question what the possibility is of reaching a political alliance if at the core they don't think we're humans. If at the core they don't think we deserve the same thing, regardless of what we call. And so if we only focus on the tactic of how to engage a white supremacist, we lose sight of the fact that they're still white supremacists and that they don't want the same things we want.
By the way, what are we counting down to this time?
The end of this montage of Jenk and Mark, and then actually you can skip ahead if you like, or we could keep going. But then the next one is actually Francesca, which is much shorter. I do these little countdowns with the timer and the pink bar at the top just to hopefully keep people watching so they know there's an end to this little sequence because it kind of comes out.
I was more so wondering, like, was this part of your editing technique or something?
Yeah, I edited this in. It took me a long time to put to
well
so I
done.
can
Now,
barely
Mark,
do
this is
2 shows a month. But go ahead.
the core disagreement. Even you saying, okay, half the room is white supremacists.
And I wanted the thoughts to like have room to open up too. I wanted to give Mark's points out there too. So that's why this is a bit longer. I could definitely have just cut it down to like 45 seconds of white supremacy. I could have done that, but it's a 3.5 hour podcast. Yeah.
This reminds me of the conversation, brief that we had last space station when Ben asked us, the question, and I said, we don't need to we need to win despite MAGA. We don't need to win with them. We need to win despite them. There's no point in trying to bring MAGA over. It's an exercise in futility.
No, and I feel like that's almost like a psyop. Like, I've been using that term a lot, but doesn't it seem like that way where you get this influx of people on Twitter and in these spaces just going like, well, maybe we should try to cater to the 3-time MAGA person that's feeling betrayed. It's like, no,
I'm good, bro.
No, you can
Listen,
totally use their words to fucking propagate our message, but I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm counting on your vote.
If they want to destroy MAGA because they felt, betrayed because I guess, I don't know, they didn't read or whatever, and they want to go after Donald Trump or whatever, hey, God bless you. Go over there and fix the stuff that you did. You know what I mean? If you want to do that, that's fine. But that doesn't mean that you get to that doesn't mean that we have to now use resources to try to court voters like that. It's like, no, you're right, Pep. We need to court normies, people who aren't awake, but they're starting to realize, hey, something's wrong here. And we need to say, yes, this is what's wrong and why.
Or just, I would call them the single Trump voter from 2024, where it's like the ones that were just like, yeah, the economy sucked. I wanted something different. And it was the only other choice, besides essentially Biden proxy again. Like, those are the ones where I don't even consider them MAGA. I consider them just they voted Republican that one time. But like I was saying about the triple Trumpers, yeah, I got no love for them or no room to even fucking think about wasting my time.
So you're saying they believe in systemic, like they are part of a system that executes racism in the country. Yes, but we all kind of are. But so calling all Americans white supremacists is not helpful.
But again, it's not all white supremacists. At that point, you're just saying that it's not a controversial statement to say everybody's got a little bit of racism in them. It's whether or not it's subconscious and like learned behavior or it's something you act on.
Yeah, it's not an excuse to look past like movement white supremacists who are leaders of the, Charlie Kirk would have been like a major in like a big player in the 1860s. You know what I mean? I'm saying like this guy's an important figure.
Well, let's not kid ourselves. Charlie Kirk would have been a baseball mascot just because of that giant head.
Fair. Yeah. Or pills would pop out of his neck. Actually, that's a bad. I was thinking Pez dispenser.
And I'm not making.
Oh, damn!
Because we're in 2024 here, talking about a guy who's alive still.
Whoo! It's been too soon. Too soon. All right.
I wasn't
let's
thinking
finish
that.
this Mark Lamont Hill thing.
You said big head, so I'm thinking, what else has a big head? Oh, Pez dispensers.
That was why. Well, the thing I'm thinking is the hole in the neck.
Well, my God. I wasn't thinking that. Other than his Pez dispenser.
Leave it to me to make the joke that much worse.
You can have it.
Oh, thanks.
There's more. Yeah, you can keep going. It's good to
keep debating the argument about whether we should call them white supremacists. Let me stipulate again. I'm not making the case about whether or not we should call them white supremacists. We don't have to engage that part.
You're calling them internally white supremacists and saying, why are you going into a room with white supremacists?
That's the second straw man. My debate isn't whether or not we go in the room. It's how we go in the room, what rooms we go in, and what we do and what we say about the people in that room when we're in the room.
Okay, great. Let's have that conversation.
He consistently advocates positions that certainly strengthen white supremacy. He certainly advocates positions that strengthen anti-Black racism. He certainly advocates positions that advance Islamophobia, that push against women's reproductive rights, just based on the things that he has said and done. Would you agree with everything I just said?
Lord.
Bro. The hesitation.
Bro.
That's crazy, right?
Dude, the fact that he just went,
I guess so. All right. I'll look stupid if I say completely no. But I have to
that
sort of
was
agree.
wonderful, Jake. Thank you for telegraphing that. Holy shit.
So remember, we're setting this up to compare it to what he told Francesca, which is actually right after this.
Oh my God. You know what? I'm glad we did this. Yeah, this is painful, but also that was funny, man.
So the one thing a white supremacist hates being called is a white supremacist. The one thing that
I could have made this shorter, but it's
and I think usually the people calling them racist or white supremacists are the people who are catching hell from them.
Haven't lost my attention yet.
And so I think it's sort of bizarre to police the language or to tell someone, for example, hey, that person that hates Muslims, it's not helpful for you to. That person that called you a towelhead, that person that called you a devil worshiper, that person that called you a pagan and a rapist, it's not helpful to call them Islamophobic. Oh, that person that called you a nigger, oh, no. It's not helpful for you to call them white supremacists. That feels paternalistic. And
still felt that right there. Like hearing that fully.
Yeah, look, there it is. The pause right there. That's Jenks. That's exactly it. Look.
Yep.
He's cooked.
And almost disrespectful to the people
sitting there sucking on his lip.
You may think it's unhelpful.
He's literally doing that.
Yeah, he's like,
but I actually don't think it's your place or anyone else's place. But it's like it'd be like saying I don't think it's helpful to. It would be like me saying to women, I don't think it's helpful for you guys to call Donald Trump sexist or misogynistic. I don't think that's helpful, ladies. I mean, come on. No. You're not doing that.
Hold on, Mark.
That's not what you said.
Hit the ejector seat, Jank, man. Hit the ejector seat, dude.
That's not what you said. You can backtrack, but that's not what you said. What you said was, I don't think it's helpful. I hear people doing this and it's not working. Let us try something different. Let us, not let me. Mark. When I hear you say it's unhelpful, I find that problematic as a person who's on the business end of the white supremacy. And what you just said was you weren't telling us that. You were only speaking for yourself. But then even in your rejoinder, in your response, you played
Can I just say this? Like, the fact that Jake isn't recognizing the white supremacist argument in this, while being a brown man in America, is kind of, like, confounding. Like, he has gone out of his way to talk about this on his show a lot, about how he has been met with racism in America. And now, all of a sudden, he just puts that in the fucking trunk of his car. Like, why revisit that? Because we don't need to call them all white supremacists. That's not very helpful.
Yeah, I think there's a stage of this grift. I don't really like using the word grift, but there's a stage of that.
This is applicable though.
I'll let other people. I don't care with others. For me, I just feel like there's more precise words. But this whole movement from the left to the right that we see happening, there seems to be a stage where you got to get sensitive about white supremacy, where you have to get like on behalf of the white supremacists in terms of, hey, it's just not helpful. Hey, just back off. Hey, what are we doing using that word? Like, I think others that have gone through this process have done something similar. And I have footage. It sounds like it's like, but like clips I've saved of Anna arguing with John about Nancy Mace using names on purpose to sound racist, but she's taking she gets real defensive about the notion. So I have other examples of it that are probably going to end up in the documentary.
Sweet.
And but yeah, so what I'm setting up, partly why I kept the Mark Lamont chunk 6 minutes is because he does this for over an hour. This is a whole episode. It's really interesting.
Yes.
And I wanted to really sell the point that I'm trying to make with the way he then, less than 24 hours later, lectures Francesca. So yeah, let's play this through, and then we'll get to
Francesca. Because it leads right into the Francesca clip that
yeah,
we're going to play.
You'll have to suffer through me and Dan's face for 10 seconds, and then back to Francesca.
We'll manage.
That was unhelpful.
Indeed.
This isn't about their
I'll
right to
block
say
it.
free speech, but you're telling them that's unhelpful. And I'm saying telling black people, or telling women, or telling Muslims, or telling trans folk.
He makes a great point.
You have a right to say this. It's your experience, but I'm just telling you that's unhelpful. I'm just telling you, even in terms of strategically uniting folk, as a black person and as a Muslim and as whatever title you want to put on me, when I'm told that thing, for every right-wing person you potentially get, I'm telling you, you're gonna lose a whole lot of us.
There you go.
The fact that he didn't see that is so
that was the day
short-sighted.
before he then went on the Francesca Fiorentini show, The Bituation Room, and lectured her about standing in front of vulnerable communities. And
that all you want to do is break bread with them, that you want to debate with them, but afterward you want to go have a beer.
Yes, I do.
You want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway,
no. What she's saying is they believe that they should be put. Like, you're breaking bread with people that think this way, Jake. That's the problem. And then you're doing it. Like, this is what I hate about entertainers. This is the shit that, and like, this is exposing it a lot. The kayfabe of political entertainment spheres. What he's doing is he's showing, like, no, honestly, none of us have guiding principles. We don't actually believe in any of this. We're doing this disingenuously to maintain our audiences, to keep us divided, and to keep us making money. That's what I'm actually about.
I sound crazy. They're starting with Chinese people.
Someone's gonna clip that.
That's my fucking family, dog. Like, what are you talking about?
That's such an excuse. Okay, they're going to start with Muslims. They're going to start with my people. Okay?
Sure.
I'm so glad that, like, you can tell that Franny was holding this back ever since she was working for TYT.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that's
go ahead.
He's recognizing it. Like, yeah, they'll start with people like me. Yeah, Jank, what are you going to do about it?
If anything, he's just capitulating, going like, "Go ahead, say some of the worst things. I don't care."
It must be nice, Jank, that you're insulated with all that wealth. That it won't be you at first, but it's fascinating the contradiction that he's recognizing it.
Oh, sorry. But not even 2 months later, I remember, like, that's when he had that whole doxing situation with his wife.
No, this was that was this year. This is December of 2024. So we're still not. Trump isn't even president.
I thought this was 2025.
Actually, Pat, can you click on the link I just sent you? It should start right at the same point. This is from the clip, and it has a little bit more Francesca that's important that I think the audience will prefer.
Give me 1 second.
Sorry, I know I'm throwing a curveball at you.
Don't worry about it.
They should pick
Big
us up.
Fan of
right
Francesca, by the way.
We just were. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I am too.
No, Francesca's she's a queen.
She's so talented too.
Honestly, we should get her on here. That'd be fun.
Yeah,
Frantifa Army.
That's right. No, she's great. I didn't work with her super closely at TYT back in my day there, but I did know her back then.
I still think we should call ourselves the leftist capos. But
the leftist capos.
The leftist capos. That's funny. The leftist.
Is this it?
It's the same thing, but it has extra. This is the clip. So the first link I sent was from the full.
Hold on, no, that's the old link. Hold on.
I made it complicated.
Yeah, it's okay. You didn't make it complicated as much as I just, for some reason, this doesn't want to stay where I put it.
Oh.
far as like the screen.
Hmm.
It's the second time that's moved off. There we go.
There it is.
There we go.
Yeah.
We're good.
You want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway,
you think I sound crazy? They're starting with Chinese people. That's my fucking family, dog. Like, what are you talking about?
That's such an excuse.
Well, technically yours too, there, Jank.
Yeah.
Okay, they're going to start with Muslims. They're going to start with my people.
What
it's so
argument is this?
frustrating.
It's just a weird thing to argue about which oppressed minority is going to be the first. That's kind of what they're fighting about a little bit. But like the idea that she's saying that this hits home because I'm Chinese, and he's saying I don't care because I'm Muslim, which is just weird. But it's the part where we're about to get to where he insists he's in front of vulnerable communities. We just spent 6 minutes watching him defend white supremacists, so we know who he's defending.
Okay,
Sure. Yeah.
So stop hiding behind vulnerable communities.
I'm hiding behind vulnerable communities.
Yes, you are. You're using them as
standing
human
in
shields.
front
Human
of vulnerable
shields.
communities.
No,
Jake,
you're
what
not.
are you doing? What
No,
are you doing?
I'm in front of vulnerable communities.
Uh-huh,
I'm the most endangered, Franny.
By tweeting at Elon Musk? Please,
whatever.
don't help me. Come
Okay,
on,
so this-
Jake.
Honestly, I'm glad that this happened where you could tell all the gloves were off. Francesca does not give a fuck if she ever has any ties to them ever again. This was her just being like, you know what?
Yeah.
Light it up. Let's go.
So sad. That's
Okay,
so
so
sad.
let's break
But let's and even longtime
Here it is.
contributors who were editors like Hank. I remember Hank and like the fact that he helped start the TYT union and now has
What's
obviously
that?
Nothing.
okay, but I knew Hank was such a great guy, and Emma and
Look at
Ben
that.
are such. I'm just saying.
What the fuck?
Look at those eyes. I should have zoomed
Jesus.
in on this one though for the close-up, but
Add
look
that
at those
to the
eyes.
space emo.
I'm-
Look at that.
That
Like
shit,
the evil
actually,
green-
yes, we'll get on that. There you
I'm
go.
surprised like
Awesome.
green
Nice and
lasers aren't
perfect for you
firing
guys.
out of his face. Yeah, he's and what did she say? Hank was a great guy.
These are, but okay.
Look at him. He's
How-
mad.
Like,
And he
I was like,
lied.
"Hey, are you gonna
Like-
stop laughing for a minute? You jerk.
Yeah. And it's
I'm
also that
afraid.
coward thing of being like, instead of saying what I think and I'm saying, I'm going to chuckle my way out of it so I don't actually get held accountable for anything I'm actually wanting to say. You know, that phony laughter. That's who his real character is. That's the face of a person that can call you part-time while you work 40 hours a week and still sleep at night.
I kind of,
But
I mean, dude, that's so wild.
And,
to
like,
see it again, like making TYT seem like it was this guerrilla news agency.
Right. Yeah. And when she says he helped start the union, I did help start the union. I had a lot to do with starting the union. And he goes, he helped with nothing. Now he's reacting emotionally, but we could call that a lie. It's absolutely factually untrue that I didn't help.
Man.
Go ahead now. Though here's where she
I'm
yeah, maybe back up like a 3 seconds because it's important here. This is the part why I made you switch it. Where Francesca, we meant back. That's okay.
Oh,
no sweat.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm in front of vulnerable communities. I'm the most endangered, Franny.
By tweeting at Elon Musk? Please
whatever.
don't help me. Come
Okay,
on,
so this
Jake. This
is
is so
total BS.
sad. That's
Okay,
so
so
sad.
let's break
But let's and even longtime contributors who were editors like Hank. I remember Hank and like the fact that
who the heck is Hank?
he
Yeah.
helped start the
He's a-
TYT union and now has obviously
nothing.
okay, but I knew Hank
Sorry.
No, that's
such a
okay.
great
It's weird. It's super crazy.
That's meta as shit. No, he's
Yeah.
talking about you.
I know.
guy.
I help with nothing. He
So-
did nothing. Good day, sir.
And Emma and Ben are such. I'm just saying. I'm telling you, these are.
God, he is. I mean, he really is petty.
Yeah.
But
oh
Now,
God.
Okay.
now
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Oh, listen
Go
to Francesca. This is the this is
All
the
right,
stuff.
guys, dial in.
how I'm afraid, man. Like I'm next. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do. That I'm booted out of the castle.
3 months later.
And I'm going to take Francesco off the network entirely.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, it took 3 months for him to say this?
Yeah.
The
She called
TYT shows going forward.
They turned. That's the end of
Wow.
it. Yeah. Thanks for putting up with all that. But yeah.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Yeah, she called him a little bitch. I think that was journalism. She said you look like a little bitch. And when he's sitting there, snuggling with Charlie Kirk in front of Charlie Kirk's audience, I'd say that was a little bitch behavior, if you ask me.
It definitely is.
So yeah, but
I mean-
you know, he made an excuse that she was making personal attacks and that she violated company policies. And apparently, though, when you unionize, though, the companies has every right to slander you publicly, as they did, you know, as is documented in the documentary. Thanks for letting me talk about all this, guys. I like talking about it.
Hey, this was.
But
I mean, this. This
we
has
all
been
need
very educational, like in general on your documentary, but just in general, like with the discourse too, because I think it's really important to kind of differentiate between what TYT is doing, what this space is doing, and how we really are like the project that TYT tried to like promote itself as.
Yeah.
You know, like we all do this for volunteer. Like we all volunteer to this space, man.
Yeah,
Like,
this is all for the love of the game.
Yeah, and like,
seriously.
and also just in general, like our passion for politics, our passion for entertainment, our passion for just in general, like putting out our voices out there, man. Like I feel like this is where we're being more than fair with TYT here. Hank, I think that you've done a really good job showcasing Jenk's hypocrisy. Like he is just, it's such a impressive fall off. You know, like I still am. I mean, I'm coming to terms with it. Like as a I would argue that TYT is probably the first channel I ever paid for.
When did you start paying?
I started watching them in 2016. It was 2015. It was right before Trump. So it's like, because I watched the episode where he walked down the escalator, and I remember exactly what they're like. Yeah, he's going to win the primary. And then through that, I started watching more creators and getting recommended more stuff. And I think that's when I started watching Majority Report. But I actually, Michael was the main host that day that I started watching Majority Report. And I was like, Sam Cedar, why do I know that name? And then it was like, oh, it's Air America guy. Holy crap.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I was a paying member in 2009. I think I was watching for at least a year or two before that, and then up till 2013. I was still a paying member for a few months while I was working there, actually. And I was like,
that's so weird.
Yeah,
you're like, well, you're not paying me, but I'm paying you.
Yeah, and so I never wanted it to go this way. I didn't want. This whole thing has just been wild. And if I didn't do it though, then the version of the story that would have been out is few people would have known this story, but people. It was that I went to work. They ripped me off for 12 months. I started a union to stop it. And then they lied about the union. And then nobody called them out for the lies. Right. I mean, there was pushback. The TYT union Twitter account did a lot of pushback. That's in the sources section of the website. You can see links to that. So that it wasn't like it was completely undocumented, but like, what a fool to run a business that attracts like movement leftists who are professional storytellers, treat them like shit for several years and just assume there'll never be any downsides. Like you work in media. People who are going to come work in political media. So you're going to get passionate, politically motivated people who live and believe in their principles. And in my case, I believe in TYT's principles. I feel like a huge sucker, right? So like when people talk about how they've fallen off from the TYT audience, like you said in 2020, when they were going after trans people and stuff like that, like I experienced a similar story. It's just that my engagement began way long ago and cost me a lot more money. I moved across the country to work for TYT in 2013. And it's just like this long epic. And so like
Jake
I just refuse to
tweet out or anything about the union specifically, like pertaining to you.
Not pertaining to me. No, some people have called him out for it. And then I think there was one where he responded with the same like BS line of like, we asked for a vote and we just needed to get a second vote. And these are, I think he has referred to liars. I think when he talks about liars, he's talking about me.
Yeah. He's trying to insinuate it.
Yeah, like in the Jubilee thing, where he was confronted on that. He goes, "You could look it up to a bunch of liars," and it's like, I'm sure he means me, but it's like, is the NLRB the liars? Like, I could show you guys the piece of paper if you want right now.
Well,
but
I mean, it's just the fact that, like, I don't, because like I was saying about like the ones that I like. So I remember. Well, wait, I could say this. Wait a minute. I'm not tied to the NDA anymore. So there was a certain broadcaster named Mancow Mueller.
I'm listening. I'll be right back. I'm listening.
No worries. Yeah, there was a certain broadcaster does like shock jock kind of stuff. And when I was looking into working on his show, that's how I learned about slap suits, was that specific contract where I was just like, I don't know about this because it wasn't just interning; it was a long-term contract to intern to go into a job, and I was just like, this is sus as hell. And I'm lucky enough to have a friend that does. He works as a lawyer in the entertainment industry, so I was lucky enough to have him just kind of perusing. He was just like, don't. And then I had the same, like I said about Chorus, where I was like, hey man, same thing. Do you mind? He's just like, nah, go ahead. And he even told me, nah, another one. Just be very, very like Chorus. He said specifically, he's like, if you're going to fuck with this, you're going to have to be careful. He's like, this is where you're going to have to play, put your suit on and actually kind of buckle down a little bit. I was like, yeah, I like the freedom I have here.
It's weird to like commit legally to like limit your own freedom like that. When I was laid off, they wanted me to sign an NDA in order to get my severance. I didn't get my severance because I didn't want to sign a fucking NDA.
That's
and
so
maybe this
dirty,
is what
that feels illegal, man.
I haven't. It should be. It seems like, and like this is.
I mean, I'm sure, like corporations will be corporations, but like Jesus,
this is California. That's what's really fucking with me here is the fact that there's no protections like this in California.
Well, accessing the protection is different than the protections existing. There's the enforcement system is actually something that needs to be shifted around, in my opinion. More on that later. But the NDA has a provision says that you can't acknowledge the existence of the NDA. So I read that is like you're not allowed to acknowledge you have an NDA except to a attorney, a wife, or a lawyer. No, sorry, an accountant, an attorney, or a wife, it says, and only if they promise to keep it a secret too. And like, to me, a company that's got the word honesty in its mission statement, I don't know if that's precisely, but they're always bragging about how truthful and transparent, open and honest they are. And then, on your way out the door, they want you to sign a contract agreeing to lie. If someone said, Hank, do you have an NDA? And I know there's like this bullshit where you're supposed to say, I can neither confirm nor deny or some nonsense like that. But fuck you. I'm not that person. I'm going to say yes or no. I don't like that, wishy-washy bullshit. So I don't, I mean, like, I literally would have to lie. It's genuinely a commitment to lie. So there's Jenks Principles. That's who he is. And when he says he didn't do union busting, then why did the NLRB find him in violation of Section 7 of the NLRA? As I have blasted this all over Twitter, and it's in that recent episode too, if people want to go look that up. But this is a super interesting document, by the way. I always love whipping it out. So
that's phrasing
because it's girthy and white.
Self-lord. Well,
also if also something that stuck out to me in those clips, is something that really, 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 really frustrates me is that like a lot of right-wing people, and yes, Cenk, I'm gonna include him in this one. They like to think that, or they like to say that a lot of what left-leaning people say is kind of like outlandish or outrageous or not possible. Like Francesca was trying to talk about like, hey, these people are serious about freaking camps, man. Well, where the heck are we right now? In fact, like literally, I just saw a story where like we're having we're looking at immigration detention camps big enough to hold like 3,000 children. Mm-hmm. What are you talking about? That's somehow outrageous or outlandish, and then pretend that we're the crazy ones talking about this shit, and here we are looking at this in front of our eyes. Like, do we need to get to the point where the camps are here and we're watching the people, and then like I'm
it would
confused.
have to be like a data center in your backyard at this point for some people to actually be like, that's what really bugs me about just this media sphere that we live in, where it's just like the algorithm makes sure that the right people have their head buried. Actually, Pastor Ben wants to hop on for a minute here.
Oh, good.
Welcome in, Pastor Ben. How you doing, sir?
Hey.
Doing great. How's everyone? Loving the conversation. Right up my alley.
What's up, Ben?
I was about to say.
Awesome. Good to see you.
Okay. Ben,
Yes,
you probably the last thing you need is more TYT toxicity. You've been purging it from your tissues.
Listen,
and I'm soaked in it. I'm like it's brutal. I need to detox when this is all over.
Listen, well, you know what? I think you're doing a service. And I think, again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I think we have to pay close attention to media outlets leading up to 2028, because I think you're going to see TYT try to throw a lot of support behind someone like Tucker Carlson. So I think we need to get ahead of all of that.
You think so?
That would not surprise me. Yeah, that would not surprise me. And then they would announce it in some kind of like unity
that's what I
tour
was
or
saying about the
something,
America First thing.
anti-establishment.
No, that's what I was saying about the America First thing. Like I saw that stupid blue hat with America First written on it with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I was like, that's the project right there.
Right.
And then they had that roundtable discussion. I'm glad that Ben brought that up about how TYT was probably going to have something to do with this. Like I kind of had that same feeling, but it's kind of nice to hear somebody that's actually like worked within the organization say it.
Yeah, that's why
just somebody that watches them.
The Francesca conversation Cenk had, has been within our circles especially, but it's a longer tail than other videos because of how right she was, how wrong he was, and the stuff with the union and others. Actually, right before that clip where she mentions me, she also brings up Ben and Emma as people that have had issues with TYT. So she was sort of listing people off. But when I finally clicked in on Mark Lamont Hill's thing, I don't know if Ben, if you saw that earlier, we were watching it, where Cenk spent an hour or more lecturing Mark Lamont Hill about being gentle to white supremacists. And he did that the day before he goes and lectures Francesca about standing in front of vulnerable communities. So that's the highlight that I was pointing out earlier in this episode.
Oh, wow.
We can go back, but yeah, it's really wild to see though. And he's trying his best to get Mark Lamont Hill of all people to like agree that you should be. And it's a stunning conversation, and especially the juxtaposition within to Francesca's appearance.
When Jake was just like,
so
"What do you mean they're gonna come after you?" Like that was wild, dude.
Yeah, that's what triggers me. It's like you're saying this as if this is outlandish, and the camps are here.
Yeah, they were promised. It's in their playbook. Like, of course they were going to do it. These are fascists. These are. Sorry, man.
We interrupted you. What's up?
No, I was wondering, do you still have that clip? I can look at it in the next hour.
Oh, I'll send you the montage then. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, send me that, and then I'll grab it. Yep.
Yeah, it's. I think it's out. It is in the private chat. You
let
can
me
see
give
the
you the
backlog,
better
right?
one though. I'll give you a new one with the right. Just start the right thumbnail here.
Thanks, Hank.
Yeah, and then the juxtaposition between like if you're imagining a person on a journey and they have two paths ahead of them. One of them is Tucker Carlson and one of them is Hassan Piker. And that's the choice Cenk has been grappling with in the last year or two. And look what direction he's gone. Like how messed up is that? And they're making documentaries about how Hassan is the enemy of the establishment, which is Cenk Uger's wet dream of all media hits on him. He would love to be in that position where it's because Hassan has politics that are actually a threat to the establishment and the established order. Cenk's a graduate from the Wharton Business School, right? He's one of them. He went to the same college as Ivanka and Donald, and I don't know if Don Jr. made it in, and Elon Musk and any other order of capitalist ghouls, so he's one of them. And as I've just, is revealed by the NLRB cases, the Young Turks uses union busting law firms, pro corporate anti-worker law firms and stuff. But I'll just share this real quick. It's a clip from my podcast, so you have to tolerate a couple interruptions from me. But it's Charlie Kirk and Cenk, and then it's Mark Lamont Hill for 6 minutes, montage, and then it's Francesca is where this link starts that I just put in the chat. It's just a juxtaposition of Cenk's appearance at TPUSA, and the point I'm making is that this all happened within the same week. So we're basically redoing my podcast from this week. So thanks everybody. But
I mean, we went pretty hard into relitigating Hank's past with TYT here, and I mean, it's been a really fun show because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like a testament to the broader politics. I think.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like there's a lot of uncomfortable stuff here with just the sort of personal side of the drama bubble, with Cenk and me and personal history and Francesca's feelings, the kind of personality driven parts of it. That drives some clicks and here and there. Yeah. But on the whole, though, this whole project does tap into themes that affect everybody. Like everybody who's ever had a job, anybody who's ever had a boss, it might relate to some of the things that we're talking about. Like how much shit should you have to put up with? What can you say no to? What are you allowed to say no to someone more powerful than you? How much crap should you have to swallow? And at TYT, we got tired of swallowing bullshit, so we secretly organized a union, and then Cenk busts it while running for Congress and said that his political foes started the union. Now there's going to be a great documentary about it. So Maybe don't mess with video editors. Okay, let that be the lesson
do
to
you
the
have
bad
any
guys of
final
the
words
world.
that you want to
Video
add?
editors are your last enemy you want to make.
I was actually just about to say, since
This-
Ben was
this is
a voice on TYT, though, does he have anything he wants to chime in with here?
Well, no, I think I think that, Hank, your work is important. As I said last week, and I haven't had a chance to share your promo, but I definitely am going to share it. I think it's important, again, because media is critical, and because TYT holds such a large market share of the progressive financial base, subscriber base, and to have all of that locked up for so many years, and then they decide, okay, we're going to take this entire ship and we're going to go towards the right. And I hate to be so draconian, but any shift towards the right is a problem that we as a community need to discuss, because TYT exists as a result of the community. And I know they have Polymarket right now, but Polymarket didn't build that studio, even though they have the name on the studio.
I think I don't want to go to bat for them at all, but I do think that the Polymarket contract, they did end that through embarrassment. I mean, it doesn't make it any better that they did it in the first place, but I do think that they are done with them. Just to be,
it did end
up to date. Up to date.
Yeah. Good.
Sure.
Yeah.
like I built that studio, not me alone, but like I did build sound panels. We built 30 something sound panels for the transition from the current TV studio to the new location.
Oh wait, I
literally did.
I've always wanted to ask.
And
okay, so is it like one of those studios that has like it's like on wheels where they essentially turn it, or is it like 3 different studios? Because I noticed that Damage Report, JR, and TYT all seem like they're in the same studio, but
it's
designated spaces.
Yes, it's like a fireplace in a haunted mansion.
That's what I thought.
You pull on someone's like arm, and then the fireplace spins around and reveals a whole different set. No,
damn it! I don't know if you're kidding.
No.
See, this is where
it's a bigger. It's a big room with a big TV wall, and then there's like a corner area for some special stuff. They have room for cameras and camera.
I thought he was serious for a second. I was like, wow, what an amazing setup.
Press the mummy's nose to make the fireplace spin.
No wonder Jake
pull the
pushed
library
back so hard.
book.
He's just like, you know what? I can't have him going out there exposing our secrets, and then he hits the skeleton arm.
No, it's okay. I did a lot of stuff like the wall, which is where they got all these donations, and they had them engraved on the little gold plaques, and it says The Wall. It's one of their first big fundraiser things. Like, I mounted that on the wall. It's a French cleat mount. It's an angled board secured to the wall, because I do woodworking is like my thing, right? Like, so like I'm like a construction guy. So anyway, when you talk about building the studio, I literally did construction work for that company. I think I keep rambling and getting everybody's way, but like one thing I think that we get lost in the sauce here, and Ben has more experience than I do, but we all have, like, there's the parasociality of internet content that plays a major role. And I think people forget with this Young Turk story is that there's a lot of faceless, nameless people behind the scenes who are really good people who work their butts off. The amount of extra miles that I put in, that others put in working at TYT, that you put in for this company, that Jenk has no idea you do for that company, is abundant. And there are, and Jenk and Anna aren't the only people who care about the TYT audience. I care greatly about the TYT audience. When I was having darker times, it gave me some consolation to know that I was helping serve a really good audience, even when I wasn't feeling great about the company I was working for. And they trade on that. They get a nice little bonus, I'd say like an activist dividend, let's just call it, because they know that they're not paying TV rates. They're not paying, high rate. They kind of get you working for cheaper because you feel like you're part of something, even though it's a for-profit media company. So, and the full picture of TYT, there's some positives too. I don't want to just always.
I was about to say, I mean, there was definitely, that's how I know even who you are, Ben. There's so many different content creators that did come from like the TYT sphere that I will say, they didn't have anything to do with that kind of stuff. Like, I wouldn't know who the Serfs are if I didn't watch TYT,
Sure.
So there was definitely some value to it.
Yeah.
But
Ben's just like,
they aren't. The thing is, they're loyalists. They don't believe in trust. They believe in loyalty. That's sort of where I've sort of sorted it down to. It's like if they had a social model built around trust, they would have a whole slew of people coming out of the woodwork to talk about how great it was working for TYT. You notice how there's no chorus, to use a word, of people that are emerging and saying, you know what, actually all this grief they're getting, like, that's not happening. That's not happening because it's a loyalty-based system.
JR kind of clammed up, and fucking the damage report just like kind of like went under the radar for a while, because I know like that they were just kind of toying with not going back during that time. Like at least it's how I viewed it, where I was just like, man, it seems like they're kind of doing, like they're trying to separate from the channel, and then all of a sudden both JR and fucking John Adirola came back, and I don't know, maybe that was new contract time and they did actually like lay this all out, but I'm gonna just go based on vibes. I felt the vibe was there that something changed, but
yeah,
either way,
JR spoke up a bit about the MTG thing, you know, so they've expressed some of their disagreements.
I was actually just about to say, Hank, if you can do me a favor and put the link in the chat for your for the documentary and for some of the clips that we watched, if you want the audience to check it out, go ahead and share that in the chat here.
You mean,
and then we're going to wrap up so Ben can have his show. I really appreciate you hopping on.
Anytime.
Oh, appreciate that.
Yeah, Ben, we'll connect, Ben. I'll send you an email one of these weeks and we can talk TYT stuff and have a big chat about it. And maybe you can come on my show one of these weeks too.
I'm very interested to see that.
Don't try to rush. Don't feel stressed about timing though. It's we're good.
Hey, this is this space. If you haven't noticed, timing is not exactly what I would call, you know, on
I mean, we exist in this space. That's it.
Time is relative here.
You mean in the actual chat, the public chat?
Yeah, the actual public chat. Yeah. Pep, you doing D&D or stream? Oh, I'm gonna be streaming later at Pep Talks TV on YouTube and Twitch, but a little bit later, so about an hour or so. But yeah, if you guys want to give your plugs real quick, and then we will wrap, so Pastor Ben can start a show.
Awesome. Yeah, just a difficult truth. Also, before we go, I'm just thinking about this. The clip of Jank trying to like explain why it's good to break bread with all these like white supremacist type as the ad of the pillow guy comes up with the 1488. It's just chef's kiss, man. Chef's kiss on top of that. I was just thinking about that. I was like, wow.
Do you think they dog whistled on purpose at that moment? Like,
I don't know.
I mean, organization had to be like, this would be really funny.
No, they're Nazis. They're not dog whistling to each other. They're whistling.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a whistle
because
fest
he was on screen. That's when they were like, "Oh, this will really hammer our point."
Yeah, I mean that was just on purpose, by coincidence. I don't know, but it was just the chef's kiss on top of the entire broad point. Being made here
because the point Mark is making is, what do you think your presence in that room is doing? And look, they're selling Nazi pillows to each other.
Right, it's wild. Wow, that's how that played out.
Pillows. I got gifted in my pillow like right when they first came out by my mother-in-law. It's the worst pillow I've ever had. It's lumpy. It's cut. It's like literal memory foam cut into like little pieces. Again, Mike Lindell. He thought that was a great idea. It's like, dude, this is awful.
Garbage.
But that's again just my assessment on the thing. But all right, guys. This has been awesome. Really appreciate you guys hanging tonight, and thank you again, Ben, for hopping on in.
Anytime.
Totally.
Stick around for Pastor Ben's live show coming up next, and we will catch you guys next week.
Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye.
See you.
Rock.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/BPD Show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show.
Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and gender non-conforming individuals to another episode of the Benjamin Dixon Show. I am, of course, your host, Pastor Ben. It is Thursday, October 20th, 2026. Thank you so much for joining me on thisSpace.tv, We are live on thisspace.tv. Make sure you go over there to the YouTube channel to like, share, and subscribe. Shout out to everyone in the chat, in the background, making this happen. Shout out to everyone on my channel over on the Benjamin Dixon Show. I'm streaming over there because I want you to come over here to thisspace.tv and subscribe as we continue to do the very important work of establishing media, public, cooperative, ally media. As we were discussing in the last segment, as I came on just to transition over to this space, this particular show, it is the role of media in politics that is the most critical. I think that's one of the reasons they're so afraid of Hassan Piker. I don't want to do an entire episode on Hassan because, I just, I'm not really into glazing people. I think he does a good job. I think Hassan does what's necessary. And more specifically, I think Hassan is doing what is necessary through media, and that's why they fear him so much. I wasn't going to talk about Hassan at all, but since we're talking about media, I think it's important for us to understand why they are afraid of his platform. Again, I am not particularly sure that it's a fear so much of what he is saying or advocating for. I want to make a distinction here. I believe that what they fear more than anything else is the fact that he has reach, influence. He has reach, he has influence, and he has the ability to galvanize the people. Now, Tuesday night was a bit of an upset for those of us who are watching the races with Elijah Manley down in Florida, South Florida, as well as Oliver Larkin down in South Florida. Both of them were supported by Hassan Piker. And while it was a disappointment in those two races, we got to see what media organizing power can really do when you leverage it at scale. And I'm talking very specifically, folks, I'm talking about the phone banking that took place. Now, Oliver Larkin didn't win, right? Okay, that's fine. But what was set up in Florida, and actually, let me make a correction, because it wasn't just Florida. What Hassan Piker and DSA have set up together is a political machine that's driven by media. I'm going to say it again. The reason they hate and fear Hassan Piker, Hassan's takes are not that spicy, folks. I mean, they're a little edgy here and there. Back in the day, it was edgy. All right. There's some stuff I disagree with Hassan on. You all mostly know, I don't have a fond thought of Russia. I have a side eye to China. I'm not a fan of any authoritarian regime. So as you can tell, I probably run in conflict with Hassan quite often in terms of international politics. I still don't think that he's that radical. I know radicals. Hassan's not a radical. I'm not saying that to play him. I'm not saying that to play him down. I'm saying that to say the Democratic Party is not scared of Hassan Piker's politics. Hassan Piker's politics are pretty par for the course right now. I'm getting somewhere specific. Just allow me to work my way there. Okay. I hate to even have to talk about Hassan like this because everybody's so obsessed with them. Part of me is like, I wish we never had to talk about him again. Not because I got anything against Hassan, but because he's become the perfect tool for them to always try to attack a political figure. However, I don't really too much. I can't say that I really care about the attacks when you consider the nature of the political machine that is being driven by media in partnership between Hassan Piker and DSA. I got a pretty long thesis tonight, or at least the setup for it, the case that I'm making, the argument that I'm making. It's a long setup, so stick with me. It's one simple message. I have one simple message, which is why this space is so important. The one simple message is this: media matters. Media is everything. Without media, we're dead. Our political goals are dead. Our ability to communicate with each other is gone. Without media connecting us and getting the word out, we are dead. And that's the reason they're afraid of Hasan Piker, because he has the necessary reach to generate scale in terms of political movement and political power, galvanizing the general public to look. Can I give you the specific? What was it like? I think Monday. It was either Sunday or Monday of this past week. In the race for Oliver Larkin, DSA and Hasan Piker managed to organize 125,000 calls, phone banks. 125,000 calls in 2 hours. Can I say that one more time? DSA and Hasan Piker. Now, that might not even be the biggest record. Okay. I don't know if that's right, or someone in the audience may say, okay, well, the other day they did 200,000, but I was blown away. I was blown away by the 125,000. To be able to organize 125,000 outgoing calls, that might have only been 10,000 people, but holy hell, 10,000 people participating in one activity over a 2-hour period, generating 125,000 calls. Do you all see what I'm saying? Right? It is, my friends, it is the ability to drive audience participation through media that the establishment fears more than anything else. And right now, Hasan Piker is, now watch this. It used to be TYT, which is why the last conversation was so interesting with Hank and Pep Talks and A Difficult Truth. It was interesting because we were able to see this type of activity being done. Not so much the phone banking. I really don't know if they ever had a phone banking machine like Hasan and DSA, but TYT used to do this type of, or this is what we expected TYT to be. We expected someone with media to take that media platform and use that media to drive political power. And that's what your boy Hasan is doing. That's what your people over at DSA are doing. And one of the surprise victories. Now, this particular victory, we can't necessarily lay at the feet of DSA. We'll get to it. Hang on. Let me just share this instead. I want to play this clip of Angie Nixon, who just won her primary in the state of Florida. And I'm going to pivot here, but I want to play this particular clip because in this clip, you have the mainstream media doing what the mainstream media does, asking Angie Nixon about Hasan Piker. Now, I want to say that again. They're asking the Democratic nominee for the state of Florida, the Senate race for the entire state of Florida, they're asking her, has she campaigned with Hasan Piker? Now, here's what's embarrassing for CBS News. Angie Nixon didn't campaign. Not yet. She probably will. She didn't campaign with Hasan Piker. But because everybody's so obsessed with Hasan Piker, they insisted on asking that question and she embarrassed them. So take a listen in to what she had to say.
Mr. Piker, do you want to see them on the campaign trail with you as well? So I have not campaigned with Mr. Piker. Not sure where that information came from. I have campaigned with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. And so she is someone who wants the same things that I want, to make sure that government is working for people and not against it. And so I'll continue to do the same thing, but I have not campaigned with Mr. Piker at all. Not sure where that came from.
All right, my apologies. I thought that you had. My apologies about that. Would you want him to campaign with you?
I don't really know who Mr. Piker is. I've heard about him. And so
you don't know who he is?
I said, I don't really know who he is personally or anything like that. I am actually focused on Florida and making sure that I'm talking to voters here to uplift their needs and their concerns. And so that's what my focus is going to be over the next 76 days.
Now, friends, why are they even asking her at all about Hassan Piker? It can't be because of his stance on Israel and Gaza. So what? This is Angie Nixon. She's running for Senate. Hassan Piker isn't. Now I'm learning how to manage conspiratorial thoughts. Stick with me, folks. I'm going to go somewhere. I've learned how to manage conspiratorial thoughts, because we all know about the Streisand effect. We all know that if you attack someone, you make them bigger. It's just a law of nature. You attack someone, it brings more attention to them. They get stronger. Part of me is like, this is all one big gag. They have to be doing this with Hassan Piker because they're literally trying to build him up. That's my conspiracy theory. Either they're trying to build him up to make him the singular boogeyman that they can take down or arrest and try to demoralize the movement. I don't know. Or the real conspiratorial side of me says Hassan Piker's in on it. It crosses my mind, family. It crosses my mind from time to time. I'm like, there's no way in the world the media infrastructure is this dumb that if they really feared Hassan Piker, they would give him this much attention. But that's just the conspiratorial side. What I can say for certain, what I can say without a shadow of a doubt is that when you have someone who can organize 125,000 phone calls in 2 hours, 2 hours, through the use of media, new media, that's outside the control of the Democratic establishment. That's outside of the control of anyone. He's pretty much his own person, his own individual. When you have that kind of media power, that is the threat. Here's the thing, my friends. It cannot just be Hassan. It cannot just be Hassan. This has nothing to do with envy, jealousy. I've known Hassan for years. I've watched him grow. I remember when everybody was so mad because I think he bought a Ferrari and everybody wrote articles and think pieces about socialists and Ferraris. I thought the Ferrari would look nice. So I've got no beef with Hassan. But if we don't develop the media infrastructure to persist and to maintain and to expand beyond Hassan, then when Hassan is not on the scene, there goes all of the organizing power that we have right now through media. That's what I'm saying. We need a media infrastructure that transcends any personality. And I do believe firmly that's what we're doing at thisspace.tv. I believe at thisspace.tv. Now, I'm just talking. Now, Pastor Ben does not cast the vision for thisspace.tv. It is a collective, right? And the trajectory and the direction is something that we're all navigating together. In my mind, though, I see thisspace.tv as not just a publicly, not just public media, right? But permanent media structure for the people There has to be a way that the people can reach one another without depending on the government, without depending on the regime, without depending on Silicon Valley. Right now, everything about how we connect with one another is 100% dependent on Silicon Valley and the government, the regime. And at any point they decide, oh, we're done playing with this democracy thing. They can cut off. They can cut us off one from another. I mean, it's not without precedent. How many authoritarian regimes around the globe cut off the internet when it becomes a little tight? So I'm not just talking about those type of flashpoints where the government is cracking down. I'm talking about generally speaking. Really, folks, really think about it. When have we had media power that was able to drive political participation at the level we have seen in the last few weeks? When have we had media power on the left in this country? Somebody mentioned Air America. Good Lord, I remember Air America. I remember especially around 2007, 2008, right? I remember, and it was so powerful because we had not had in this country a radio broadcast that carried consistently across the nation a progressive message. And so when Air America came around, we were like, yes, finally, in the sea of conservative media, we have Air America. And then bloop, it was gone. It was gone. And so where are we now? This is some 20 years later. 20 years later, it's the advent and the effort. It's the advent of streaming. And it's the effort of Hassan Piker, who streams, my God, 6, 7, 8 hours a day. God bless him. I don't want that level of success. I don't want to spend that much time with nobody. Just me and Jesus can spend that kind of time together. I don't even want to spend that. Like, okay, I can see 8 hours with my kids. I could spend 8 hours with my kids. But it was the advent of streaming and then Hassan's commitment to streaming 8 hours a day that built this amazing community that is now able to drive 125,000 political phone bank calls in 2 hours. Family, if we don't seize that power, I'm not saying steal it from Hassan. I'm saying we need to seize that concept. We need to, this is a horrible word. We need to colonize that concept. We need to replicate. We need to duplicate it. We got to be able to reach the masses and use new media to drive political participation. Because I want you to pause and think about this before I change the subject and talk about something else here. Imagine what once a week organized callers can do throughout the year when it's not election season, when we need to convince people that data centers are bad, when we need to convince people that the fossil fuel industry must change, when we need to convince people that climate change is real, when we need to do what, like there's the ability to do this type of activity and not just wait for political elections. I think we have a media mandate. I think we have to start looking at it as a media mandate. There's work that I do. There's work that I know Rebecca Azor, DJ Exclusive. There's work that we do together, like it or not. There's work that I do by myself. There's all kind of work that we do. And a lot of times, and then hang on. Let me expand that out a little further. Just about every single person on this channel is doing this work for free, just because the work has to be done. There are some mandates that transcend money. If there's a fire, you're not going to wait for somebody to pay you for you to yell down the street to your neighbor, there's a fire. Some broadcasts just have to happen. It's almost like they're just mandatory. When we're in the political fight of our lives, the messages that we have to get out are mandatory, and that's why this channel exists. That's why all of the individual streamers who come on and participate with us, that's why they are there. That's why people go and buy the microphones. That's why people go and buy the lights, and then they invest in a camera, and then they set up all their socials, and they set up all their technology, and they start streaming, because there's something that has to be said that doesn't wait on money. Money amplifies it. Money will help grow it. Money helps save. I get all that. I'm not pretending like we don't have to get some funding in here, right? I'm not pretending like there's not funding that's being spent and stuff that's like people are carrying a burden here. This is a real effort at thisspace.tv. But it's something that has to exist, because if we, the people, don't have control over our media, then first of all, we're already done politically. Like we're worse. We're not on the defense. We're not on the offense. We're on the defense. We can't set any narrative. We can't set any agenda. We can't convince the people of anything because we have no media. Now we have independent media. Great. We're at the stage of independent media where we're seeing crystallized in Hassan Piker and DSA, that merger right there. Hassan Piker's streaming capacity and his reach and his scale, and DSA's organizing capacity. You marry those two together and you get what we got going on right now. This is how we repeat it. This is how we expand it. We get we the people who are already organized and ready to go. All we needed was for somebody to galvanize us and to point us in the direction and say, pick up the phone and call. Pick up the phone and phone bank. Go touch some grass and knock on some doors. Go to the rally. Do an edit. Do an aura edit. Do something. Everybody do something. If you can't do none of those things, you better get on social media and tweet. Because friends, are we not at the end of democracy? Let me shift gears here. I'm going to let you go by 8 o'clock. I got 20 minutes and I got something to say, but I'm going to let you go in this 20 minutes. Are we not at the end of democracy? I don't mean hyperbolically. I don't mean, I'm not exaggerating. I'm talking serious. Is this not the fall of the republic? This is certainly the fall of public health. This is certainly the fall of voting rights. This is certainly the fall of the peaceful transfer of power. All of the core elements of our democracy are crumbling. And this is what makes me a little bit more upset when I see how much ridiculous time is being spent worried about Hassan Piker. Because are we not at the end of democracy? You mean to tell me MAGA? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oops. I'm so used to fighting MAGA. Right now, I'm not even talking about MAGA. Oops, my bad. I'm talking about the establishment. You mean to tell me, Democratic establishment, that at the fall of the empire, at the fall of democracy, at the end of the republic, what you're worried about is Hassan Piker? What? When we are literally dealing with people whose plan is for all of us to be feudal serfs in a technocracy where public health is accessible only to those who are the richest, public education has been gutted, You mean to tell me, as we are looking at that trajectory of a timeline, you got time to worry about Hassan Piker? Why? Because he opposes Israel's genocide in Gaza? Can't be that. A lot of us oppose that. Why? Because he said some spicy stuff. He said some stuff that ruffles some feather. Can't be that. I mean, we live in the era of Donald Trump, Chud the Builder. No. It's because the Democratic Party knows that an organized body politic, we the people who can connect with one another, see, if I don't know that you exist, my friend, then we can't share any information. We can't organize together. We can't help. We can't build community. If I don't know that you exist, cut off the internet, and that's it. Cut off the radio, that's even more it. Cut off the mail service, which they are breaking apart. We go back past colonial times. We become balkanized individual pockets of small communities just trying to survive with the inability to connect with each other around this country and around this globe. That is the threat to power. That's the threat. That's why they hate Hassan Piker, not because of just him, but because what he represents. Because if Hassan Piker scaled up, let's just use Hassan. Everybody, Hassan derangement syndrome. Fine. Let's talk about Hassan. If Hassan's model just duplicates, we need one more Hassan. We need two streamers who are able to drive political participation at the rate of 125,000 phone banked calls in 2 hours. Can we get two? Then don't mess around and let us get three. Maybe, you have diminishing returns. So that third one's not going to come out with 125,000 calls. Maybe that third one only gets 50,000 calls in 2 hours. You have the fourth streamer who has the kind of reach, again, diminishing returns. So he's not going to get that. She or they might not get 50,000 calls. They might only get 10,000. Then you might end up with 25 streamers and they only average about 10,000 calls each. But did we not just scale? Did we not just decentralize? Didn't not we just make our movement more resilient? Didn't we make our movement more able to replicate itself? What am I saying? I'm saying that the real threat to power is media. Hang on, I got to qualify that. Not just media, but media that organizes. Media that organizes. That's what they fear. That's what they fear. That's why they hate him. They don't just hate him because he's Hassan Piker. They hate him because they see the next move already. The next move, hey, Hassan, I'll hit you in your DMs. You ain't replied in a while, but I'm going to hit you in your DMs. I'm going to say this. Hassan, you need to replicate yourself. You need to put more people on your channel. Maybe one, understand, two people. Expand, my boy. That's what TYT, TYT, they expanded, but they didn't really expand outside of, they had a real strange way of expansion. I'm talking about take the power to organize through media and replicate that. So that if they ever come and arrest you, Hassan, if they ever come and lock you up, then they have to lock up all of us. There's power. There's protection in numbers. Don't be the only person on the top of a mountain. Democratize that mountain. And that's where we are. And I think that that's the key tool for us to fight with as we face this end of democracy. All a lot of us can do is get the word out. That's it. Most of us are too busy with our jobs to do a whole lot more, but maybe we could just relay a message. This is where you come in. And I think one of the things we have to start really doing is talking to you honestly in the audience. Audience, you're not here to be entertained.
Matter of fact, if this was about entertainment, there's a million other things that are far more entertaining than talking about politics. You're here to be mobilized. You're not even here to be radicalized. Your life has already radicalized you. You're living a paycheck to paycheck has already radicalized you. You know what I mean? Like the cost of insurance, you might not even have insurance. The fact that you still got a hole in your teeth, you can't even go see a dentist, that radicalized you. So you're not here to be radicalized. You're here to be mobilized. That means that you have a responsibility as an audience member. You cannot just watch. You can't. You got to take action. You must. There is a requirement inside of us as human beings that makes us have to make a decision. Are we going to do something about it or not? Are we going to do something about the threat to democracy, to the republic, or not? Well, Pastor Ben, I don't really, what am I supposed to do? I'm not a streamer. Good. I think we might have enough streamers. Well, I'm not an organizer. Fine. We got plenty of people organizing. Well, what am I supposed to do, Pastor Ben? Get out there and open your mouth and say something to somebody. I don't care if it's social media or if it's in your own neighborhood, on your job, in your church, in your fraternity, your sorority. I don't care where it is. Your favorite bar. Talk to your bar. Say something to somebody about what's going on so that you can alert them, awaken them, and mobilize them. How many people have you recruited? How many people have you told about what's going on as you see it? How many people have you told about the data centers as they're encroaching in our neighborhoods? How many people locally? How many people have you spoken to locally about the data center in your neighborhood? What can you do? There's plenty that you can do right from behind your screen. In fact, I would argue that it is so much more important. You in the audience are so much more important than the host on screen. You in the audience are so much more important than us on the screen, because we can talk ourselves till we're blue in the face. But if the audience doesn't get up and do something, then all we did was ran our mouth. That's all we did. That's all we're doing. Running our mouth. And don't get me wrong, I like to hear myself talk, but I got voice problem. My throat be hurting. I don't want to just be running my mouth these days. I need, that's one of the reasons. Listen, one of the most frustrating things as a pastor, let me tell you, if you are a true person who really loves God and you're really trying to pastor, you're trying to take a congregation of people and you're trying to help them move together and grow together, right? And so one of my goals as a pastor was, as I was pastoring this one particular church, I remember they had so many deeply rooted problems, like so many arguments, so many long-standing arguments that I came in on. And here was a church, a small church, but everybody had beef with everybody, drama all the way through and through. And so one of the things I started to work on as soon as we got there was reconciliation. We can't move together as an organization, as a ministry, if we don't reconcile one with the other. And it was somewhere in my sermon series about reconciliation that I realized, man, not a single nary one of the Negroes is listening to me. Not a single one of them is changing anything. I done did a whole long couple month series. I'd had printouts. I had syllabus. I like syllabi. When I teach, I really teach. I break it down. I don't just give you the scripture. I give you the structure. I'll go and research the psychologists, the organizational management. We'll do whatever we got to do. We'll present it because I want the people to change. Are you with me? As a pastor, if you really want the people to change, you really pour yourself into it. And what makes you just 38 hot, pissed off, is when you realize you've been talking blue in your face and ain't nobody changed shit. Ain't nobody changed a thing. Everybody just doing the same thing. Y'all, we cannot do that
in politics. Because if we don't change something, we are all going to be burned alive in the climate crisis. If we don't change something, we're all going to find ourselves living in the midst of water wars. The war for water. We're going to find ourselves with data centers on every single corner because it's an arms race. Billionaires are competing with other billionaires to see who can have their own personal AGI. What they're after. This is what they want. So they're all getting there. If we don't change, if we do not change something, if we don't get up and do something, I don't care how small it is. I don't care how big it is. I don't care if it, matter of fact, if you are just, watch this, just, quote unquote, just, I'm putting air quotes around that because I'm using it tongue in cheek. Don't take this, don't miss it. If all you do is just phone bank, well, then you've done something significant because you become one amongst the thousands that help scale up and get the word out to 125,000 people in just 2 hours. Do you see what we need you to do? And I honestly, I don't care who's the spearhead. I look, if it's Hassan for the next 10 years doing it, go ahead, my brother. Organize the people. Matter of fact, I'll share more of your links. Let me retweet you some more. If you're whoever is out here organizing the people so that the people who are thinking for themselves can connect with other people thinking for themselves and make decisions that you all come to an agreement on, then damn it, let's get it done. That's what we need. I believe that's what this space is. I believe that that's what this space is going to become even more of. I believe that we are going to get the audience that we need so that we're not just asking 25 people to make these kind of calls, to participate in this way, to go and organize. We're not just going to, no, we're going to, this audience is going to scale up. But as we scale up, I believe that we need to enshrine in our minds from right here going forward permanently that you're not just going to watch, that you're going to take action. You're going to participate in any way that you can. All I could do is phone bank. Then, my goodness, we need you to phone bank. All I could do is get on social media. My God, do we need you out here in the social media landscape? All I could do is, I can edit videos. My God, you might be the MVP. I don't know what it is that you do, but I'm telling you, because God is my witness, we need you to do it right now, today, tomorrow, between now and the midterms, between now and 2028. We've got to stop the destruction of this nation. Now, I'm going to put a pin here. I got to make one more caveat before I close it out and get out of here. I ain't talking about saving this empire. I am not talking about saving this empire. Imperialism got to die. But I want you to be sure about something. To some of my friends who are more on the accelerationist side of the equation, let me tell you what dies through accelerationism. Let me tell you what dies in history. Empire doesn't die. It hasn't yet. Republics die. Nations die. Groups of people in a region die. Communities die. Civilizations die. Constitutions die. But that evil, insidious, extractive wickedness in high places that is imperialism, that shit ain't died yet. And so as we're cheering on some of my friends on the left
further left. That's why I say Hassan is by far not the most radical person I know by any measure. I know some folks who are really high key cheering on the destruction of the United States of America, and they live here. Wild, the wildest thing. I just don't. If you are in Iran, it is I get it. You should be cheering death to America. Okay, if you are in Iran, it makes sense for you to be cheering death to America. If you're in the United States, where you gonna go? You must not have kids. Y'all cheering on the death of America. The death of the death of democracy. Oh, you believe that you're cheering on the end of the empire. Well, history shows something different. The empire didn't die when Greece fell. It passed to Rome. The empire didn't die when Rome fell. It was passed on. The empire didn't die when the British Empire fell. It was passed on. The empire is not going to die with the fall and the collapse of the Republic, the United States of America. It's going to pass on. We got to do something different. What that is, I can't say I know, but let me tell you who does. The people. What does the future look like? What does a republic look like? What does democracy look like? What is the next stage? What is the next phase? What does it look like? I don't pretend to be smart enough to have that figured out, but I am smart enough to know that if we listen to the people, not just any people, I'm getting ready to go. Not just any people, people of good faith, people who see the truth even when it's inconvenient and say, I will change and align myself with the truth. That's it. Those people. That's who we can trust the future. That's who we can trust democracy to. That's who we can trust the republic with. That's who we can trust public health with. But right now, we got the exact opposite type of motherfuckers all in control of everything. The craziest, the sickest, the most depraved, the most idiotic, imbecilic, I mean, just destructive madmen have seized control over every aspect of our government. Now blueberries are killing it. Y'all, did y'all hear about that? People dying from blueberries. Salmonella outbreak in blueberries. Greenwise blueberries that you get at Publix. Don't buy them. People are dying from blueberries. Because we've taken all of the mechanics of this republic and it's been seized by the troglodytes. And here we are at the fall of the republic. And mainstream media is worried about damn Hassan Piker. The hell? Well, it makes sense when you realize that the media is the tool of the very regime that has decided that it's through with democracy, that it's done with the republic. So we got to do it ourselves. And I think Hassan has done a pretty damn good job of showing what can be done. And now I think it's time for us to scale that up even more. So that if they ever decide to say, hey, we're going to come, we're going to arrest Hassan Piker, or, maybe Hassan decides to go take a vacation and go somewhere, I don't know, go to some, Buddhist retreat and become a monk. We don't know what Hassan's going to do. All I know is that the ability to use media to move political power is something that we need to lock down, decentralize, democratize, and immobilize, because that's how we actually can save this republic, kill the empire, and change this democracy for something better. Folks, I love you. I appreciate you.
Always grateful for time shared with you. Shout out to Nick in the background making this happen. Shout out to Andrea in the background, always making it happen. Shout out to everybody on the team, all the different hosts. ThisSpace.tv has just begun. Buckle up for the ride, and we will see you next time.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/BPD show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show